And that is why this case has confounded me like no other. Why every complex layer peeled back has revealed another layer, and come to naught.
Oh, I get it. You're an ogre.
Oh, that would be clever if we were covering that movie, but instead, no, not that. Welcome everybody to another episode of Cheap Seat Critics podcast. With me today we have.
Hello, everybody. I'm one of your hosts, Geeky Rider.
I'm Crimson Maroon.
And I'm Sprinks, and with us today, all the way from the catacombs of Cincinnati.
A guest character called Sinister Boy.
There we go. Welcome on in. Today we are covering Glass Onion.
Oh, onions
Traditionally,
instead of
that's
ogres. Got it. Okay.
what it's wanted to be called, but yeah, it's a tricky title. This one, from what I found out. So, Glass Onion: Knives Out Mystery.
Yes.
That sounds right. Yes.
Swell, wonderful. Yeah, just a continuation off of last week's Knives Out. Let's see. Do we start with histories or facts? Let's start with histories. Let's go with, well, the most vocal of us when it comes to Rian Johnson media. Let's start with writer.
Sure.
What does it mean?
I know, right? I'm very, very positive. I have nothing but good things to say about his work and his quote unquote art. Uh,
You're pulling a crimson there.
I know, right? So no, I won't. I'm not gonna stand on ceremony and say he doesn't make art. He does. But yeah. So this is my third time watching the film. I saw it when it first came out. Well, no, that's not true. I saw it about a month after it came to streaming. I think this came out just right after November. I think is kind of where I remember watching it. So I feel like it came out before then. But I know I watched it a month after it came out, thereabouts. I've seen it 3 times. Once just for my own curiosity, because I believe anyone is capable of making good art, so I regularly like to vibe check directors I occasionally dislike. And this is theoretically a genre that someone who's infamous for subverting expectations should be theoretically pretty good at. So I think yeah. So anyway, that's why I checked it out originally. I ended up watching it again with my family. I've also seen a lot of content about this because I'm on the online sphere for, shockingly enough, movie reviews, art criticism, and art philosophy, and all of that. So I've seen quite a few other things related to this film, be it podcasts, reviews, or take your pick. So I have only seen it. I rewatched it once for the podcast, though, recently.
Doki doki. Let's then let's go with Sinister.
All right, 2 heavy hitters for this one. Yeah, I watched this. I think I don't know if it was right after it came to streaming. It might have been about a year later actually, because I think there was a point when this came out, 2022. I wasn't watching a whole lot of movies and stuff, so my list just kept growing, and then I think finally saw it. Yeah, it was definitely a ways out after it came out that I actually finally saw it. And as much as I loved the first one, I remember being very disappointed by the this one. Having seen it, I only watched it the one time, then didn't really care for it. Seeing it, and I've now watched it a second time for the podcast, and I think I enjoy it a little bit better than that first time, but I still prefer the first one, Knives Out, to this one.
Doki doke. Let's then go to Crimson.
All right. Vast history here. I've seen the trailer, and then I've seen the movie for the podcast. That's it.
Wow.
Did you watch the trailer like when it came out, or did you watch the trailer before you watched the movie for the podcast?
For the up to its release.
Okay.
So
Just
it's natural
just figuring out the timeline there.
That's it.
Okie doke. And then I guess that leaves me. I've seen this movie once for the podcast. I may have seen the trailer for it back in 2022. Can't remember it really. I've had the opportunity to see this, but I've kind of just haven't because I feel like it's one of those things where I got to remind myself with Knives Out being connected. So I'd watch Knives Out and then this, and I guess a time commitment kind of thing. I just never got it in, and then lo and behold, for the season of the pod, it's like, oh, wonderful! I'll give it a first time for that then. That's about it for that. And hey, I've skipped over something. If you're listening from the private island of where Glass Onion is, possibly, don't know why you're there, but you can find us on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, Blue Sky, Twitter, X, for all the social stuff. And then we have YouTube and Rumble for visual side of things. If you're interested in like a slideshow we do and our PNG tubers we have, but hey, maybe you're not a visual person and you prefer being in the dark, we got audio platforms out there a ton. And we also have a letterbox of Cheap Seat Critics where we have our average out numbers and graphs of everything we've covered. All right, cool. So then let's go into facts I have. I have a few. Glass Onion's initial release date was December 23rd, 2022. And I know that's a little counter to what Ryder said, hearing about it in November. Don't worry, we will get to that. It has a runtime of 2 hours and 19 minutes. Budget, 2 hours and 19 minutes if you're viewing the film of itself. That does not include like the extra bit at the beginning and end of like if streamed on Netflix, like logo stuff. Budget was 40 million USD. And its box office was 13.2 million, only domestic.
Limited release.
Mhm.
Yes. Ratings PG-13. Genre classified as mystery crime comedy. And it is directed none other by Mr. Rian Johnson, known for works such as Looper, The Last Jedi, and 3 episodes of Breaking Bad.
Knives
And
Out.
then,
What's that?
well, tune in last week. You figure it out. And then I got a couple fun facts here. So the movie could have possibly hang on. Audience, before I continue, these are found on the internet. I didn't get a chance to sit down with Rian Johnson and, settle these facts verbatim, so take them with a grain of salt. But this movie could have estimately gained and grossed 40 to 50 million in theaters because of its Thanksgiving box office debut for its theatrical release, where it was released in only to an estimate about 650 to 700 theaters in the U.S. And it came up with the 13.2 million it did gross. Outbeat everything except Black Panther: Wakanda Forever and Strange World. But in kind of perspective of it, Spielberg's The Fablemans, which posted a 5-day Thanksgiving time as well as Glass Onion, that one only grossed 3.1 million.
So
Not that
successful
much.
comparing it to its competition at the time.
Yes. But Netflix only wanted it, or only gave it a week or so, or that 5-day period to be theatrically released before pulling it and just putting it on the streaming.
Okay. Yeah, I remember it being around holidays. To clarify, audience, that's what I meant. That's why I felt it was November-ish. I remember probably seeing trailers, maybe.
Could be, yeah. Next fact I have is Rian Johnson stated that he briefly considered a running joke of having Daniel Craig's Blanc have a different accent each film without an explanation at all, but decided against it.
That would be funny, but it would also kind of ruin it.
That would be funny. I agree. But I don't think that would have stayed funny.
No.
It certainly
only
would have
like-
been puzzling.
How many is the Well, I mean, like, there's enough where they could have done a couple movies, but I'm like, how many? You run out of accents eventually. At least discernible different accents.
That's true.
And none that would be problematic.
Next one I have here, which actually is a little bit to you, Sinister. Curious if you know this. The title Glass Onion refers to the Beatles song from the White Album. The song is enigmatic, teasing various myths about the band by the band, and thus fitting the mystery film's title. Knives Out as well, a little fact to Knives Out as well, also was titled after a song by Radiohead from their album Amnesiac?
Amnesiac.
Amnesiac.
Yeah, I did. I mean, yeah, I'm aware of the Beatles thing, and I was a little. I thought, because I didn't look up anything really other than I was curious of the ratings for this and the other one, if they were discernibly different, because I didn't really look into anything that when I watched it originally. But I did see that, and I was a little disappointed. Not too much, because it's still cool that it was referenced, but I kind of thought, oh, he did that on purpose, because and then he just like typed on his phone, songs with glass in the title, and Glass Onion.
Oh, is that song in the film?
It is at the very end credits.
Oh, okay.
Which probably was, I'm sure the budget for the music on this was pretty high, because the Beatles is not cheap to license, and he has at least two that I can think of. There might be a third.
Yeah, all the celebrity cameos. I was really debating or pondering what the budget of this movie was. Next fact I have is in an interview with The Atlantic, Rian Johnson expresses frustration over having to add a Knives Out mystery to the film's title for marketing purposes, as he wanted every film of this kind of story to be self-contained, except for Daniel Craig's appearance. And it pissed him off that he had to add it. He just wanted it just to be Glass Onion. And unfortunately, Netflix, for marketing's sake, tagged it on.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
makes
yeah,
sense.
it's kind of.
He's using the same character, so it'd be
I do know
weird.
that the next one will be called like a Benoit Blanc mystery. Subtitled.
Oh, could be. That'd be
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah.
However, the title card in the movie itself just says Glass Onion. It does not include.
Yeah, no.
Edit.
It's just for clickbait.
And then the last fact I have here is that great dame Angela Lansbury did not know how to play Among Us. Rian Johnson said she was very patient in letting me describe the rules of Among Us up to a point, at which point she did say, you know what, just tell me what the lines are, I'll trust you.
Yeah, I was thinking she doesn't need to know how to play the game. You just have to act like you know.
Yeah, but it probably helps just a little bit to. I mean, at that point, it's just a tone that you were trying to get, I guess, more so than an actual. Cause you got to just write the lines.
And this was Dame Angela Lansbury's last credited role for her passing. Anywho, those are the facts I have. Any of you have any additional facts to add in?
Did you know
Did you know?
Marta isn't in this?
Thank you for the wonderful fact, Crimson. You know what? I did find that out.
No, she's actually just hiding in Greece somewhere.
She's
That would be crazy.
That got cut off. One of the 50 staff.
As I said she's hiding in the background in Greece somewhere. Just have to find her. Marta just chilling out.
It'd be something. Another budget to an actress to be paid. Anywho, with that, we'll go into the coverage of the film. We're going to go linear popcorn, starting at the beginning, a little bit forward, a little bit back, possibly, up to the end of the movie. That's when we'll do our summaries and ratings. So let us begin. Let's start with our special guest today. Let's go with you, Sinister.
Mm-hmm. Oh, all right. Let's see where to begin. The the most obvious place is the start, and then we go a little bit forwards, and then flashback, and then and then a little bit more. No, uh, so get this out of the way. This is unfortunately in a similar vein to the first one. It's sorry, sorry, nobody else is gonna get that. It's unfortunately it's still in the modern day. It's a COVID movie, so unfortunately it has dated itself uh indefinitely. It's always going to have a stamp, which we'll see in time whether or not that's a good or a bad thing. Right now, just putting it out there, it's a COVID movie. I found it interesting that they were playing Among Us. Start off, and I like I no I don't know. Let's not go too far here. I I find it interesting that kind of Among Us then sort of becomes essentially sort of the framework for a lot of this, where we have an imposter, we have kind of a group dynamic. It's bare minimum, but I find it interesting that it's kind of that early set in the movie. That's my first thing, just setting the tone. I uh, hmm. Sorry, there's a lot to unpack in this movie, and I don't want to take it
That's
all.
okay. If you need a
Yeah,
moment, we'll go to someone else so you can
yeah,
collect your thoughts on it. Maybe.
yeah.
All right, let's go to Crimson.
I'll kind of piggyback on what Sinister was saying about how it's dated itself, and not just with COVID, but you can definitely tell Ryan Johnson's political views. I won't dive too much more into that, but it's very heavy in this, and it can usually when you implement that in a film, it can date it pretty quickly. Um, and that may or may not have affected my enjoyment level. We'll see going through it. But I agree with Sister's assessment of it getting dated, and I am curious why uh, he chose to do it in COVID. He didn't have to do that, but he did. So kind of an interesting choice.
I mean, I think probably it was just like because you kind of want to make something topical just for because you're going to get a lot of influx just because it's topical, right? I mean, that's kind of people are going to be like, "Oh, that's
I
of
mean,
the time or whatever."
honestly, I feel like that's why there's an Among Us thing at the beginning, and why
Oh, of course,
why
yeah,
why quote unquote Twitch streaming is referenced as a kind of a recurring statement.
yeah. That made me cringe a little bit.
Like Endgame having Fortnite. It's just like,
Yeah,
ugh.
it's like I said, not passing judgment on all of it. A little bit of it, I'm passing a little bit of judgment on, but for the most part, it's too early to tell how if it's a good or bad thing. I'm kind of leaning towards bad, but for let's see, we're like 3 years out from this now, so it's still fresh enough where I can't really pass too much on it. But yeah, it's I because we talked about in Knives Out where I specifically felt the movie really the style of the movie really doesn't want to be in 2019, 2018, or whatever, whenever that was set. It really wants to be in like 1960s, 1970s, or 50s even. It, and this is kind of a similar thing where it's sort of the polar opposite, where it's very much an of its time situation. And I think that's where I was very turned off because it was so current and so topical. It kind of lost some of that magnetism, that like luster, that vibe,
It embraces the meta in this one to a much
for better
sharper
or worse.
degree. Yeah,
Yeah,
because I would agree. I think the last one is mostly trying to kind of emulate the tone of more historical, like whodunits, and
Mhm.
this one is more. It's up to date and like it's current with the times. Is that's what it's trying to be, and it kind of embraces
Yeah.
and leans into that a little bit more.
Which, it's fine. I think it's a bit more original in that, because the tone is kind of very much its own thing. So I don't want to necessarily knock that, trying to do something a little bit more original based and not just kind of like pulling from sources. However, it, it does put it in a time capsule of a specific period, which, as time goes on, creates, it's like 80s movies. A lot of them are 80s movies. They're very, very, very much 80s movies. 2000s movies are very much 2000 movies. I don't want to just like say that like all they're inherently bad because of that, but they then get this coating on them that kind of then makes it hard to sort of years, like 20, 30 years later, the frame of references are all gone, or the points of references, sorry, are kind of gone, and it's kind of like watching. It's like watching a silent film or something where you're just like, I don't understand what's going on. You have to like break out a history book or something to watch it. And
To jump off of that, what's an 80s movie to you that isn't an 80s movie?
An 80s movie that isn't an 80s movie. Raging Bull doesn't really feel like an 80s movie. That's 1980.
Okay.
I mean, like I said, that's not really inherently bad. I'm just kind of like I feel like the first one has a kind of almost a timeless vibe. There's definitely touchstones to every, there's iPhones, there's all this stuff. It's not set in the 1960s, not set in the 1950s. It's current, but it does have a timeless vibe to it, which kind of you can kind of go back to, and it doesn't feel like it's aged or that it's displaced. This one is definitely going to age, good or bad. It's going to age, and it's going to be very specific. And like I said, right now we're not far enough out where I can pass full judgment of it being good or bad. I'm just pointing it out that that's one of the flaws of making it be so topical inherently.
I was running through movies in my head that were from the 80s. I got the ones that come to mind. Well, the ones that came to mind was Raiders of the Lost Ark and Return of the Jedi, which don't necessarily feel like they're 80s movies, though. Like the techniques might have aged, but not necessarily what's on display.
Yeah, I mean, there's like Back to the Future is kind of it's on the line, I think, because that is what when I think of an 80s movie, I do think of Back to the Future, but also I wouldn't say that it still has like timelessness probably because it's time based. So they go back to the 50s, so it's kind of like, okay, there's not really, but like I said, it's not an end all be all judgment. I'm just pointing it out that by it being
when you choose to be meta and you choose to inject current times, I get what you're saying. You're choosing to date your film to a specific time period, and you're free to make that choice, but it's still something you've committed to doing.
Yeah.
Like right now, 12 Angry Men, the one we covered, it's timeless. We've covered it. A lot of people like it. But if they decided to make it, I don't know, and reference McCarthyism or the civil rights or something of the time when it came out, that could date it in the aspects that we're referring to.
Like I'm a big fan of stand-up comedy, and my dad would recommend me stuff, and he was, oh, you gotta listen like Lenny Bruce or something, and I'm not. By the way, I'm not gonna rag on him. I think he's very funny, but also, because a lot of because comedy is very topical, and comedy ages, so a lot of his stuff, you got to bust out again, they bust out a history book to understand a lot of the references because they're politicians of the day that we haven't heard of in like 50, 60 years. who aren't around anymore, and it's, like in certain social movements or certain, groups that don't exist anymore, it makes it kind of a trudge to then piece through it. I think this one could be fine because it's still like a whodunit. It's still like a mystery thing, which is somewhat universal. But a lot of the comedy, a lot of the meta-ness is eventually kind of get lost to time.
Yeah,
I see. I like the use of it grounding a reality, a more believability onto reality across that of a fictitious vein. And I think it counters that from Knives Out with the use of phones, which was more heavily prevalent in Knives Out and pretty much taken away in Glass Onion. So I think it aids to that.
I mean, that's jumping ahead. I do have an issue with that, but we'll get there when we get there. I think I got a couple quick points, I guess, before the Among Us scene. If you don't mind me, host, I would like to jump to one.
Sure.
The first question I want to ask, because this is relevant going forward. Why did Miles send Andy a box, knowing what he did?
So let's see. Given the time frame, actually no, you're right. That wouldn't make why. Yeah, why would he?
So retrospectively here, I had an issue right out the gate.
Yeah.
It's convenient that Andy's sister Helen got it to break it open and to obviously get the plot going for the second half of the film and bring it to Blanc, and that's how they're there together to begin with. But I actually take issue with Miles sending Andy a box to begin with, knowing on the timeline of this film, the trial was only a month ago. Why would he send her a box and invite her?
Would it be evidence onto his part not trying to cover up the murder?
I would say yes normally, but this is right after a very, very public trial. Like that trial happened so recently comparatively to this that I think that just draws more suspicion.
Yeah, no matter what, he would be like the main suspect because of that. Like no matter him sending her an invitation to go to a private island, he would still be the main suspect because he has the most motive.
Not to mention that the fax machine that gets forwarded to him of Andy's emails prints out everywhere. There he has a fax machine plugged up, so some random person could see the evidence that give motive to him. So for me, that was an issue right at the gate. But to go in hand with that, I really like the idea of us being introduced to a cast of characters that have to solve a bunch of quote-unquote child puzzles. So I don't think it's well executed, but I actually want to give credence to the concept here, because in theory, in I think a better written film, you could be showing off the skills of each person and what they contribute throughout this scene. Like, I think giving, as funny as it is, giving it to Duke's mom, who doesn't even look at the puzzle, is problematic in the sense of it's taking away from quick character traits that we could theoretically be picking up from our main cast of characters.
I think I like the character introduction in this a little. Well, I like aspects of it more than Knives Out because I like the way Knives Out flowed better.
Knives Out,
I think this worked.
Yeah,
I think this worked better in us understanding the characters a little bit more.
Knives
Out got more of that.
Yeah, Knives Out throws us into an investigation. This throws us into the character end, and I feel that because it's such a strong opening and concept, because it's montaging us for us to get to know these characters essentially. And you can be like nitpicky about the dialogue. Like they reinforce that Lionel's a scientist. They say it like 4 or 5 times in a single scene. But I get the point of it. It's quickly introducing characters, which is why I think it could have been better utilized if each person was able to contribute directly to a puzzle, except for Birdie, because as we'll find out about Birdie, she's just. I feel like she needs to be reminded to learn how to breathe, kind of, in terms of her intelligence level, which is funny and terrible to say, but it's. I feel like this is more. I guess it's more of a subjective thing for me. I like this in concept quite a bit. I just wish it was better utilized.
That's not going to be the last time we're going to hear that statement. I'm calling it now.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Crimson, did you notice anything weird about the puzzle box?
Anything weird about it? Like how it opened and didn't show the layers of it, or what do you mean?
Just something off about it. Like one of the puzzles was
Yeah,
not
you're
what
the
it
design
was.
guy.
The puzzles is not what it was. No, I guess
Okay.
not.
I only question because Crimson's a bit of a chess guy. Didn't know if you.
Okay, the chess move. No, that didn't stand out to me.
Okay. That was not an endgame move, which is what was stated in the movie. That was actually a fool's move.
Well, it technically is an
fool's
end game
checkmate.
move.
Yeah, it's still
It's the worst possible move you can make.
Yeah, it's a kind of an infamous chess move where you can checkmate someone. Like, whenever you say you can checkmate someone in like 2 or 3 moves, this is usually the one that everyone refers to. Like, just don't do this.
That the only way you can foreseeably get out of it and win the game is if the person doesn't realize what you've done. So it's highly unlikely that you'll ever win using that move.
Yeah.
Hence, also a callback to when we discussed a game of Shadows, where I mentioned that the biggest threat to a grandmaster in chess is somebody who doesn't know how to play chess.
Yep.
I heard an for you, right, or something else.
No, I'm ready to move on. If you, I mean,
Alright.
I can keep going on the beginning, but I got my big points out, I think so.
Oh, good. Let's go to Crimson.
There's a
Well,
lot.
that's not good.
Oh, well, I'll talk about the box
I
then.
Yeah. How do you feel about the box?
Yeah. So, it's just I again, it's gonna be a little nitpicky thing, and I get it's supposed to be foreshadowing because Ryan's a very, very clever writer. The kind of that the inside the boxes, it's hollow. After behind all the layers, there's nothing but an invitation. So it's a big layered piece of foreshadowing.
Whole thing.
Layers.
Whole like first 10 minutes of this is all foreshadowing.
I wish that the focus puzzle to find the arrow would have worked for the audience.
Real.
Oh yeah, I agree with that. Funny enough, I spent since I was watching for the pod, I actually spent a few minutes researching what they describe the kind of visual puzzle.
Yeah.
I did a few minutes of researching that, and I looked at a few puzzles to see if I can do it. And I also did the thing of trying to split my vision, like on my finger, and look at something that was, 2D, but it would make it appear 3D. Yeah, it doesn't work like that. That's just an invention for the film. It feels like.
Yeah.
It is a technique some use, but I would know the more referred to magic eye images.
Yeah.
I have a book on it. The way I do it is I cross my eyes and it just snaps into view.
Yeah,
but
I mean,
know
I try to do that too. And then what I mean by that is, sorry, not that it's not real and it's made up by the movie. What I mean is that by its depiction is not how it's depicted.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, I did phrase myself wrong there.
Yeah.
Sprinks, I think I heard you try to interject there at one point.
I was just gonna say, writer cover distracts, but yeah, it's a real thing. But in the movie, it did not depict onto the audience to be able to view it. It was the arrow was made for the movie, kind of thing.
Like an imposter, he covered his tracks.
Yeah, I'm clearly the most suspicious one here.
You are sus.
Yeah.
I don't know if anyone possibly is against me on the bandwagon here, but Claire's husband stinks.
Like stink, like it smells bad, or like
No, he sucks. He's just a bad, kind of a bad husband.
I think you'd also make the argument that Claire's a bad wife because he calls her and she doesn't even answer.
That's one call.
Well, yeah.
What's you holding on him right now?
That she has a news segment to do, and she's timed to be on the news, and he is not wrangling the kids, being a distraction by while she's live on air screaming, "It's Miles." He's making more ruckus to her for her to be on TV. Doesn't seem very supportive at all.
He would know Miles' significance. Maybe not the gritty details, but he would know that it's significant for her and would want to relay that to her instantly, which would make it a little bit more supportive, I would think, in that movie.
I would say come into the room, have the note, and silently wave it.
Good. He didn't do that, but the motives are still the same, still intact.
It reminds me of the news segment or whatever, what was it, during COVID, I guess, of, unless it's playing tribute to that, of the news anchor or something, someone was on like a Zoom call doing the news and their kid came into the room in the background.
Yeah, it was a big viral video.
Yes. So I was gonna say I'm half with you on that, Springs. I am actually fine with the kids running around and making noise because the idea is that the governor, quote unquote, is working at home and she's a politician, and having her kids in the background while she's working, it would make her sympathetic and with her base as far as voters are concerned, and saying, "Oh, look, I'm just like all of you right now. I'm at home dealing with kids and I'm working." So I'm fine with the husband not, quote unquote, wrangling the kids, but
I would have leaned with that more if Claire said that to him, as that was their plan.
Man, there's a lot of that I would like to be in the film as well. But yeah, like I said, I'm not gonna debate the point. Yeah. He's not even a character. He's just exists for this scene pretty much. So if that's your takeaway, I'm totally fine with it. I can buy that.
Is he removable?
I think he has to be a character to be removable. That's
pretty much... but he's in the movie, so he technically is a character, and he has lines. He's not removable. Okay.
No, he'd have to be replaced.
She could get a phone call or message or something. It's easily within our one fix or one change.
He'd have to be changed to like a nanny or a other relative, something for the kids. That way she doesn't seem to be a neglected mother. It would play off the tone of the scene much different.
I don't know, because he doesn't say anything to the kid. He doesn't interact with the kids. There's really no...
But it shows that Claire is busy to do something and he's choosing not to. That's onto him, not onto her. Without him being the parent there in the situation, and it's all on her of her kids, that pressure's onto her and not anyone else in the room.
He's in the room the same way. He's in the room the same way all the people at the party are in the room. He's just like furniture.
I disagree.
I mean, that's fine. You don't have to agree. But I don't see a huge enough difference there where it's like he is like a necessary thing.
I think it would play more into a negativity onto Claire as an introduction of a character, which kind of is showing the hand of disruptors, I think, too early, opposed to everyone else. If that was the first statement.
I mean, I need him to do more than that, because Claire is probably also kind of the weakest in all of these disruptors, anyways. So if she really needs to have him there in order to be that's not really swaying me.
All right.
She the weakest? I don't know. I feel like Lionel probably the weakest.
Yeah, no, but
Lionel's the weakness up to a point for me.
Lionel at least seems to have pretty defined stances.
He has defined principles that he's willing to cross. Like he's willing to break his principles to continue being Miles's friend.
Yes. The point where that's brought up later in the film bumped him up for me.
But
Birdie's
Claire,
the
on the other
weakest.
hand, I mean, Birdie's the weakest, but that's sort of
That's just the product of her intelligence,
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, that's like, I mean, that's why I'm fine with it, because that is basically her character, is that. Whereas the other two, not, and I'm not really we're gonna discuss Duke at some point separately, but Claire and Lionel both are introduced to be very similar. However, Claire is very obviously doing it for selfish reasons. Lionel obviously has selfish reasons for why he would want to not, because he doesn't want to ruin his brand or his, ability to get hired at a different place. But he also does stand on that, like, people will die. Claire, on the other hand, just seems to be worried about the Senate race, which I'm not judging it. It's understandable, but never really kind of goes into the more moral side of it beyond that, as far as I can remember.
Her moral relation to it is in relation to her success. Like, I had to prove, I approved in a factory for this. I've already sacrificed my voter base. Like, they're gone. Like, that's kind of her moral tie to it, is kind of selfish in a way. Not judging her for it, because it's true, but
no, yeah. Whereas Lionel seems to take a little bit more of a, person-based stance, along with the selfish reasons of, his ability to be hired at any other scientific or, even academic situation. So I feel like he's the stronger of the, the main four we're introduced to. But so I feel like Claire is still kind of the weakest as far as, like, screen time is allowed. Personally.
All right.
But we can disagree. It's fine.
I mean, do you guys think these characters are on par, better, or worse than Knives Out as an ensemble?
They're more fleshed out, but I don't know if they're better.
That's interesting.
In a weird way, I kind of agree with that. I know more about what these characters are, but not necessarily who they are and what their perspective is on things.
Problem, I feel like, from Knives Out.
Yeah.
Where, and I think there's less big characters, I guess. Whereas Knives Out had, like Jesus, I had. Well, you could make the argument that they had the same amount, but I feel like there was so many tertiary other ones that it kind of watered it down a little bit. But that's, it's a discussion for a different point in this. But I feel like, it is the opposite sort of problem, where there's kind of more of a focus, but there's really not a lot once you get past there, unfortunately. There's nothing really more interesting than what is kind of presented.
Personally, I think the Knives Out ensemble is better. We got a good sense of their motives, and I think just their characters. We talked about how was it Walt? How he's kind of the more sympathetic of the family because he was like coddled into the business and wasn't a self-made individual. And how stern the oldest kid is.
Jamie Lee Curtis, yeah.
Yeah, her. So I feel like they're all very clearly defined. Meanwhile, here it's like you got Duke the moron, you got what
Birdie the moron.
Birdie the moron. You got Lionel the scientist, who kind of doesn't really do all that much, and I don't know, all the cast just,
yeah, Claire.
at the end of the day, kind of feels hollow to me.
Yeah, like I said, I think
don't feel like characters. Yeah, they are characters, but I don't feel like it to me.
They're very archetypal.
Yeah, I think that's I mean, they get more screen time. I feel like they're given more to work with. But beyond what we kind of learn from these, like, early kind of introductions, there's really not a whole lot, but they keep getting more backstory. They keep getting more stuff to, like, flesh it out, but it's the same stuff over and over again. Yeah. What is what does Sprinks think?
I
That's
like
the
the
real
family
kicker here.
dynamic of the Knives Out more than the friend dynamic of the friend. Onto writer, I think more understanding of who these characters are is said more in Glass Onion than Knives Out.
Like I said, when I say what they are, like as like what they do as their life and how that theoretically shapes who they are, I understand less as the why they act the way they act, if that makes sense. Whereas in
I think
Knives Out, I get why they're acting a specific way, even if and they do a decent job of at least me understanding like the eldest on the family, like what they do for a living and stuff like that. So I do feel these ones are a bit more hollow, as Crimson pointed out. They're empty onions
I
without layers, you know.
we're all just gonna keep coming back to that point.
I know I certainly will.
I touching on that just because we kind of touched on like the friend group. This was something that was kind of gnawing at me, and I wanted to look into it, but I was like, no. I'll say this as a discussion point, and I think we're not really there yet, but I'll just put it out there, and then if we want to come back to it, we can. It's something to think on. They all definitely have, Claire, Lionel, Duke, Birdie, and then obviously Andy. They all kind of bring something to the table that is very definable, very quantifiable. You want to use a scientific term or a mathematical term. Miles, I don't really understand how he got involved, why he's there from the get-go, and kind of more as it keeps going along, you realize that he's just, vaporous. Use that word.
I see what
don't
you
really-
mean.
Yes.
I do have stuff to say about that, but we could probably wait until a little bit later.
Okay. Again, just
But
putting it out because I was like, I don't want to forget. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
I guess a different point that I'll touch on from the this intro. Does anybody have any thoughts as to what was in that little syringe gun?
Oh, the cure to COVID.
Yeah, it's the magical cure to
Yeah.
COVID.
Do you think anybody, so knowing what we know by the end of the movie, would anybody else be kind of worried about what they just put in their mouth?
Yeah, it's probably not
What is
tested or fully tested, I guess.
That's a fair point.
They trust him enough.
I don't know if it's
I
been
guess.
FDA regulated.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
There should have been a
Billionaire.
scene. There should have been an after credit scene where they all just get violently ill.
It'd be
Start
interesting if
vomiting.
upcoming third movie if that is going to have a connection to Blanc.
Yeah, it's called Wake Up. He went to sleep for 5
He
years.
got put into a coma because of the injection.
Yes. Yeah, that was something where I was rewatching because I remembered that kind of point a little bit, and then I was like, knowing what you know, I was like, it sticks out because it's like, what did they put? I mean, you know what they did, but it's like nobody would ever agree to that.
No, it's a point in the movie just to get rid of the face mask covering.
Yeah, so we can see the actors. It's the same reason that Master Chief has to take his freaking helmet off during the Halo show constantly. But
Okay, that's one knock that doesn't need to be a COVID movie. If you have to put a reason in so that they don't wear a mask, then there's no. What's the point?
Yeah. Like I said, that ties back into them. Rian Johnson just clearly wanted to inject current stuff into the film.
Yeah, and to get Ethan Hawke on set for some reason.
There's a lot of those.
Yeah.
I was surprised by how many cameo things of actors.
Did you? Okay, so this is for any very classical music fans. Did anybody catch the party cameo?
The guy who knew the song?
Yes. Do you know? Anybody know who that is?
I don't know who that
Yeah.
is.
I have no idea. Yo-Yo Ba.
Close. Yo-Yo Ma.
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 Oh,
Famous,
that one. Yeah.
yeah, cellist.
Was
I'm
I
talking
right?
about the guy in the chair.
No, I don't know who that guy is, but he reminds me of, it was like a music producer in the 60s, but I don't think that's him.
Yeah. Speaking of which, very convenient that he just comes out and helps solve a very big puzzle in the box.
Yeah.
That's very ham-fisted because Ryan couldn't think of any way to keep the plot moving forward, I guess.
I mean, her like Shazam idea, it wasn't half bad.
Yeah.
No.
Until she thought Alexa was a lamp, and then like, oh, she's just what a tone setter for this character.
And a heavy focus on comedy.
Yes. Silliness comedy.
A silly comedy.
Which is
Also,
a full total genre change because it was prevalent in Knives Out.
no, it was. It's just meta humor. Just a quick little side, talking about the COVID thing again. I like that Birdie's mask is not a mask. It's a mask.
Oh yeah, it's just a fashion choice.
Yes, which is very fitting for the character.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Just the people that wear it on their chins.
Diaper chins? Nobody wants a diaper chin.
The one I didn't understand is why Helen's not wearing a mask.
Because they have to know that it's Andy.
Yeah, they have to have.
Yes, but they all seem pretty. She seemed pretty big on the safety route and not wanting to go along with the idea with Blanc.
Well, she's from Alabama, so.
Oh, okay.
That's actually a fair point to make. I didn't consider that.
We don't get. That's just totally in headcanon. That's not anything said in the movie, but I'm putting it out there.
That's actually a good explanation. It's not terrible, huh?
It's you can.
Yeah.
There's a through line there.
Yeah. To answer your question, Springs, it's obviously because they need her for the shot. That's why she's not wearing a face mask. And I agree, it's inconsistent with how she's established as a character later on in the film, and her concern of safety that eventually goes out the window at a certain point. But
alcohol is a hell of a drug.
That's true.
Yeah.
I mean, you can be safe in some elements, but not every element, right?
Yeah, but it's just like everybody else
could still be a cruddy driver. Right?
Yeah, but everybody else is coming in.
Yeah, I mean, I don't attribute most right wingers as people who just ride their motorcycles shooting their guns wildly in the air. That's true.
But he's the only one we have to use this movie's logic. They're all like him. He's the only one we see.
I mean, that's definitely what Ryan's politics would have us believe. But
I like go ahead.
No, you go. No, you go. I didn't have anything. I was just commenting.
All right, I'll let it slide this time. Next time we're gonna get host carded. I like the use of the news being a connection point between the introduction of all characters as a transitional usage, and kind of all the connection to that. I wish there was a little more of the friends giving a care that Claire's on the news of someone they know, especially Birdie's, because I don't know why the news would be on at that party.
That's a
I think it's just to illustrate. The only thing I can think of to back that up a little bit would be that somebody just like the TV's just been on and nobody's like actually paying attention to it or cares to change it. But we're giving nothing for that, so I can't really fight for that one.
Well, the setting, it's a nice little like tone shift of like showing the news and pulling out to show like a party setting. But I wish there was like a line of Birdie saying like, "Oh, Claire's going to be on any moment," and play off that she already missed it, kind of thing. Just more into her silly stupidity.
Yeah.
But actually, that gives her a reason why the news is on.
Could you not infer that though?
No, because she never talks about the TV.
No, but
she talks about the box.
It's on.
No, anyone at that party could have had it on.
Mm-hmm. But it also.
But she's the only one that has like any connection to it, so it
could have.
I'm not.
I go with could have had a connection to it.
Yeah, we're just putting out what we know, putting out like the what we have that they're giving us. Does
Yeah.
it line up or does it not?
I don't know. Kind of feels like one of those things that could have been a deleted scene.
That's you know what, that's kind of the crummy thing of I don't know if there's been a DVD release because Netflix has been doing that, but I don't like this as a streaming only thing because you don't really get like a special features or behind the scenes sort of stuff really.
Yeah, unless they post it on YouTube or something.
I mean, there's probably a
Yeah.
behind the scenes thing, yeah, but like deleted scenes, I don't know. I'm gonna, you know what? Come back to
Anyway.
me. I'm gonna look that up.
That was my just a little crux of that part of it. But I do like the use of it being that of a connection of the friends to connect before the box.
Yeah, kind of showing that it's all happening in real time. They're all doing their own thing, and they're about to be connected by the box.
Yeah.
Because I think you're right. I don't think any of the friends react to her. They just have her up in the corner and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think
True, but it could even be played off that some of the friends aren't to watch the news for her. There just isn't anything stated about it or towards either Claire or.
You know what? Actually, though, because it, again, it's a COVID movie. A lot of people did have the news on pretty often during COVID to see like, are we masking? Where's the spread? So there's a little bit more. I still don't think it's very good, but I'm using the context clues we have, piecing something together.
Again, could be.
Could be. Nothing stated. It's all inferred. Like a lady wearing a mink.
Interesting.
Um,
Another thing I did like the editing of the box, of the how the shots of each person is within the shot.
Kind of, it's obviously the intention is to make you feel like they're all working on it at a table together.
Yes. I do wish, however, something like that did occur again in the movie and not just a one-time instance. I think a good example where it could have come up is when the power went out. Could have had those shots like that of like shadows and people getting frightened.
I think it's similar to Knives Out, where the character introductions are very specifically filmed a certain way, and they never really kind of repeat that. Like the editing and setup for it is not really like in Knives Out, that fast-paced interview process, and everything, and the way it's done isn't really replicated again in the movie. Kind of similar in this, where like that setup is only really used in that one character introduction scene.
That's true.
The speed run.
Yeah. I'm thinking how, because you brought up the example, Springs. I'm thinking about how I would imply how we could use that scene without necessarily like breaking the tone of it. And I think a way to do that sort of editing with when the lights go out and try and have that sort of editing would be to kind of lean into the gimmick of it, and have like that classic horror music playing in the background as like going maybe full black and white too, as they like cut through between the characters and edit it that way. I think if they did that, I think that would be a nice homage without necessarily breaking the tone with it. Because I think the problem with that editing by itself is I think it could take away from the tension. At least in the scene you provided.
Yes. I don't know about the black and white idea.
No, that's me going full like leaning into the gimmick of it. Like comic booky kind of panel-y sort of feeling.
Does a cameo of a name drop count? Or does it have to be physical presence?
I would just call it a name. Yeah,
I've dropped it from cameo to just random Easter egg.
Easter egg reference.
Okay.
Yeah, reference. Yeah, they have to be there for it to be a cameo.
Okay, I guess that adds more
Jeremy
reference then.
Yeah.
Well, Jeremy Renner, Jimmy Kimmel.
That's a reference.
Jared Leto.
Jared Leto, yeah.
There's a lot of that in film.
Joseph Gordon-Levitt cameos that apparently is in every Ryan Johnson movie. That I didn't know.
Well, he's also got the Daryl is also the not Lakefield, but the other, his partner or whatever from the first one. That's Daryl in Knives Out. The one who's like, oh, that's from the book. He's Daryl in this.
Really?
Oh, same actor, not same.
Yeah,
actor.
it's the same actor. Yeah, no, yeah, he's Daryl. I looked. That was something I was
couldn't
like,
tell.
because I was like, okay, what's with Daryl? It was just weirding me out. And yeah, I was like, oh my god, it's the same guy. That's crazy. The same actor, sorry, not the same character.
Yeah. See, to me, Daryl falls on the list of removable characters.
No, Daryl needs to stay in this movie.
He's not even there as like a misdirect, even.
No, he is, because you're thinking in your head, he's got a Daryl, man, come on, and no, and then he's not.
It's that man, Daryl.
Sinister, you sold me. Daryl stays in the movie. I didn't view it like that, so he stays in it.
My favorite scene with Daryl is probably when he's smoking a cigar after everyone died in an explosion.
No, only the Mona Lisa. Only Art died.
Yeah, I mean that's what I feel like every time I watch a Ryan Johnson film. I feel like Art dies in my. But
I walked right into that one.
I could guess it's an eye-rolling scene for Ryder that the last thing Blanc wants to do is games, puzzles, games, or a vacation, and that's exactly what he gets.
Kind of. See, there's a couple things. There's a couple scenes. There's a couple things about that scene. I find it funny that super genius detective can't do simple things, but it doesn't for someone the way Benoit Blanc is portrayed. I feel like that would invigorate him to try and figure it out even harder. The fact he doesn't understand how Clue works is a fucking problem. Like
it's not that he doesn't understand it; he just doesn't like it. He thinks it's he thinks it's stupid. He understands how the game works, but he doesn't like it.
What I got out of Blanc from this movie that I guess I didn't pick up on the first one, he's very good at things he can see. Stuff he can't see really troubles him.
Maybe I feel like so in the problem is like I don't necessarily see this as a character inconsistency. I think it's more of just it's to facilitate the plot of the film, so I view it as a plot hole that damages a character. A way to fix that would have him be like bored while playing Among Us, so like have him win every round almost because it's so like beneath him. Like that's the way you should approach something like this typically. And in the case of him like making bad at Among Us, bad at things like Clue, it makes him very stupid at highly specific things to an unbelievable degree.
I mean, yeah, because it works. It works in one way, but then it kind of it deficiates something else.
Yeah,
I don't know if that's the correct word, but
it kind of,
you know what I mean. It lessens it emboldens one thing and lessens something else because it's trade off.
Yeah, so it wasn't necessarily an eye rule for me, Sprinks, because I get the need to want to add like flaws to your super genius detective to make them quirky. I mean, Sherlock has it. He's not good with people. That's kind of one of the big. He cares about them even if he doesn't get them. You know, that's kind of the distinction you have to make with Sherlock. So when it comes to Benoit Blanc, I appreciate the attempt at adding to that archetype in a specific way, but the execution is where the flaw is in it for me.
Okay, I didn't necessarily mean onto the character of the character's decisions. I meant the line didn't seem natural, and it's opposed to the film.
What line specifically?
He doesn't want puzzles, games, or a vacation, and then it leads into him solving a puzzle, doing games, and he's on a vacation.
Well, he doesn't solve. Well, okay. I guess I was gonna say he doesn't solve the box puzzle, but I guess he can quantify the whole island thing as a puzzle.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
I'll
murder
say.
mystery is the puzzle.
Yeah, I'll say the line is clunky. I agree with that. I wasn't clunky enough to throw me out, but I do recognize that it's just um the writing being
At,
cheeky or trying to be cheeky.
well, yeah. At worst, it's obvious.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, it's obvious, but it's not bad.
Yeah, that's a good way to phrase it. It's obvious and it's upfront. I would want more from a murder mystery subjectively, but I recognize that it technically works. So, yeah. Does that answer your question a little bit better, Springs?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, that was a bit of silence out of Crimson, so let's go to Crimson for something.
Sure. I liked that someone decided to break the box, and it ended up being Helen. But I kind of like seeing that
The contrast.
opposite view of it, because we had a lot
That's
of
what
people
you would
work
do.
together to make it, and not that many of them actually contributed anything.
Shocking,
Like-
Sinister. I was going to say I think you would do that.
So I did like seeing that, and I think Ryan Johnson did a good job showing that at that time. 'Cause
Careful.
I know.
Kidding. Go on.
Treading lightly. Because I wrote, oh, okay. Well, then once it's revealed at the in the glass onion that someone gave him the box, I'm like, oh, okay. It can't be her. She smashed the box, and then later revealed she did give it to him. It was just in a box in pieces. So I think it did good with that little trick.
The subversion. Yeah, I would agree with that.
Little super, yeah.
I would agree. I appreciate the contrast character-wise for Helen, like not bothering to even try to open it cleverly. She just takes a hammer to it. It sets her apart from the rest of the cast immediately, even though we don't know that this is Helen yet.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't
Because
even know
then it
Andy
just
at
kind of
this
works
point as a character.
Well,
It's getting
yeah, but
smashed open.
semantics.
Yes.
Uh,
I understand. Like it gets played off a lot later. I immediately got the name of the island joke.
piece of shit.
Yeah.
The
Piece of
doc
shit.
being a piece of shit. Yeah. That was definitely yeah, I got that one pretty early on too.
Okay, the doc thing, I kind of missed it first through. I was checking for there was something earlier in the movie I had to check, just to because we'll discuss it. We're getting closer to it, but so then I was like, oh, the doc, it does this rise out of the water, which we learn is the tide going down, but not sure the tide would go down that fast to get that appearance. But I'm not well versed in my tide, so but I don't understand why he couldn't have it rise.
I mean, it looked like
I think
it rose on its own.
I think it's both.
No, because if it was, it would it would be able to go higher than where the tide is.
I don't think it can go higher than high tide.
But it's low tide.
So it can rise above low tide.
Then you wouldn't be able to dock on it, is what Sensor's saying.
Yeah.
If it's risen at low tide, that's what
If
I
it's-
saw. What I thought it was going with.
No, what I was saying was it because no, he has the effect. It's not buoyant. It's just it only rises at low tide, but it doesn't. I think what they're saying, it doesn't rise at low tide. Low tide goes down and meets it.
If it's
Which is
played
why
out that way, it's
Yeah.
terrible.
Exactly. That's
But
my point.
But I didn't see it that way.
I
Yeah. I mean, I have an issue with the doc in multiple facets, but it's a piece of shit and is poorly designed in either case. As it's supposed to give a reason for the police not to come out there when there's a body, which is dumb anyway, because they would just beach the boats.
Helicopter.
Oh yeah, we're in the modern era, helicopters. Look at
Yeah.
me, I'm thinking about Normandy. Like, it's just beach the fucking boats.
That's what I was like. Yeah, just like take some freaking wave runners out there, just beach them. Like what the?
Yeah.
But I was just because I know he's supposed to be an idiot. He's not, but he also owns like a multi-billion-dollar company that is based in science, who could design something that could work. That's the problem.
Here is,
Yeah.
with this character of Miles.
Yeah, he's only a genius when the script wants him to be, and he's an idiot
likes
when the
stuff
script
to
wants
look
him to be.
cool.
What, Springs?
He likes stuff to look cool. Doesn't do
Yes.
anything for safety.
That's the problem, though. He could have both. That's in this situation. In this
He
situation,
could.
it's no. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to argue or anything. I'm just like it's breaking. It breaks it because it's dumb, but it's not. It's dumb in a way that it's too dumb. It's too dumb, and he's dumb, but it's too dumb because it doesn't make any sense.
Too dumb, it's brilliant.
No,
It's just dumb.
It's dumb because it doesn't.
Honestly, it's one of the best memes to come out of this film.
It is, yeah. It because okay, let me just phrase my thought. So I'm fine with him, being just stupid. Like that's fine. But this is a situation where he didn't design this place. Somebody designed this place. And if he asked for something like this, fine, but they could still make it be, it would be like, well, why don't we have it raise higher? So we can have it hydraulic. We can have it move up and down. It doesn't have to just lower.
It could be a functional infinity dock,
Yes, exactly. Like that's the I'm like, okay, I get it. He's dumb. But that's too dumb. That's just like, okay, then there's no. I don't understand. I'm checked out.
Yeah, I don't think they do enough to kind of excuse it away, personally, but I get what they're trying to say.
No, it's a ball peen hammer on a lock. Like I understand what they're trying to do, but you also you have to. Again, we're going to talk about it at some point, but that's my other problem with him being involved with any of these people is it doesn't make any sense. The crux of this movie is him, and he doesn't make sense being a part of any of it.
Him being Miles.
If the crux of the movie is he's dumb, then the movie has nothing to stand on. It doesn't make sense.
I would agree.
Yeah.
I'd like to go to Crimson to get his point on the doc perspective.
Give me a doc. Right now.
I guess so I can elaborate further. Spriggs, you said you saw it differently. I'd like to get your description of how you viewed it first.
I think the doc can possibly hydraulic go up and down, and being like it's made out of like clear, quote unquote, glass. It blends into the water, so it's like seamless to see. But being that Miles really wants a walk-on beach dock and not a dock raised above the beach level, so it can be at any height with the water. I think it rises up during low tide, so it's above the tide level. But upon high tide, it can't raise itself up higher above that. So it's unusable at high tide.
That's presumably what we have to work with given the film.
Well, Sinister pointed out that it's the visual of the water coming off the dock is low tide going out, and not it raising. And if that's what's actually being portrayed in the movie, then I agree that's terrible, because that's not how low tide works.
Yeah.
I'm leaning towards it's got some sort of raising mechanic, but the whole excuse that the police would say can't enter because the dock, that's too much. Kind of talked about already. Helicopters, or yeah, you could just park the boat on the shoreline. It's not a big deal. So I guess that's my issue with the dock is they use that as an excuse for the police and not necessarily.
I take more. Yeah, I take more of a plot issue with the doc. To I guess, kind of because I guess it's weird that we're having a different perspective on the doc itself. But I actually think it's a mix of kind of both of what you're saying. So the dock can be raised, and so it has the hydraulics as you suggest, Springs. But the issue is that it only works during low tide, which still makes it a terrible dock. Like, so the dock, that feature of being able to raise it is what I think they intend with the writing. It only can be raised during low tide in the vein that we get it. Because that's
I see. It won't function on high tide. Like, it could still be raised if it's high tide,
Oh,
but
like
it won't break the water surface.
yeah, it won't break the water surface. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying. I'm saying the same thing, just I'm focusing more on the dock, not necessarily whether it breaches the water surface. But yes.
Okay, so I'm watching it now. There is a raising to it, but if there is a raising to it, it should be able to go higher than.
Yeah, I agree.
It's still on Miles not wanting the dock active at all times.
Yeah, yeah, it's still broken, but
he likes his privacy.
Yeah. It's you know what? Miles takes it really well seeing Andy, despite how the state he left her in, and the fact that she came with the world's most famous detective didn't set any red flags off for him. So I lean heavily into he's a genius and an idiot, whenever the script decides it.
I think he knows how to act. He knows how to control his emotions.
Oh no, I'm fine. I'm fine with that. My concern is that he would find an excuse to get rid of Blanc. He has no reason to keep him on the island.
I agree. He doesn't have a reason. He's an uninvited guest.
And it didn't send out any red flags with him that she came with Andy, the person he supposedly killed. That to me is just like, all right, the character is reaching levels of stupidity that to facilitate the rest of the film to happen kind of breaks your film down.
I don't know about that. Conversation with Blanc, I think, played very well into the curiosity game aspect of Miles. And I think that excused Blanc well. I think upon seeing, quote unquote, Andy, automatically tells Miles this is Helen.
Unless he thinks he failed in killing Andy.
I guess because he is an idiot.
He doesn't know that it's Helen until Duke shows him the phone later on. That's when he knows it's Helen. So there is a very, very, because the film does nothing to tell us anything of significance for the first half of the film, there is definitely a possibility here that Miles actually thinks it's Andy.
I'm on the side that I disagree.
I don't have enough evidence to go to that side, though. I'm going with what the film gave me to work with.
I'm sorry. I like the way I'm on the side that I disagree.
No, I'm just thinking it.
Yeah. What's the significance of Duke showing the phone then, Springs?
No.
That the news of Andy's death is now public.
Okay, but why is that leverage Duke has when everybody knows about it then?
Everyone in the friend group doesn't know about it at that point, but now Duke knows about the death of Andy. So now Duke knows that's Helen. Which now poses Duke as a threat, which is him trying to leverage the Twitch thing upon Miles without making a panic amongst the course, which is then Miles taking care of the problem by killing Duke.
don't know. I don't really buy that.
And
I
Duke
mean-
was the only one with the phone.
Okay, I mean, mind you, I'm totally fine with Miles realizing it's Helen immediately. Still not enough reason. That still doesn't give him enough reason to keep Blanc on the island. He has more than enough viable room to get him away. Because it's still a red flag that it's Helen and the world's greatest detective when he's murdered somebody.
Yeah, he
That is
doesn't have
actually
a reason to keep him. Springs,
Well-
what's his reason for keeping Blanc?
To add into this game of the murder mystery weekend.
It wasn't part of his game. He didn't need him to add to the game. The game was.
He didn't need him. I got it all in the
unbeatable.
conversation up in the office room
Yeah.
where he was like confused of like who sent him a box, and that plays into more of a curiosity onto Miles then, because he didn't send Blanc a box. So one of the boxes he shipped out was sent, or the person who created the boxes sent one to Blanc, which kind of did a little homage to Knives Out of Blanc not knowing who got him to be here, at least for that part of the scene until it's revealed of the Helen flashback. But I thought that just added to the game aspect of Miles being like, oh, a detective to actually help out with the game I put together, where he put together by hiring like very expensive writers and everything to make it piece together. So I think he was naive enough, or more into his idiocracy, to think that by the people he paid for could outsmart the works of Blanc for a whole weekend. And I saw that excited Miles.
I don't
guess
know I don't think that's enough to get past the fact that he killed someone. The world, the greatest detective, is here.
I also think the
If-
larger issue is that they might not only right now, right? Only Miles knows that he killed Andy, ostensibly.
Yeah.
That's-
Duke
that's
knows
what
that he
we
was
have.
there, but that's all that Duke can know.
Yeah.
That's all the information Duke has.
Yeah, they
right now.
don't know. Yeah, they don't know where she is or if she's gone or whatever. So, but here's the issue, because Duke blackmails him in that moment because he gets the notification that she's dead. But that would have happened regardless of whether or not. But you know what I mean?
What I was
It
saying
would have
is,
gotten
like, no
out.
real leverage.
Yeah.
Anyone would
I mean,
have
it got
that
at that moment, but no
information
one would have known.
Well, but here's the thing. Well, I guess that. I guess it would have said she committed suicide, which would have been a cover, but then that would have also.
What the news proves is that the person in the room is Helen and not Andy.
Yes, but also, but there's still no leverage to that because it doesn't mean she was murdered. Doesn't mean that
No, but Duke saw Miles leaving upon a death situation, so he has the most leverage, which is to me why the movie put the phone usage onto Duke, because he has the most to play against Miles in that part. If it was given to anyone else, no one else saw him leave the scene of her death at her house, kind of thing.
Okay, hold on. You touched on something interesting there. I wanna get a little bit illumination on that. So Duke, either way, in that both situations, the news gets out. Andy committed suicide, and why does Helen being present give him the leverage?
Because he knows
Because
it's an act.
But either way, he saw Miles coming from there. So whether or not Helen was there, he gets notification. He has the he has the quote unquote leverage. We'll call it.
He also doesn't know Andy's dead until that point.
Right, but if the news got out, because the only reason the news didn't get out was Benoit Blanc and Helen being forgetful and not filing a report.
And the police are just stupid again. But
yeah, so that's we're not gonna. We did a whole episode called Knives Out. We talked all about this. We don't need to do that again.
The police filed reports. It just wasn't out for some reason. But we'll get there when we get there.
So that's what I'm trying to get at, is that like either way, whether I'm I'm not gonna say that Helen being there doesn't change things. It does change things a little bit, but I feel like either way, Duke quote unquote has this leverage, but I don't know why Helen being there makes it, drastically changes things.
Because Duke, Miles, and Blanc then at that moment know it's Helen, while everyone else at the party doesn't. And Miles, being the quote unquote mastermind of making the whole party, quote unquote, and sticking that to him, is retaining all that knowledge to play with everything. And Blanc knows, but Miles doesn't know that Blanc thinks Andy's Helen because that's the flashback knowledge, and Blanc doesn't reveal that to Miles. So Miles thinks he's the only one who knows that's Helen. So then when someone else in his inner circle gets knowledge of that, he knows that either he brought Helen to play a game, like some sadistic game after murdering Andy, but also that Duke could blow the top off the lid by saying it's Helen and not Andy this whole time, which could possibly ruin his party or the event of like the first night before the weekend. That I don't know. Like Miles, he just wants the game to work. But I just saw that as a threat onto Miles then, that Duke knows about him leaving Andy's place, and that now he knows she's dead, which could be pieced together. So Duke is a threat now to Miles, especially since Blanc in the office posed to Miles, everyone has a motive to kill you, which Miles didn't even piece together himself. So that weighs into the suspicion and paranoia then onto Miles about Duke.
But it's still what's the leverage he has? He saw her. He saw him leaving, but that all he's like, oh yeah, I went there to check on her or whatever, and then I didn't get it, so I left. Like Helen being there,
Is getting at the leverage would be that Duke can connect her death to
Miles'
being
presence.
at the place.
Yeah.
That's his form of leverage.
I just don't feel like that's
Duke
strong.
Duke has the. It's not that strong unless there's recordings of it. But Duke, it's brought up later that they all talked about when they got to Andy's house, and Claire and Lionel arrived. Duke was already present, and Bertie arrived later, so they knew Duke was there first before them. But then Duke's story of Lionel leaving, they could have gotten, I don't know, at least tracks of his car tread or whatever on his baby blue or whatever. But then that makes Duke the sole witness of Miles's.
I will. Here's
attempt.
one thing I'll give. Here's one thing I'll give you. When he does that whole Andy and then Miles is answering, that's suspicious as hell, and I don't know why he would correct him or try to correct him, because then that does put guilt on him. I'll give you that one. Give you that one. He sowed his own seeds on that one. It just doesn't feel like. No, it's weak leverage. I'll admit it's leverage, and that's about as far as I'll go. But it's very
I can
weak.
go with it's weak because of how quick the scene plays out, and how neither of them like break something. Like they both act like nothing's changed. Like Miles doesn't like shift. He just goes like, "Oh, the numbers, great news," and that's like the cover-up play. But Duke also doesn't go serious. They both seem celebratory, even though that's the news that's shared.
Miles instantly steals his gun. That's what happens as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's because technically he has. I mean, you want to think about this in a technical sense. The only connection that Miles has to the crime, that Duke knows, is that he was there, and we realize that Helen is filling in, so he could think there's an ulterior thing going on, but there's really nothing concrete, because technically he would have no motive because he won the court case. There's nothing, the only thing else would be like the note, which they don't have.
I also don't know if this plays into kind of like Knives Out, where the memories of fabrication kind of thing, when it goes later, Blanc showing that when Miles went to Andy's place and poisoned her with the cup, like at the table, in that scene, Miles is not wearing gloves, as opposed to when he uses the gun to shoot Helen. He's wearing
Well, that's
gloves,
also
so I'm trying to think like
was that also a
fingerprints left.
fabrication technically because that's Blanc thinking about it and not actually we're not actually technically seeing it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It could be the fabrication. I don't know. Like Miles could have been wearing gloves upon visiting Andy, which then could have covered up his fingerprints, but he wasn't in that scene. But actually, when he shoots Helen, which is again Blanc bringing up who was holding the gun to shoot Helen, he's holding gloves in that scene. The use of gloves being brought up means that it's not just not present at all, because the gloves being brought up to hold the gun plays into that the fingerprints on it would have been to Duke then. So Duke would have been caused, even though Duke's already dead. So I guess in the time frame of that, no one would know who shot the gun for a police investigation on the firing of it. But then it brings up why weren't gloves brought up prior, and that could just go into Blanc not knowing gloves existed because it played off to the audience's perspective. I'm just thinking, from Miles being this getting away with murder, there's not a lot shown of him covering his tracks.
Well, no, he's stupid. I mean, that's unfortunately that's the crux
film.
of
The
He didn't
film
hire a
relies on
cleanup
him being
crew.
stupid. Yeah,
yeah. Which
So consistent.
I know.
Because it was talking about, and I know it's towards the end, but how he doesn't accomplish anything on his own. He hires people to do stuff. And then I'm just like, you're right. Why didn't he hire anyone to kill her or clean up this mess? Why did he do it? Why is he doing
because
it?
he's
Like, it's
that
the only thing he's
dumb,
ever
he
done in
doesn't.
his life.
Because the smart thing would be to hire somebody. He can't do that.
No, it's just it's so bad.
Only thing I can think of that is his hiring process would have to go through his fax, which you could shred the papers and everything, but then it's kind of a paper trail because
Well,
he'd have to go to
library
every fax
computer
station
or
that has the
something.
information.
He can ask someone else to borrow something. I mean, he's a billionaire. He doesn't have to use a fax machine.
No, but it's just kind of shown that's his way of communication.
But also, so because he kills Duke, and then okay. But here's the other problem, right? So he kills Duke. He then realizes that he has an opportunity to kill Helen, who's playing Andy. So then he shoots Andy, quotes, that's Helen. So now Helen is shot and killed, and then because Andy is suicide, there's so much like just loose ends. It's such a bizarre situation that I don't know how he would possibly get out of it because there's so many things.
I blame the writers.
because okay, Duke dies, so then somebody steals his gun. Who's gonna steal his?
Somebody in the room is stealing his gun.
Somebody in the room is stealing his gun. So, but okay, that's okay. Here's the other part, right? Obviously, in a situation when they're doing the whole wrap up and all this shit or whatever, the fact that when they're all like, nobody's gonna say anything, nobody's gonna say this on the paper, not realizing that, oh, one of us was gonna get set up because Miles was gonna get away scot-free for murder.
Yeah, probably. Unless the police would be just like, it was an accident. He accidentally had pineapple juice in his
Well, okay, no, pineapple juice, yeah, but then shooting somebody, like, who's gonna?
Well,
Because he can't just be. I guess we never found the person, even though it's a deserted island. I guess Daryl would have been the fall guy, huh?
maybe that's the reason for keeping him there.
Possibly, yeah.
There's no proof
It's
of
the
that.
smartest thing he ever did.
That would be the smartest.
Or the fabricated story could be brought up that since he was wearing gloves, so the only fingerprints on the gun would have either been Whiskey's or Duke's. They could. I'm curious of the time forensics could have picked it up, but if the shooting, if they played off that Duke shot Helen,
He was already dead.
Yeah, no, they would have. Time would have gotten him on that one.
yeah,
The
that's where they pieced that together.
it's just so the ending is just so messy. It makes
We'll
like if
get there.
we'll get there. I'm just it all these problems. It's the little threads just getting pulled.
Yeah, it's a death by 1,000 cuts for this film, honestly.
Yeah. Here's the thing, though. You know what? This is only like 6% less rated than Knives Out. It's 91%.
Is that critics or
on the
audience
Rotten
scores?
That's I didn't go that far. I'm just this
Is that Rotten Tomatoes?
that's so they only had the Metacritic for Knives Out is like 8.3. Rotten Tomatoes is like no, sorry, the average for Knives Out on Rotten Tomatoes is 8.3. The overall is 97, and this one it's like 91 on Rotten Tomatoes.
For critics or audience on Rotten Tomatoes?
I didn't check. I just saw it was on Wikipedia. Okay, all right. No.
Oh, credit in Wikipedia.
That's fake mad. It's not real. And I'll never be able to tell when I'm actually mad.
Timing.
No.
You always have to take into account Rotten Tomatoes how they get their scoring, though.
Listen.
Anything
By me
above
saying, by using the name Rotten Tomatoes, it's already doesn't account for anything.
That's kind of true.
That's
doesn't
very fair.
Yeah, I will say though, RogerEbert.com gave it a 4 out of 5. So
Out of 5 out of 5. So
I mean, I'm gonna stand on it in ceremony and say that they're wrong.
I
don't know if they did Knives Out.
in my notes.
They did Glass Onion.
Duke. I just wrote Dukey on his name.
Okay, yeah, go.
That was pretty much my comment there.
oh, your new notes had him as Dookie.
I'm assuming that's what Ryan was going for with naming him Duke. Is he's just Dukey. He's trash. He's poop. You know,
Yeah.
Ryan Johnson clearly doesn't like that archetype of a person.
It's such an exaggerated archetype. I'm not convinced it's an archetype. So it is, yeah. I'll jump to something probably smaller, just another little microcosm. Andy and Blanc introducing themselves to each other on the beach, which is Helen and Blanc reintroducing themselves on the beach. Would be neat if anybody was looking at them. I don't understand the point of them introducing themselves.
It's just for the audience.
Yeah, no, exactly. That's literally here just so the film could lie to the audience. That's what it's there for. If someone else there was looking at them, I'm like, all right, cool, that's awesome. They kept their cover, but literally everyone's walked off.
I mean, I don't have as big a problem with like just for audience things, but that one is sort of just because the reasoning behind its setup is, you know, we figure it out. It is kind of a little bit of a that doesn't. Looking back on it doesn't really make sense. Yeah,
there's a lot of little redundancies that are like that in this film. Just pointing out one of them, and I'll point out maybe a couple more as I remember them, because there's quite a few.
Yeah, it's not usually a problem, but in this one, it's a little bit of an issue because it doesn't really do anything.
All I can think of is an inference, possibly of like they don't know the security of the island. So if something's picked them up, that they actually have an introduction, then the rest of any conversation can actually be covered up.
I have to believe like that when they.
I have to believe Mr. Fax Machine Guy or Billionaire Genius over here has cameras set up.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure he would, but at least that was addressed in Knives Out.
But he doesn't have a dock that raises higher than low tide. Sorry.
I'm like that's an inference that I would like to make, but I'm given nothing as far as to make that reasonable. All you need is a camera somewhere in a shot, and then they don't have that.
What they do have is something that never came back. And what happened to that robot dog?
That robot dog is
with all the luggage?
He's the best character in this movie.
He's very consistent.
I can't tell if it was real or CGI'd.
It's real.
I mean, it definitely looks like CGI. But the dog itself is real. Like, I know those exist.
Yeah, it's a real design. It's a real design.
My point made.
Yeah. It's a
Don't know
real
if it's real.
yeah, it's a real design. It looks CGI. It's
And a good thing they established that there's no staff here except for Daryl for
He's
any
staff?
potential ending of a film.
honestly, before we get any further, I would like to compliment Ryan Johnson, so everyone can write this down as the history book as they want.
Oh, it's being recorded.
I know, right? So, in concept, Ryan did a good job by moving them to a remote island away from the police so that we don't have to deal with the police, being stupid or more or less to like forgetting to get evidence and stuff like that, like we did in the last film.
But he just couldn't leave well enough alone.
So, like, it's true. So, in concept, this is actually a very good place to hold your murder mystery because you have your excuse that the police are a good distance away. Like, they're not going to be there immediately. So, you have a good setup for your film by doing that, and especially in a murder mystery. So, I don't think Ryan Johnson obviously utilizes it well, but I appreciate that he addressed an issue from his previous film by finding an excuse to make it difficult for police access.
Yes. Because it's a classic, like, Agatha Christie kind of novel with the exotic locale and
yeah.
The very obvious separation from society kind of.
Only benefits a murder mystery, and that's placed even in the modern era.
Yeah. What we just get Murder on the Orient Express, and that's about it. Everything else is like I think he came in through a window. I guess if we're going to a positive, I like the Philip Glass reference.
Yeah, that got me to chuckle.
Yeah. I don't know if I appreciate that they kind of don't know if I appreciate the context of it, but I'm glad that he got a mention.
Well,
Yeah,
like
just
they
another
mentioned
class reference.
Banksy, right? And
It's
maybe
not a
I'm
Banksy.
Yeah, like he's like a street artist. He doesn't do like architectural sculptures, as far as I'm aware.
Well, no, how he composed the gong sound, right? That was why he got the mention.
The dong sound.
Yeah.
Philip Glass. But they're saying that the Banksy was the dock, the landing dock or whatever. But it was like 2 Neptunes or something, which is not
a Banksy.
Yeah, no, yeah. Which I couldn't tell if that was. But then Blanc talks about it later on. I think he calls it a Banksy or something, which doesn't make. I'm like, so I guess it's a Banksy, but it doesn't.
It's okay. I've learned that Ryan Johnson just doesn't understand things. He just likes to name drop stuff for meta. I mean, like he pretends that setting up Duke on Twitch is like equivalent to getting someone elected in office. So I found that funny, to be honest, but it tracks with Ryan Johnson's writing record. So
Ryan just doesn't understand things.
I've learned to just accept that as a part of his writing. Like, I agree, it's not a Banksy, but in this world, it could be, I guess, Ryan, if you want it to be.
I mean, it would have been fine if they just played off that. Oh, he's stupid. I mean, they only beaten that horse till it was a corpse. So
honestly.
what's
Yeah, I mean, our first like line of dialogue to him is like a reading and about holding a very famous guitar that he just drops like it's nothing.
Oh, that made me mad.
Oh, I'm sure it made you mad because you're a musician, and it made me mad because I'm like, wow, he's just a dick. I get it.
Yeah. Also,
okay.
he got a chord. He got a chord wrong in that song. Blackbird. He played the wrong chord. I was like, why doesn't it sound right? And then I looked into it, and it's like a foreshadowing that he doesn't really know what he's doing, or and I'm like, all right, that's what, Ryan Johnson, I'll give you that meta. That's good meta. That's good foreshadowing. It's you're not
stupid. Congratulations.
Yeah.
That's actually good.
It is good. It's good. I wish there was more subtle things like that than just kind of.
Hold on. I might actually be able to add one onto your list.
Okay, thank you. Please.
Yeah. So the notes, the different napkins, the stuff that's on Miles's fake napkin, it differs slightly because it's from his memory to what is on the actual napkin.
Ooh, it's also good.
Yeah. Mind you, I have a lot of issues with the napkin, but that was a detail I did appreciate. That's one of the few compliments I will give regarding the napkin situation.
And another positive in a similar vein, because it also involves the guitar again, is Ryan Johnson wrote the most acoustic guitar douchebag line where he goes, AK and Flea get all the credit, but I think Frusciante's the heart of the Chili Peppers. I have met that person at so many guitar centers, at so many very, very on point.
You sold it.
Yeah.
Crimson, can I make a jab at you?
Oh, I love getting jabbed at.
Jab?
28 minutes, 13 seconds. When Whiskey comes out of the swimming pool, did you have to skip that scene?
Is that a jab? No, I did not. But I did leave a note on there. Funny enough, it's really funny that you pointed that out for me. I pointed it out for you on my notes.
Interesting.
I wrote. Where's it at? It was something along the lines of Sprinks is going to talk about the lighting here. Is what my note was along the lines of.
Yes, that was certainly a cover photo shoot shot.
Yeah, it was not
that
natural.
Was very no, that was not.
Yeah. Ryan wanted to just accentuate how hot Whiskey is. I guess that was his goal.
That was.
It does burn.
Yeah, I was making a jab at Crimson with his Christmas Vacation tradition.
Yeah.
A little bit more skin on that one.
It's like so there's this. Next level would be Christmas Vacation, and then third would be Fast Times at Ridgemont High. That would be that would be that's the order of that tier. What was something to that I wanted to touch? Oh, so they do that scene with Whiskey coming out of the pool, hot, steamy, all the adjectives and things for sexy. And right before that, Birdie's like, I'm going to go swim. And then that happens. And then she's like, you know what? I'll just stay up here. I might be a little tone deaf, maybe, but so I'm just trying to get the temperature of the room on this one. So do you think that she wanted to look at Whiskey, or do you think that she was then embarrassed that she wasn't, she's a little bit older, she's not quite as, in her prime anymore, and she didn't want to be embarrassed?
Leaning more the second one. I saw it as that Birdie likes to be the center of attention, and with what Whiskey just pulled, she wouldn't be.
Yeah. See, that was my thought, but I was like, maybe because she pretty much flirts with kind of like everybody.
Primarily Miles,
so like,
but
Birdie. Yeah.
Okay.
So all right, that's point decided.
Gotcha. I do like when Birdie's talking to Claire. I think it's Claire or Peg. Talking to Peg, I think, and the reveal
Peg.
When she takes her hat off and Helen is right behind her in frame. I thought that was really shot well.
That was a good shot. I honestly kind of wish somebody want to touch on something.
Huh?
I thought somebody.
It sounds like you're touching on it.
Well, no, I thought somebody went like something get sparked, so I didn't want to.
Oh, it was Crimson just snapping his knees. Continue.
Makes it sound that okay. I kind of wish there was more, because that's sort of the only, I guess, real Birdie moment we kind of get in the movie, and I kind of wish he had more of those lucid things. I mean, I can understand that it probably wouldn't really fit her character through the whole thing, but it was sort of the one moment that I thought she was like an actual character and not just a punchline for a bunch of gags.
Yeah. I guess this might be an appropriate time for me to put it out. I got, being the first time watching of this, I got caught with the red herring.
Whoa. What are you defining as red herring in this?
I thought Birdie was the murderer.
Oh. I mean, I get.
And they played it off pretty well with how they were doing things, which got me a little, like, I guess I'm middle of the road of it, because it really played off to me that Birdie was the killer, and then it wasn't Birdie, and it was Miles. And how they explain Miles goes into things. It's one of those things, I guess, with Knives Out that was brought up, that the audience playing along to trying to guess who it is with the hints given is helpful, but when they're not given to the audience and they're just explained later, is not a defeatist purpose, but just like a different approach to the reveal. And they kind of, and I think they did it more so in Glass Onion than they did in Knives Out of that aspect, because I picked up my thought on Birdie when, after showing the news on the phone of Duke showing it to Miles, and Miles walked off, I guess, with the gun, the next person to approach Duke was Birdie before he drank, and that made me think that Birdie poisoned him or took the gun because she was the last one seen with Duke. And then also, to piece onto it, when they're all talking about being at Andy's house and Duke was already there, and Claire and Lionel show up and they say Birdie came later, they never show Birdie being there. And I just went, oh, this is more Birdie. And I thought the use of like gloves covers a more female hand or feminine hand in that scene. So it's covered, because I don't know. I just thought like the glove usage on the gun shooting Helen, I thought would be very good to like hide who it was than an identifiable hand. So just play more into Birdie. And Birdie, I don't know if she's the first one to leave, but during the bits of like who's in the hallway during the shadows and everything, Birdie's one who's not shown. So I guess those are like three pieces of evidence to me that came across that kind of played into me thinking it was Birdie.
I guess for me, because it was my first time seeing it as well, I did figure out it was Miles, and it's not due to evidence per se, but more the meta. I've seen a lot of like cop shows and murder mystery stuff, so I kind of have a general idea on picking up what the writers are trying to do. In particular, the line, and I have it written here. Well, can't rule it out, but Miles Bron is not an idiot to risk committing murder after a very public court case, possibly of that email of Andy's coming to light, would be an exceedingly stupid thing to do, especially if someone was willing to do it for him.
I like that you wavered in and out of doing an accent.
I did.
While you were...
But that line, when Helen brought up, well, it could be Miles, and LeBlanc disregarding it as it would be stupid for him. And this was before it was well established that he was stupid. But that was like, oh, okay, this is a writer thing trying to dissuade, not our writer, trying to dissuade the audience of automatically dismissing the suspect. So I latched onto that, and then once we figured out the whole red envelope, like what the significance of it is, I'm like, okay, Miles has the most to lose from this, so I'm latching on him as my suspect, and then I stuck with it until the end, and it ended up working out.
I did not guess it on my first watch.
On my first watch, I was bouncing around for the first half of the film, and then the second half of the film, I'm like, oh, it's Miles.
Well, yeah, I think by the second half, but like
when we get a different movie the second time around, I knew it was Miles.
Yeah.
But to answer your question, Springs, I get the red herring. I agree. Birdie's got a lot going for her in terms of suspicion.
Yeah,
It's
just
kinda
played it off well.
Yeah.
In that instance
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah, I feel like probably Birdie and Andy probably have the most motive, but I think Birdie has more moments that are
Like I said,
suspicious
my
than
my thing with this is that every evidence that you would have gathered as an audience member the first half is pretty much useless the second half. That's one thing I didn't really like about this film as a as far as a construct in the genre itself. But I kind of I stowed that away because it's a very personal thing. I feel like that could work in a better written film, like the idea of the changing the narrative perspective from what was essentially LeBlanc to Helen. Um, it can work. I just don't think it works very well here in terms of its structure, but I can attribute most of that to being subjective. I think there's a lot of problems with it, with how it's executed. Um, but I obviously yeah. So anyway, to go back to your first point, I'm meandering now, so I'm gonna go back to the
no,
original
it's
point
yeah.
and say, yeah, I get why Birdie was your prime suspect, Springs. I don't recall if she was my prime suspect at first, in my first watch through, but I do recall her being up there until we got to the second half of the film.
Meat and potatoes.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I
Sinister.
just a quick little thing. I had to stop the movie at one point and rewind because I kind of forgotten. There's a moment about right before kind of the switch over, where when they discovered the glass that Duke drank from was Miles's glass, and Edward Norton makes the stupidest face. Fitting for the character, because my glass. Oh,
Oh, that was
Oh, the zoom in.
that
That's
is
That's acting.
yeah. That's
it is.
acting. I like probably
him
like
acting, someone acting.
knowing after what by the end of it, like coming in knowing, I'm like, wow, that is such an off. It's so calling attention to it.
Yeah. I
very
agree. I think it's uh obviously I like Edward Norton bad acting as
Yeah,
a person in this world acting. I think Edward Norton does a good job with the materials given.
unless it's the Hulk, and then he gets fired for bringing trying to make it good.
That sounds about right.
His words, not mine.
I oh yeah. I'm just gonna blanket agree.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. I was skimming my
yeah.
notes. I'm just gonna blanket agree.
Okay, thank you.
I like
I
the
should
filming
wish
technique.
wish I'd used that for something better.
I like the filming technique to cover up the possibility of Duke having Miles' cup, because I did go back a little.
Incident. Yeah.
Duke wasn't in the Mona Lisa discussion scene where Miles is passing out drinks, and then the dinner when they're around the table. Duke's cup is, everyone seems to have a wine glass with like water, but Duke's drink looks very similar to Miles, which then gets played off later that their cups look real close. So that all play into the coincidental incident part, because Miles didn't know of anything prior to Duke unless Duke and Miles like the same drink, which is a possibility, but that's not said. Just that they have very similar cups. But it's never really shown Duke drinking until the point where he gets poisoned. So I like that whole background usage, that it's not like out of the blue difference, and it's played smoothly into kind of how Blanc explains at the end. Like, you don't look at the things that aren't present; you're focused on the things that are shown.
Which is true, because in the original shot, we actually do see Miles handing Duke directly the drink with pineapple in it.
Yeah, that
And
was
then
something I had to go back on after
yeah,
the movie.
yeah, and then obviously the film, quote unquote, misdirects you intentionally, with intention, or lies to you, whatever one you want to go with, is when we're
Lies.
showing that the revisionist scene from Duke taking the drink from in front of Miles as he sets it down instead of handing it to him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In a weird way,
Yeah.
this is a kind of, so I like using the visual medium to kind of portray different narrative perspectives. What I don't like is that it's like reinforcing the misdirect rather than just letting eagle-eyed viewers go, huh, that's not what happened. Because if eagle-eyed viewers were paying attention, they would know that Miles handed him the drink.
I feel like
That might be too. That might be too. But see, that might be like too much giving the game away that it was Miles who did it. You know. So I get that. I guess that's why the misdirect reshoots are in there.
The one thing I feel like it's weakened by is the fact that this was a streaming pretty much only movie, so you could pause it and go back, which makes this a better theater experience movie, probably if you're a first time viewer, because you can't you kind of have to trust. Oh, yeah, that must have been how it happened or something, unless you're paying attention. You know?
Yeah. Not everyone does what we do.
They don't lay down a thing of like one of those shots that give extra seconds to play into like, oh, what's the significance of the drawn out, which they do once in this movie, of when Blanc is like behind the statue listening in on the conversation and leaves. There's an extra there's an extra like 3 seconds just on the statue. Yeah. And I'm like, what's the significance building onto this? And at the end of the movie, there was nothing there to build onto the, I guess, possibly just a tension rise. Yeah.
If that's the thing with like
a comedy side.
Whodunit, everything means something until it doesn't.
Yeah. That's again where I take a lot of subjective issue with the film, is because it's being meta because we're all looking for clues. So Ryan's laughing at us because he didn't put any in there.
Here's some. It's because and I used to kind of poo-poo it. I'm like, oh, it's obvious or whatever. But I have a real life example of something that was like, oh yeah, red herrings. They use it so much because they do work. It's they work pretty much all the time. Because Sprinks and Crimson and I were playing a game recently where I'm not going to say what it was, but the solution was simple, and we were technically given the tools for it, but there were so many red herring that what was a simple thing that would have probably taken us 10, 15 seconds or whatever, ended up taking us like 10, 15 minutes because we were thinking, we were looking at all this stuff and overthinking the entire thing.
Yep, I know what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
I think I know what you're talking
Very
about.
Recent.
Did it have to do with dinosaurs and spaceships?
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Yeah,
that sounds like fun. Whatever that is.
It was a video. It was a video game. I'll put that up. It was a video game, but I don't. It does not important to know what the game was. But it was just like
I think I can make a few educated guesses, so I don't need to.
Yeah, you can. You could probably figure it out.
Yeah. I am in agreement with that parallel, Sinister. It was very simple once you figured it out, which I think Crimson figured it out. But there were so many other things around where the puzzle was that you're picking up all these other things that don't relate.
Yeah, there's such a thing as trying to oversaturate like your perception of what's going on, and in that vein, you could then like sneak something past the audience theoretically.
If the important thing is a gun, you want to have as many guns around as possible, so there's an overabundance. So you're like, okay, well, it can't be the gun then. There's so many guns, like that can't possibly be the answer, or all that kind of stuff. Of you just
because you have lighter bit, kind of like Last Crusade with the Holy Grail. All these grails, all these different looking ones, but it's the one that's
excellently. Sorry, regular show. But yeah, exactly. It's just the overabundance of choice is very what would be the word? Very stupefying or something.
Oh, puzzling.
Yeah, puzzling, stupefying. If you give too much of something, you're gonna get stuck. And that's what you want.
Like question regarding this, like him passing the drink to Duke. You've been a proponent,
Yeah.
for the mystery movies we've covered thus far. That it doesn't make for a very good mystery if it's too easy to solve. Do you think this is in line with that? Because if someone did see that and then it's blatantly lied about in the movie, they would automatically probably think it's Miles.
Yeah, if someone saw it.
Yeah. So I'm just curious how that is in line with the statements you've been making thus far.
If someone saw it, then Miles would have to backtrack as hard as he could, and that would easily put a target on him. But no one saw him.
Okay, I guess I'm going with like a broad spectrum because that's what you've labeled the other movies as. Is like they're not very good mysteries because they're solvable too easily. This is like if you catch it, it's solved pretty much.
Yeah.
It's not a extrapolate. So would this be in the it's not a very good mystery thing then, or what?
No, this is a good mystery because no one saw it. It plays into Miles being dumb and doing publicly.
I don't think that's Crimson is trying to say.
Then I'm not grasping what's being asked.
But I think he's saying from an audience perspective, not from
because
character's
we
perspective.
can see that Miles handed him the drink. That makes it a bad mystery because it's obvious it's Miles. That he's pointing out that's the consistency that you've had with the other films regarding the audience being able to figure it out. Right?
Ryder, in your "we," is it the prior start of Duke's death or the explanation from Blanc?
I can answer the question. I think what when he quote unquote hands him the drink, that that
Miles
happens.
hands Duke the drink.
Yeah, you see it. When he then dies, it's pretty obvious that if you're paying attention to it, the last person to touch that was Miles. So obviously, Miles is involved. I don't know if you would immediately jump to the killer.
Then lies, and then Miles
Yeah,
lies.
Miles then lies that he didn't know. Yeah, that he took. Yeah.
So my statement is the fact that it's so blatant. If you glance at it and notice, it's pretty much solved. Is that a bad mystery? Based off of what you've been stating in the other.
That really plays into the viewpoint. I'm still saying no because that's not how I see it. Yes, Miles hands the cup, but that doesn't mean the poison was in the cup prior, which could be explained later. Like, because Knives Out did it, Glass Onion does it, where they explain something in a past tense. Let me finish, hang on. Where it's a past tense situation where they cover up by, like, thinking of something that was connected to something and then showing it in a fabrication of a mind of memory upon something happening. It doesn't rule Miles out of not being a suspect because he's in contact with the cup, but just because he passes the cup that kills Duke doesn't mean he's solely the one ease. It just means he's also contended with everyone else in the room. What does help is that it's not actually Duke's cup, it's Miles's cup, which does a cover up onto Miles, being that someone tried to kill him, which he plays into very well by trying to hide behind Blanc, whereas he actually put it in his own because, of course, that's the easiest thing for him to do is put it in his own because no one's looking at his own drink other than himself. But to get it then into Duke's hand, which went into earlier by convenience saying that Duke's cup looks very similar to Miles's cup, so it wouldn't be completely different onto Duke taking it.
But the fact that he gives him the glass, Duke dies, and then he lies about that Duke took his glass. or Duke like accidentally grabbed his glass instead of him handing him the glass. Isn't that kind of enough of a? Because you wouldn't need to lie if you know, because then you could just be like, oh yeah, I handed him my glass. It was
Well,
meant
it's
for
not
me
the
or whatever.
but it's just the audience. If someone saw it, he handed it.
We also see him make the
You're
drink
right.
too.
Someone else could have poisoned it, but the moment he establishes the lie, oh, he must have grabbed my glass, then the viewer who caught him handing it over will probably have solved it.
I don't think that there's two different shots shown. One is the
Well,
fabrication
yeah,
story, and one's the real story, and they start with the fabrication one.
No, they
Wait,
start
wait,
with
So
the
the
real
audience
one.
doesn't see that.
No, they start
they
with the
start
real
with the
one.
real one.
We see him hand him
Yeah.
the drink, not that he picks
Mhm.
up the drink.
Then
That's
that
what I
goes
had
on,
to.
That goes on to me because I didn't see it.
Yeah, I rewound after I finished the movie to see if it was him handing it in the beginning, and it was.
Is a
The
blink
only
and you
time
miss
it
it.
shows the alternative of what's his name? The guy,
Miles.
Duke.
No, Duke.
Of Duke grabbing it off the table is when LeBlanc's expositoring all the. Well, you only believed it because it was told, and that's how you pictured it.
That's how we
That
all
whole
did.
see that
Yeah.
POV.
I will say one thing. If he had an allergic reaction, his tongue would have like swollen and stuff. Or it would have been a little bit
Shown signs of
anaphylaxis.
allergic
Yeah.
reaction.
Yeah. To add on a little bit more, I think Duke was drinking before then. We don't see him like
Yeah, he was.
He wasn't given like handed a drink or anything, but he was drinking when he and Andy get into their little spat and Helen walks out. Sorry,
Mhm.
it's
No,
Andy
no.
for now, but
Yeah. I don't know, but yeah, I kind of in agreement with Crimson where there is you have to be watching for it. So I'm not gonna say it's easy, but there is a very obvious moment where it can go into, oh, Miles is the killer, solved it. And I mean, it is up to the audience to catch it, but it's there.
Yeah, I just have it as it could be.
Okay. Crimson, do you want to keep going on this, or should we move to a different point?
No, I was just waiting on the direction of who's next.
Oh, sorry. Okay, I didn't. Hard to tell. Silent. Okay, that's kind of the middle part.
I'll go.
Okay.
A line I
Okay.
liked is the when Miles is around all the friends and Helen comes before she kind of goes on a little tangent, and Miles is explaining how they're all got their name of the disruptors, and he says like the name disruptors, all of us, while talking to Blanc, which then made me question Blanc into the mix of also being a disruptor in that group, but not a part of the team. But it does play onto that. Yes, Blanc does disrupt the entirety of the murder mystery game and solving the murder and the cover up of all that's going on.
Yeah. Sorry, I don't have much to add on to that, but yeah.
That's cool.
let's see. I will jump to the pool scene. We see Miles quickly cover up Duke, saying like, "Hey, remember when you almost hit me outside of Andy's house?"
I touched on that a little bit earlier. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's again nice little nugget to leading into Duke not being smart, but also leading into that he knows that Miles was there. Kind of set up, I guess.
I will say a little bit of movie magic that you can't even hear him say Andy in the original version, whereas you can in the flashback.
Yes, that is true.
So a little
editing / movies lying to you, so you don't put pieces together.
Yeah.
Used to that. And then obviously you have a Blanc snooping around. In this version, obviously we see Duke run past, and then obviously like a scene later after Blanc deals with a bunch of alarms, he's behind Duke spying on him, and we get a whole fucking story between those scenes in the future. So doesn't really help the audience figure out the mystery. It's just the film lying to us to facilitate a very particular plot.
They would never lie.
Movies always tell the truth.
That's
Let's look
not
at
true.
Birth of a Nation. That's
Yeah,
gonna
The
be cut.
Patriot.
That's gonna... No.
Sorry.
American Sniper? What?
Fake babies. Is it true about the craftsmanship of the paint strokes on the Mona Lisa?
Yes, that is a real thing. It's called a Sufatro or Sufatro, something like that.
Yeah,
I did look that up.
That sounds right, and I remember Mom teaching me that. I just don't know. That sounds right. I don't know the exact word though.
They did the research on that, but not with the Mona Lisa's painted on. Which bugs me.
Yep. Also,
because I thought
the ending.
I thought that was going to be like something where he was like, comically wrong, but you weren't aware enough to do it, and then I was, oh, that's actually real. Why was that real?
Also, the Mona Lisa's too big.
Oh,
that's a classic one. Everyone fucks that up. I'm not surprised.
Yeah, it's tiny.
Grandiose.
Oh, he's an idiot. What if that's not the real one?
I mean,
no.
I hope it's not the real one. But if it's not the real one, it kind of screws over the quote unquote climax of the film. So
Sfumato, that's what it's called.
Alone with the Louvre or whatever. So if they're committing fraud on him for the loan, then that's kind of a big legal issue. So I don't think that the museum would be doing that.
Listen, I'm all for Miles getting his comeuppance, but I would have preferred if it wasn't at the cost of a masterpiece.
Oh, come on, don't you
that
see
part
what
irritated me?
Don't you understand the symbolism of what Rian Johnson's trying to tell you?
I could tell that because Crimson absolutely hates those people that go to museums and throw like yellow paint on art pieces.
Yeah, because to me, I value those art more than their lives. Because those pieces of art have been around longer than they will ever be, and mean way more than their little lives. That's how I view that stuff.
Okay.
I know, dark stuff, but hey,
dark.
View on it. I don't know if dark's the right word.
This is Crimson's gone dark. This is his edgy period.
Sure, edgy.
He's been a detective for too long. He's been been seeing the dark side of humanity a little too long. See, I'm the thing that annoys me really a lot about that scene is more the symbolism of what Rian Johnson's trying to proclaim, because he's not subtle, and it really gets under my skin.
Not much subtle about this movie.
No, there isn't. In fact, it's just dumb.
It's as subtle as an elephant.
So dumb, it's brilliant.
No, it's just dumb.
No, just dumb.
Yeah, you really got to get the southern draw.
I thought the possibility of the Mona Lisa paint stroke explanation to go with the swap between the smile and frown on her could play into the previous Knives Out of the Harlem painting as an explanation.
I mean, it might be. It's still I think it's still a used technique, not widely used, but some people do use it. I couldn't really find any definitives on that.
The Harlem painting, were you talking about how it was like a green screen in the background, or what do you mean?
No, that it changed.
That it changes. Like it's just like a stoic look and then a smile look.
He's trying to give a real life or
I'm
a
just
real
saying
life
this
reason
movie kind of
why
puts a
would be.
world sense onto that then.
I
So instead of
totally
it being a movie magic thing, it's actually a thing. Real life.
I forgot that everyone got biotech bracelets that unlocks their rooms for them. This is relevant later
did
when someone
nothing?
needs to run around and go
Yeah.
into people's rooms.
Perhaps.
I don't think it unlocked. It did unlock them. I thought it just showed them to the rooms.
It did both. He specifies both, I believe.
Yeah.
That's.
Yeah, I know, right? This film is so well written.
See, she
They
just
don't even
doesn't
have
use
any doors. There's no doors anywhere.
No, it doesn't make any sense.
Wait, so then where's Blanc? Where's Blanc at? I don't understand. That's the other part.
That's a good question. I have
He's
no idea.
outside in a launching. That's his
Is he like
room.
a guest? Is he with Daryl? Guest house?
That would be funny if it just to cut away at some point in the film with him and Daryl in their bedroom together, sharing a cigar and a cigarette as they just talk. That would be funny. Peak comedy for me if they nailed that scene.
Let's go to Sinister for a point.
It's not a very big point, but I think Daniel Craig's wardrobe in this movie got him the gig playing William S. Burroughs in Queer, because it's very similar. It's very similar.
A little.
Linen focus, because it's. I might be incorrect because it's been a while since I've read Burroughs, but I think that one is set in like Morocco, or kind of one of those exotic for the 19. I mean, it's still kind of exotic, but for the 1950s and 40s exotic locales of Morocco or Marrakesh. So it's a similar vibe.
Yeah, the like blue and white striped like swimwear, I guess.
Yeah, that one's a little. I don't know if I get in the
Supposedly that was
pool.
based off of a Frank Sinatra outfit.
Yeah, it's very kind of Rat Packish.
Okay, so I'm on the fence about this one. But Blanc's quote unquote sleuthing as he's walking through the pool and just being non-conspicuous at all with the governor and Lionel talking. Claire and Lionel talking like in the corner trying to be like on the DL. Is this supposed to be him fishing him towards like him being there and walking towards him? Is this supposed to keep them in the corner like towards where Helen is supposed to be able to listen in on them?
I don't think he knows she's there.
Yeah, I don't think he does either, which is why
He doesn't know where she is, but I think he's also being in the center of the quote unquote room, so getting ears on any angle.
yeah, well, I mean, in the scene he can't hear them. He just knows they're being suspicious.
He's observing.
He's observing.
But
Okay.
I don't think he's pushing up towards her. No.
Okay. Yeah. I guess I have it's just him being a bad sleuth, or
Oh yeah,
which I'm fine
best.
with, I guess, because even though he's supposed to be the world's greatest detective or whatever, but
Well, he's not Batman.
He solved this. This was the hardest case.
it's the hardest case for him specifically because he's not good with stupid stuff.
what a
Stuff
really
that isn't around.
what a really dumb character weakness to give your characters. I don't.
Yeah, you know.
Anyway,
I mean, it on paper it makes sense, but I'll
its execution is the
Yeah,
problem.
It's
Yeah,
not
that's-
vomiting lies.
yeah, that's the one plus. That's
That's true.
there's none of that in here.
I'll take him bad at Clue or not liking Clue over vomiting one line.
Also, with that scene that I saw was a nitpick writer is that Helen teleports across the pool.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, she teleports this whole movie basically. It's very confusing.
I don't know about that.
She's always in the right place
Well,
at the right
it's just
time.
That's
she doesn't
true.
she doesn't teleport, but we don't really have a good layout for
What rooms
Where-
connect where?
what rooms are connected where, how big the island is, how
it's convenient that she searches Duke's and Whiskey's room last in order for Whiskey to be there and her to completely misread the situation. Because if she was in any other room, Whiskey would have just gone there and cried, and then she could have returned at her own time to Blanc.
Yeah, that would have been good to have a hallway scene of everyone kind of going off into their rooms down a hallway and Duke and Whiskey kind of walking past the camera to show they're at the end.
Yeah, that would be
Could have
nice.
played it off with that.
Yeah, on a more technical level, I do think where things are on this island is a bit of a problem for the audience to grasp, which is not good I view that as an objective problem when a murder mystery, when you're trying to typically put things together, but since the movie blatantly lies to the audience anyway to misdirect us, it's less of an issue here than it normally might have been, but it's still a problem.
Trying to think how important the locations are to the events happening, and I don't think it's that impactful
In this film,
like
yes.
in Clue. Like Clue, obviously, it's important to know where all the rooms are.
Yeah, it
So you
varies.
know
It
where all the
varies with
characters are when
intensity
the power
on.
goes out and
It's
stuff.
yeah, it's not super important for like the. I just feel like it would be a very easy thing to sort of have the layout kind of, be
It wouldn't hurt it.
clearer.
Yeah, to clarify, it's the necessity of it matters based on the film that we're watching, because obviously we're not stuck in one location for the Sherlock films.
Yeah.
But with this film, because we are stuck in one location, I feel like a better layout would help us track the geography of where people are disappearing to when the lights go out, or why Andy or Helen explored Duke and Whiskey's room last, etc., etc. I think knowing the layout of this place would help in building the structure of this murder mystery a little more.
I agree with both what Ryder just said there and Crimson's point. I think it's definitely wanted but not needed.
Yeah, in this one.
Yeah, it's not. It there's not, because there's not like a lot of like, well, where did you go? Where
Yeah,
how long were you
like I said,
gone
in
for,
this
kind
one,
of- yeah.
because we the audience are essentially left uninformed for the first half of the film, it doesn't play any relevance until essentially when Helen is searching the rooms, and even then it's not needed because it's so like it's such in the back burner of where it is, where things are. So in a weird way,
Yeah,
he gets around it being an issue by creating another issue, which is
well, Rian Johnson, it's like whack-a-mole, right?
certainly feels like it
I have
sometimes.
Question to pitch, possibly answered. The glass to cover the Mona Lisa to protect it upon a noise or someone starting a fire or something like that, and then the failsafe is pushing the little like gnome thing to save it.
Yeah.
What is causing it to go down
Yeah.
every time Duke's phone goes off?
It's to illustrate how sensitive it is, that even like the vibration, because they would, like, if there was like an earthquake or something, it would need to close so that the painting would still be like protected. It's dumb. We're going to use that a lot. That's probably the most used word in it. It's dumb because it's just kind of like keeps going off and off, and I personally got annoyed by it. But it's just to showcase how sensitive it is, even though it's only for very specific things and not for like talking or anything else.
Yeah, Miles explicitly stated that it's so sensitive that a phone notification can trigger it.
Which is a weird thing to specify, but
okay,
notification would trigger it.
But both those answers make me feel like I worded my question incorrectly.
Because that's probably not what I'm asking. But go on. Yeah.
I'm asking what's causing it to go down. What makes it
like
shut off?
Mechanism or something?
Yes.
Like, why does it keep opening up?
No, he's asking. Yeah.
Yes.
Why does it keep reopening?
No, well, yeah. Why does it? Yeah. Why does that? Yeah. No, I couldn't tell you.
Like Duke's phone goes off, it goes up because of a ding on his phone, but no one's pushing the gnome for it to go down, and then it goes down. So every time Duke's phone gets a notification, it keeps going up. For that like
for the movie moments.
I don't know what's causing it to go back down.
I can tell you why it's there. It's just to raise tension with the scene. I had no idea why the mechanism works this specific way. I'm given nothing from the film.
Miles said he likes to not have the glass on there to see it better.
But the
So-
failsafe has to be pushed in order for it to open.
To go down.
So yeah,
Only thing I
no,
could see played into the difference is fire keeps it
Okay.
permanently up,
no,
and noise
okay,
is down.
So the failsafe is not the failsafe. So it's supposed to be permanently closed. There's not supposed to be. You're not supposed to be able to like open it, to get into it. It's supposed to be closed all the time. He put in something to negate it once it has been closed. So that little workaround with the Fool on the Hill statue. So if I'm understanding it correctly, if it's open and you kind of come near it, it'll sense that there's a vibration and it'll close. So there's supposed to be no way for it to ever be open if something's happened to it. I'm guessing. I don't know if that's a real mechanism, so I'm not sure. But yeah, he would have to hit that thing if it's closed in order for it to open up.
Okay, but if it's
what we're led to do.
priorly set to stay open the entire time.
That's the other
versus
thing. I
closed the
think
entire time.
I think it opens back up. But so if he was to get like closer to it, it would, I guess, detect that like he was walking or whatever, and it would close.
I'm going with when he lights his match. It's to me, I see a nitpick either way unless it's explained to me. Duke's phone going off and it closing and then reopening on its own without anyone having to touch it could work if it's designed to stay open the entire time. So it's like a protection thing and then it goes down. But then when Miles is explaining the mechanisms of it and lights is like lighter and it goes up because he lights it, when he turns it off, it doesn't go back down. He has to go push the failsafe for it to go down. Which then,
fire
in
might
that
have a higher
instance,
security or something.
that's what I'm going with. Is fire a permanent lock and noises aren't?
Probably.
I don't see why that would be, but based off of the evidence we have, that's what I'm going to have to go with on it.
Okay.
And also, why would he show the override to these people?
Because they're his disruptors, and he trusts
they're
them.
friends.
He trusts them.
He trusts them. Even though they all have a reason to kill him.
Well, that happens later. That's after the scene, to be fair.
Remember, he's dumb.
Not like Whiskey throwing herself all over him in front of Duke, and
yeah. As much as
which we learn later why, but but still.
Yeah. It's not subtle, but I do appreciate the show and tell with Miles and Whiskey's affair.
That I thought was very cool.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's not subtle. I do appreciate the show and tell. So like Duke being awkward when Miles and Whiskey embrace a little too intimately, like on the beach, or when Birdie was hanging off of Miles and switches over to hang out with Blanc, and Whiskey takes her place on Miles's couch, and Duke sits across from them. And obviously, the implication here is when Blanc brings up he's got motive to kill you. It's like, oh, Duke doesn't know about that. Obviously, to us, the audience on a first viewing,
does.
Yes, he does. The audience to a first viewing on that is supposed to be the affair, but it's actually referring to the Alpha News bit that we learned later on in the recontextualization. So there's a lot of that was some good show and not tell with that relationship.
I liked all of it. There was one little nit I had, which is a shot of when Blanc is looking, the first one of Blanc looking at Duke, seeing the affair situation.
Yeah.
And then later we know Helen's with him, and they kind of do the same shot of Helen being on the next hedge over. Yeah. It made me go all the way back, seeing if it was like the hat scene at the pool when Birdie takes her hat off and Helen's in the background kind of cover up. If Duke's head is actually covering Helen behind his head, because I'm like, that would have been so cool if it's just like slightly shifted and shot for later, so she was there the whole time. No, she's not there.
Yeah, I know. That's I did the same thing, Sprinks, because I remember that being an issue.
Me a little.
Yeah, there's a like I said, there's another shot like that a little when she's walking away from the pool and Duke is walking away in the background with we get our Claire and Lionel continuation of the shot in this version. I think the camera's a little bit shifted, but you would still see Duke in the original shot anyway. It doesn't do a good job of hiding, I guess, the recreation of it, the shots, and which is a shame because I actually, it got under my skin too, Springs, because I got more of that in my second viewing than in my first.
Yeah.
In our Game of Shadows coverage, we talked about murder mysteries, like retroactively changing a scene to later reveal something that wasn't there originally. Spriggs brought that up as something, and then Ryder's like, "Thank you for hinting at that for something later in the season."
Congratulations,
I imagine
this is it.
was what you're referring to.
Yes, it happens. I think 4 times throughout the film. I don't necessarily count the reimagining of Miles handing Duke a drink, because that's obviously intentional with the deliberately trying to change the scene to the audience. But stuff that wasn't changed, I think it happens 3 or 4 times in this film. That's 2 that I mentioned, and I'll bring up the other 2 in my notes if I remember to.
Well, best of luck.
Yes.
Okay, here's something I want to touch on. So, because we talked about the Mona Lisa a little bit already with the wrapping and everything, how do we all feel about the continuous use of the line, "I want to be responsible for something that's in the same breath as the Mona Lisa," and nobody understanding what that means?
I like it.
I think that people who don't get the line, I think, are idiots. But I think
that's okay. That's what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's very obvious what the intention behind the line is. So I'm annoyed that people don't understand what he's saying without them having to be explicit about it.
Yeah, because I will say he's an idiot, but that's the one thing where I was like, I know exactly what he's talking about, and it's the one thing that nobody seems to get.
Yeah, it's a little weird. But to get to your point, Springs, I think I like the line. I just didn't need anybody to clarify what it meant, because it's so obvious what it meant.
Well, that would be a point of Sinister. He brought it up, not me.
I'm saying I'm just agreeing with you, Springs, because you said you liked the line.
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. And I think I agree. I think I like the line. I'd want to retool it so it's not used as often. But I think I do like it as a implication of a kind of immortality. It fits well in with a lot of themes from other stories and how art can transcend time until it's burned to the ground. And kind of getting to Crimson's haha funny art matters to is timeless. Art can be.
Yeah.
So
art can be. Another point I want to bring up. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, you go. No, you go. My point, I can do whatever.
I was just going to piggyback. Ryder, you saying you wanted to possibly remove the line for its usage amount. Which one would you remove?
Sorry, to clear the retooling is I would remove the just the clarification of it means immortality. I would probably remove the final one, maybe, because it's obvious when she spells out, and you will be remembered to being the guy who destroyed the Mona Lisa. Like, that for me is enough. I didn't need the line verbatim to be spat back at me. If I were to rework a line, it would be that one. But it works. I'm fine with it being repeated.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes, I do like my thoughtful echoes. So
Yeah, I mean, as far as like echoes go, it's not the worst version of it, but it did kind of. I was like, why do we keep having to nobody understands what he's saying, because it's the most obvious thing so far, but it's more of an annoying thing than a real blunt to the movie. Her Andy losing the napkin and then finding the napkin is I don't know how I feel about that.
Lucky. is what it is.
Yes.
I'm angry she didn't rip her house up looking for it during the court case or before it the court case.
Yeah, that she waited till after to. That one's a little bit of the obvious. That one just doesn't really make any sense because it's.
Maybe she didn't. Well, until that realization, she didn't realize how much her friends weren't actually her friends.
I mean, maybe, but
Well, I
still,
mean, she extorts them to apologize to get her back, which is what. Okay, I kind of want to dive into all of that now, but I can wait a little longer.
Yeah, we're getting there. We're inching closer. My last thing is for that particular thing is I like that Miles essentially rips off Steve Jobs' look, minus the glasses, and he's not wearing a turtleneck. He's wearing just a sweater, but
That's
basically
funny.
just steals Steve Jobs' look.
Well, this is what they believe. This is what Ryan Johnson believes tech billionaires look like. So they all have to wear turtlenecks and.
Maybe he got it so correct that now they're starting to change it, so they're dressing.
Yeah, I
Like
don't
a
know if
different
I'd put
form
that
of-
credits onto Ryan Johnson. More so
Nah,
onto
it's
Miles.
probably costuming. I'll jump
Let's go to
to.
Crimson.
Oh,
I
Yeah,
was going to say
Crimson.
Crimson's been a little quiet.
All right.
Yeah, he's-
I will talk about the solid hydrogen fuel.
Clear.
with a
I
K.
don't know why everyone was so up in arms about it, because we have a lot of
Hydrogen.
technology that in isolation is dangerous to utilize. I mean, like, well, it's not technology, but like bleach. You have bleach in your house. That's dangerous, hazardous. You could die from it, but it's in our households. Hydrogen obviously is dangerous, but you can use it in safe environments. Maybe jumping straight to household is extreme, but he's just talking about unveiling it as a thing, and they're all like, "Whoa, whoa, Hindenburg, everyone's gonna die! Oh, it's the Earth problem." Um, Meanwhile, he was pitching it as a carbon-free, saltwater grown, like super clean energy source. It just seemed very exaggerated. Everyone's reactions to it, except for what's his name, Leon.
Lionel.
Lionel.
He's like, give it 2 years.
Leon we might have to bleep that.
That's Kennedy. Lionel, he was more rational. He was like, give it 2 years of research, maybe.
Yeah. That's this whole thing is like we agreed 2 years of research, which I do like that scene because it helps kind of gives me something to work with as far as Lionel's character is concerned. He still cowtails, but he obviously has principles that he works with that he needs to cowtail sometimes. And to kind of get to your point, Crimson, I think the reaction for the politician and the scientist is justified. Since they're the ones who are going to have their necks on the line the most for it. They're sticking their neck out the most for it. I'm trying to think of other people's reactions beyond them, and I don't know if they have like unreasonable reactions.
Maybe it was just a me thing because it just seemed so exaggerated.
I mean, I can understand
like
it
the
if he
end
was
of the world
like
was about to happen.
pushing. This needs to be in schools. This needs to be in elementary, or like houses and stuff. Yeah, that we probably it's not meant for that. It's meant for industrial environments and stuff, maybe.
Yeah. Well, what we know is he is pushing for it to be on the next space flight out. Like that is something to worry about. Some unknown fuel is going to power our rocket ship or whatever. Like that. I know that's a line somewhere in this, but I'm not. And he's obviously rushing to kind of just get it out as a product that people can experiment with. So I don't know if I had as strong as a reaction you did, Crimson, but I can see why you might have had why you had the reaction you did. I'm just it's not there for me, I guess.
Okay.
let's see. Let's go to writer.
Sure, I will go to the I guess Blanc solving the murder mystery night in like an instant.
I did like that.
Awesome.
That was a pretty well done
What a
scene. Yeah.
douche.
Would you say?
I said, what a douche.
Okay, that's what I wanted to make sure. I thought
So
you either said skadoosh or what a douche.
so I like this in concept. However, I don't actually like the way he lists out the clues, mostly because we don't see anything uh to verify, like when he's going through his detective breakdowns later on. We are actually shown like what actually happened. We don't get that for this, and that makes it worse. He at no point in any scene that we've been seeing went over to go inspect the crossbow. He guesses the era from the distance he's at. Which would be fine if he was like
The
Sherlock,
only,
but they've already established that he doesn't function like that.
the only thing is the only like flashback thing is the diamond, the magazine thing. That's it. Everything else is not
Yeah.
shown.
Which, yeah, and he says there's a clue because there's a bee in a hedge grove, and that to me is just lame. Because what if there are just why
Well,
wouldn't it be
he
why
does.
wouldn't it be B for Braun? Why does that have to be B for Birdie? So there's a problem with how
I
these
think
clues already
yeah.
have conflicting information that he's listing out.
I'll push back on that point just because he does illustrate that they are superfluous and not really important clues. They're kind of whatever. The main ones are the ones that he like lists off
Yeah,
earlier. Yeah.
maybe I guess.
I still agree with you. I still agree with you on most of what you're saying.
Yeah.
But I'll push back a little bit on that.
Okay, that's fair. And
Yeah.
then I never understood the guilt chakra part. So why? So obviously that Birdie's in the guilt chakra. So
Circle or whatever. Yeah.
is Birdie guilty or Miles guilty?
She's guilty because she killed him. It's that one. That one's really flimsy.
Okay,
I know
because
but
Miles is the one that stole the diamond.
Yeah, that's
So
that's
is
where
he
it's
guilty?
like, yeah, that's flimsy. I'll give
He's
you that
guilty
one.
of theft, but she's guilty of murder.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a murder mystery, yeah.
but he just lists it out as if it's guilty in relation to, I guess, Birdie. So my point is, none of these clues are like super strong.
No, you're yeah.
The funny one is triangulating the remote to Birdie, which is hilarious because if you could draw a triangle to the crossbow to anyone on that table, in relation to Miles, and I think otherwise, like it's just a lot of the detective speech. I appreciate it. It's cool that he just solves it instantly. I think the clues just needed to be tightened up.
Well,
I didn't have
because the point is that it's simple, isn't it? That's kind of the
considering
well, not simple, but
it's complex.
Yeah, considering that it facilitates the rest of the film to happen, because theoretically they would have just been doing this all weekend.
But it's
it
so
needs to be
weird.
important.
It's so weird though. Like not the theory. I'm just the murder mystery idea is so bizarre in and of itself. So they get invited to this island. He's going to be murdered, but he's not going to play dead. He's still going to be around hanging out with them and everything. And the goal is for one of them to figure out, and one of them is the killer. So, and they don't know anything. They don't know that they're the killer. So, you know what I mean?
It's just weird. Unless Birdie got a note saying, "Hey, you're the killer. Have fun." I don't.
Yeah.
Like in Clue, a character you can play can be the killer in Clue.
Yeah, it's just a weird thing to like invite somebody to do. Like you could just play Clue at that point and not have to.
It loses a lot of the immersion.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm fine with them playing the game.
Yeah, it's just again, it's just kind of dumb.
Just something not for you, Sinister.
It's just like it doesn't. I mean, hey, it gets them on the island. That's enough for me. I'm not gonna split hairs here. It's just like it's a little. I'll say it's a little corny. It's a little on the nose. It's a murder mystery in a murder mystery. I guess it's a little too meta for my taste.
Oh, you don't like the donut hole?
Not that I don't like the donut hole. I just don't. I just think it's just kind of like it's just kind of shoehorned in there. It doesn't feel like it's. The fact that he's able to solve it so quickly makes it feel less than, I guess, maybe.
I mean, I get the point of it. The point of this scene is just to demonstrate how good Blanc is at his job, and that's why, because usually I'm perfectly fine with a detective reinforcing the detective skills in the film before it's going to be relevant. For me, that's always something I would prefer films do, especially even if it's a recurring character, giving an opening scene where the character gets to demonstrate their skills, or gets a scene to demonstrate the skills before it needs to be put to use. I really like that in concept. The reason I'm criticizing this one is because this is that moment in this film.
Well, and I mean, obviously they're playing it like you haven't seen Knives Out, which maybe that's also why it's in here. But for anybody who's seen it, then it kind of feels like, oh, I already know he's the best detective. I've already seen.
Well, I mean, to kind of contrast with that, right? We could do the opening of Sherlock Holmes 2009 and the opening in Game of Shadows. You have both openings demonstrate what the character does, how he fights, and how he's good at his job. So obviously we haven't had that moment yet in this film, and this is that moment in this film. So I'm pointing this out because I think it's passable, but it needed to be tightened up because it's our only moment of him demonstrating his skills before he gets to put them to use.
No, I can agree with
Bring
that.
it up. I'm curious. I think it's still fine, but when they're doing the introductions on the beach and Claire finds out that that's Blanc, she brings up, "Oh, you're the great detective who solved the ballerina something case." I'm curious if it would have been better if it was "Oh, you solved the Harlem murder thing."
Yeah, I thought that too, but no, because they talk about that's the one they talk about in Knives Out is the ballerina one.
Yeah, the ballerina one sounds like the one that's made him famous.
Yeah, and they.
It does play that if the third one it's brought up again kind of thing, it'll be the ballerina case.
Possibly, it'd be interesting if they listed them out. Oh, you're the guy that solved the ballerina case, the Harlem case, and the weird Miles Bron one. Yeah.
It seems Rian Johnson is dead set on them all being standalone, so he's probably not wanting to reference directly previous things.
Yeah, I imagine that would be
someone. A third one asks Blanc if he's the one who destroyed the Mona Lisa.
That has to stay. That's continuity. That's too big.
Now, and officially in the Knives Out universe, the Mona Lisa has been destroyed on a Greece island.
Yep.
Yeah, that's true.
Rian Johnson destroying art in his own world. Touch on something. Kind of get us away from this heavy, heavy personal, rating thing. Birdie thinking sweatshops make sweatpants.
On brand.
This is on brand.
Yeah.
Is on brand.
I mean, I hate that she has to be this dumb to facilitate the plot, but at this point it's in character, I guess.
Well, here's the thing, because I remembered her problem with Miles was that he was kind of basically going to ruin her so that he could be okay. But it also kind of sounds like it's her fault that it happened and not Miles in a situation. Because Miles may have known that it was a sweatshop, but it was still Birdie that made the decision that that was fine.
I mean, yeah. I mean, she kind of took ownership that it was kind of her doing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. which goes into Miles wanting her to make a statement.
Well, no, because Peg doesn't want her to because it's Peg's ass on the line.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what a good
Peg's
character.
looking out for Birdie.
But,
not for Miles.
but she doesn't have a motive then necessarily. Not she doesn't have a motive, but like because technically it is her fault. It's not Miles's fault. If anything, Miles is being actually a decent. Well, I don't want to go that far, but is kind of like actually helping her out in this very, very specific, very small way of saving his own ass in the process. Because otherwise they're both ruined in a specific kind of way.
Well, that could be the motive. I forget. It explains during the Helen and Blanc scene of like what everyone's motives are, or the reason for them on their like clue sheet. But I guess that's just like Birdie taking the full fall and Miles getting away with it.
Well, Miles promised to support her, so like Miles is still going to give her lots of money to live her life and stuff like that. She's just not going to have.
I mean, she's gonna be indebted to him, which I guess that would be. But at the same time, it's like I feel like in her putting myself in her shoes, if I'm used to a certain kind of living, I would be fine with being indebted to somebody, and other than ruined. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I kind of feel like that's more of on her brand. So kind of the whole, I'm like, okay, as far as like all the people involved, then she has no motive and really not. I mean, character-wise, if we're going by how they set up her character.
I see. It's a weak one, but yeah.
I was just
really, really terrible of Miles to stash the gun in the public. Everyone's going to grab ice for their drinks as they make drinks for themselves area.
Nobody did.
That's what we call convenience.
Yes, that no one wanted a second drink, or everyone's a slow drinker.
Yeah.
Everyone just took bottles. They didn't want to mix any drinks.
Except for Peg. As Crimson pointed out, really great character. Just got a red cup.
Yeah.
I will but I guess I do have a small issue with Duke not noticing his gun was being taken. The only defense I can have for this is maybe he's too intoxicated. But I feel like with how consistent he is with that weight that's constantly on him, I think he noticed when it's gone. So I'm kind of 50-50 on that one. No, he was standing when the gun was stolen.
I know. So when sitting down, the weight changed.
Yeah. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah.
If you have something prodding your sensitive area up and down, sitting down feeling a complete difference.
I had to rewind because I was like, wait, is he just like shooting a gun off and then putting it right back into his his bathing suit? Because that's going to be hot. And then no, he has a holster. He had a holster in front of it.
He has a holster sometimes, not all the time.
Not always, but when he fired it and put it back in, he had a holster.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh, because I was expecting him to go like, oh, because it's hot.
You can handle the heat.
Since we passed it up, because it's so important.
Yes.
But Jeremy Renner's hot sauce.
Renning sauce or what? It's a terrible name. It's whatever it was.
Yeah. Blanc just gets to have one. I think I'm confused a little bit on the. I think the acting needed to be changed to this thing. This is a subjective thing. I think they needed to show him enjoying the hot sauce to give him more reason to take it instead of suffering with it. I think it still works as it is, mind you. I think it's just a personal thing. I would prefer to show him like actually enjoying it, so he has more reason to take it.
He didn't take it over his own doing. Didn't Miles like tell him to take it? Like just.
Well, he was like, he just took it.
Yeah, he says, you can take one. Just have one.
Yeah.
After he's like,
to just pocket it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like if he didn't like it, why would he pocket it? That's kind of my thing. So like, I think the only thing I would want to change, the only thing I would want to change, and like I said, when I'm gonna preface, it works as is. I think what I would want is just to show that he likes the hot sauce first.
Yeah. Well, maybe his husband likes the hot sauce.
That we don't know that. I don't know that's a husband.
Okay, his boyfriend,
His flatmate.
his partner. No. Mm-mm.
No?
No, it was confirmed. It was confirmed partner.
Who are we talking about here?
The artist that he lives
Grant.
with.
Oh, okay.
Ryan Johnson, the director and writer, said Blanc is he's gay.
All right. Heard it from Sinister. That's
Who
partner.
heard it from Ryan Johnson?
He's here?
Lost my point. Damn it.
Man, I had a whole
Renting
train of
Hot. That's what it's called. It's
Oh,
just terrible.
It's also
His
lucky.
name's Renner.
Yeah, it's also lucky that Miles didn't ask for that piece of clear back after he handed off just to show it to the Blanc, because that's also
Blanc,
will be
yeah.
relevant later.
Got too
Also,
distracted.
that's solid hydrogen. That's highly dangerous.
Yes, that's why later when Helen's making the fire on the cocktail bar, I don't understand why Lionel's so calm.
Well, also, I don't know why she decides to throw like pillows and blankets into it because it doesn't get much bigger than it already was.
I think just to destroy things.
Well, yeah, but she's about to throw something in there that's going to destroy everything.
Oh, you mean the little bit of the clear? Because Blanc can't do that.
Yeah, but she's about to. So she doesn't need to throw those pillows and blankets in there. She just needs to destroy stuff because she's about to destroy everything.
Well, she doesn't know she's going to be handed that.
No, that's the fire's after that.
That she already has the clear in her hand?
Yeah.
Oh, I guess I do have that flip-flopped.
He's like,
I don't know.
you gotta
Make a big scene then.
Well,
be dramatic.
I mean, yeah, I feel like the fire of that scene kind of died down by that point. But yeah, sure.
Yeah. So I don't understand why Lionel's being so calm when he's brought up he's done tests on it, so he knows exactly what it would do. Everyone else being a little naive from like earlier, bringing up that the house runs on clear and like a detail forgetting on their mind. That's fine because everyone's in the moment of breaking the glass. But
I mean, I thought Lionel was he was upset, like about it, but there was nothing he could do.
he could try to put out the fire.
Oh, I see. Well, he didn't know that she had the clear until it was too late.
But he knows the house is powered on it.
Yeah,
And his talk with Claire in the pool brought up that he's done tests on it.
Let's circle back to this. Clear doesn't make any sense.
How so?
Go on.
Clear doesn't make any sense because if it was leaking hydrogen constantly, she wouldn't have needed to like have this big fire go up and go into the vents and all this stuff. It would have probably immediately, as soon as that fire was lit or it would have immediately like ignited everything. But also, even if it didn't do that when it went up and everything, they would all be eviscerated anyways. So that doesn't matter.
Oh, they all
Plot
Is
armor.
hydrogen's lighter than oxygen, right?
But
on the periodic table,
problem,
yeah.
But
so it's going to be on the sealant surface.
Lionel specifically states that one of the main issues with it is the leakage, the fact that it can go where it's not supposed to go because of, and so
yeah, it's coming out of the vents.
Yes, and if it's so it doesn't need to reach the vent if it's coming out of the vent. It doesn't need to reach up into the vent to catch on fire.
But hydrogen's lighter than oxygen, so it's not dense enough to hit the floor of the room. It's only going to be at like a relatively surface level of the room they're in, and it's a big room. But like a spark of lighting the the napkin note or whatever on fire that Miles burns. That didn't spark it because the hydrogen isn't at their level of the room. If it was a smaller room, I guess that would be more contained of a leakage to be possibly 50-50 or lower on a fire starting out, but I just don't see it as hydrogens fill out the whole room that they're in.
Now, I have to ask this question. Did you have to look into hydrogen?
No, I just asked. The only thing I had to ask was if it's lighter than air.
Okay, never mind.
No, it's not
That's
lighter
that
than
part.
air. It is lighter than oxygen, quote unquote. But that's what. Okay, this is where it's gonna get really scientific and complicated. So, the particle that is hydrogen is lighter than oxygen in terms of, like atomic weight, right? They're both, however, are, and hydrogen is more abundant in air. The problem with, I think I know what you're trying to present, Springs. I think, but that's just not how airflow works. The only difference I think there would be scientifically in terms of like how the household is pumping the different particles is that hydrogen is small enough to just get through parts of vents and stuff like that, well, because it's smaller, not necessarily because it weighs less. So that's why it more easily can leak through like certain substances. Like a hydrogen particle can go through a window, like a hydrogen particle can go through the wall. Oxygen can do the same, it's just going to take longer.
Okay.
Does that make some sense?
It does. I'm not saying the vents aren't leaking, but all the vents are on the ceiling.
Sprinks is treating it like oil and water in a glass, where the oil would be separate from the water. That's kind of what I'm reading out of it.
Oh, that's not how it works. No.
Oh.
If I'm
All right,
reading
then.
what you're saying, Sprinks, is that how you were kind of?
Yeah, I didn't think the hydrogen was on the floor. Sure, there's hydrogen particles, but the leakage volume is all from the vents of the ceiling leaking out on the surface
Well, it would.
of the ceiling. Not saying it's like a half-inch thick, but like it's all up high.
Oh yeah, well, so it would leak out like air does. The air clearly touches the floor. It's so. Here's maybe a better example. If you had a gas leak in your house, right? The gas leak would start in a particular spot. Let's say you left a burner on without it being on fire. That's where the gas leak starts, and it would take longer time for that to reach the other side of the room than a hydrogen particle. In this instance, I would guess the same would be for clear, because the gas would be heavier, but it would still move to the same area that the hydrogen particle would. So it would fill up like down. It would fill upwards first and then work its way down. So you're kind of filling up. It's kind of like a hot air balloon, right? So you fill the top of it up and work your way down in a reverse bucket, I guess. Did that make sense?
I think so.
Okay.
But I get that, and with the gas leak and hot air, but the difference is the hydrogen is not the oxygen.
Hydrogen oxidizes because of oxygen. I'm not sure what the specific of the part of clear that we're discussing, because I was busy doing OBS stuff, so I kind of came to the conversation late. But
I'll just go. I'm with if there are vents on the floor of the room when the fire's going off, then with what Sinister said, should have activated a lot faster.
oh, okay, I'm
That
caught
also
up.
takes into account there's no circulation in the house. Like, if there's air conditioning, the air would be moving. It's not just placid or still for it. So the particles would be mixing within the house. There wouldn't be any period for them to separate or anything. They would be getting mixed. I would imagine his place is air conditioned. He's rich.
Rich. Looks like a miser.
All right.
You
I
can't-
don't claim to be a well-known scientist.
No,
I could be
well,
way off, kind of thing. But
We only have really one guy here. who has that distinction. Yeah. I'll secede my point on the clear slightly, but I will touch on something else that doesn't make any sense and is highly unlikely. The journal stopping the bullet.
Oh, thank you. Go ahead.
So a couple things. I'm gonna put on my theorizing hat. There's a couple things to take into account. One, the distance, the caliber, the thickness of the book. I'll hazard a guess that maybe 20 to 40 feet would probably be the distance between the glass and the, maybe less than that, but
Hell of a shot.
let's say 20. Hell of a shot. Hell of a shot, first off. I'm sure Ryder would probably hazard a guess of what the caliber of the pistol is. I'm not quite. I want to guess like a 9mm, but it could be more.
9mm.
Certainly not 45.
Yeah, 9mm is fairly common. I would guess the same. I'm not an expert on guns specifically.
No. But you're the closest thing we have. So 9mm, about, let's say 20 feet away. And the book is a small journal. It was probably, maybe if I'm being generous, an inch, maybe half an inch thick. That would not have stopped that bullet.
I disagree. It's feasible.
No, it's not. Now,
I was like, but
so
To me, it's the glass.
I want to. It's the glass. Okay.
The glass is the first point of contact for the bullet, which doesn't stop its full velocity, but it does get it. What's the point? What's the word of it? Like a ripple in water. The shot.
Yeah.
The force or whatever of it. But that's distributed upon the glass on contact, and the bullet still goes through. But upon going through the shirt and the journal, slows down its rate.
I think even with that, I think the book needs to be thicker.
So you would be right, Springs, if they give us some technical line of it being special glass, because there are glasses out there that can slow down a bullet to the point of where it can be a journal could be enough. The problem with that is that those types of glass are super rare. So I'm gonna inclined to believe it's not that unless I'm told otherwise.
Best we have of it not being the standard glass is it's a one-way.
I think it's one way.
Or whatever it's called. You can't see through it. You can only see one.
I think that's just because it's dark. I don't think it's because it's
Oh. No, I disagree.
I mean, I don't like the lighting in the scene anyway, so but anyone got any?
If the sense is it's dark and you can't see in, then that's a problem onto the reveal then of the light from the lighthouse illuminating Miles in the shot.
Light of the lighthouse hitting him.
When they're in the house, there's that big white light that shines on them and kind of goes away. That's supposed to be
the power all goes out, but the lighthouse is
describing. Then we were describing the scene. They show that he's got light on him to illustrate that he was there.
It could be a window at the end of his hall, though, not necessarily the window he's next to. Oh no, never mind. I understand what you mean. Okay.
I was really on that it's one-way glass.
Which
does go into a thickness difference.
Not enough to stop a bullet, but yes, it would be.
Not to stop a bullet.
Sprinks, what are your percentage here, just so I understand your mindset?
Percentage into what? That Helen would die from the impact?
The odds, that she got saved.
Okay, the trajectory, the spacing, point of contact with the glass, Her
Would it help if I
jacket-
told you the general rule of thumb for point blank book thickness or thickness for a book to stop a bullet?
Well, at point blank range, it would definitely have to be thick. What is it? A traditional phone book can stop a
At-
5 mil.
7.5 inches.
Yeah, point blank range, 7.5 inches of a book or paper book.
And I'm given decent distance there, so not as far away as he is.
On the I think there's a higher chance of her on contact with a bullet falling over and breaking her like neck or cracking the back of her cranium on the stairs.
Yeah, she's not gonna brush that off.
No, but I think that had a higher chance of killing her than what we see of the bullet contacting with her.
All right, then I am done. 'Cause I have nothing more to add.
Okay, for the sake of the journal. If the journal wasn't there, then pierce the skin, she's dead. Or
Well,
bleeding
yeah.
out, at least.
All right. I guess different point around the same time. Him lighting the napkin on fire was dumb. Him being able to light the napkin on fire.
Oh,
that
him
easily
being able
was-
to.
was-
Yes, I agree.
Him,
with
sorry,
that.
yeah. Not him lighting it on fire. Well, it was dumb that he never burned it before that. That part is really stupid.
That was an issue I had.
Yeah,
Yeah.
He held
Talk
on to
about-
evidence.
Well, it wouldn't get ruined because before it was revealed to be him, they thought someone would give it to him. And I'm like, okay, they wouldn't destroy it because someone would give it to him. That's the reason for it not to get destroyed. But what this revealed, he there was no middleman. It was just him with it. Yeah, he has no reason to keep it other than it's a memento.
Do you think possibly Miles was going to take the fabricated one he has and swap it out with the real one? So it's actually like full
Not his
proof that it
handwriting.
is the one?
Which is a reason why he rewrote it.
Because I mean, the reason to burn it is because it had the Glass Onion Bar logo on it that his doesn't.
He's also
Yeah, but
rich
you
enough-
wouldn't. But it would be in her writing.
Yeah, I mean they brought that up specifically, the handwriting stuff.
Which I mean, to be fair, wouldn't make or break a case, but it would be pretty damning.
I mean her whole case is very.
Well, actually, it kind of plays into: do you think he actually took it out of the envelope and knew what was in it? Because
That would
Helen's
be
the one
even
who opens it.
that would be even dumber if he never even opened it.
That would be pretty wild. Let's see. The email doesn't say what's in it. It just says I found it.
Well, no,
Is
she
that
found
different?
it, so that
would be enough
he would
context for
know
the
what-
group. That would be enough
I'd say
context for the
that's
group.
Yeah.
I would say even though he's dumb, there's enough info for him to know it's the napkin.
Yeah.
Yes, I think they would all think it's the napkin, of course, but just did Miles even open it to see it?
Well, but here's the other part of it though. It doesn't really matter what it is because the context says that it would pretty much ruin him, so you would never want to keep that.
Only it wouldn't, because she signed a contract that gave away her half the company. They actually explicitly say he contracted it in a way that allowed him to take the company from her. And I'm like, that's on her. She signed it, so the napkin is
Yeah.
kind of useless, even in a court setting at that point.
Like it's only used at this point is now to prove that he killed her, basically, because only the murderer would have it and he would have the motive for it. But yeah, in the actual thing, yeah, they wouldn't. Yeah.
Yeah, it's supposed.
and-
It would not have had enough evidence to ruin his empire, as she claimed it does.
No, it definitely would have tarnished a viewpoint on it, though, with the evidence of her handwriting, which was the one feasible thing they said of like if he, not a clause, but the idea that he stole her idea, like if it was originally hers.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, to prove that the idea, the concept of the company was her creation, it would have to be in her handwriting, but they also have to demonstrate it's enough of an idea for her to like take back $1 billion company, which the napkin doesn't provide. It's a thought map at best. It's a mind map at best.
I mean, there'd also have to be proof of when her one was created, because She could have had that napkin in her house.
That would be
from-
with the glass onion.
That would be the
part of
glass
it was
onion
yeah.
logo on it. That would be the only indication of
No,
proof.
I mean, you could have an old restaurant napkin.
No, you could,
So
yeah.
after a while, she could have written on it, and that's something that the defense would have to explain.
I see.
Well, and then it's also compounded though by the fact that like the one his doesn't have that on it and hers does. Not again, it's not a slam dunker right there, anyways. But just it's another hole on his story at the very least. But not a.
It's very weak to actually destroy him at all.
Oh, the whole thing's weak sauce. Just
It's
dumping all that weak sauce on it.
some of the public view of him, but it wouldn't be enough to really do anything.
And who really likes rich people, anyways?
I like
Rich people.
Well, I mean, he doesn't become rich until the company goes big, right?
True, yeah.
Now, I may have missed it, but just a clarifying question. What is the company? What's the company do?
It's like it's kind
wish I
of
knew.
it's like a conglomerate. It's like a bunch of different things.
Having read the napkin, I couldn't tell you because the napkin might as well be the stonks meme.
they're basically like Facebook, I'm imagining, where they own a bunch of shit. They have a main source, but they own a bunch of shit that has nothing to do with that main source of income or main source of public knowledge.
Okay.
I don't know.
It's a cryptocurrency thing. That's
It's
all I
intentionally
can
vague,
understand.
yeah.
It just falls into one of those things again that I would have wanted but don't need.
It's a business.
Yeah.
I'm glad I wasn't the only
Yeah.
one who can pick up what it really was.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, I didn't know if like Lionel's introduction scene of like his meeting, they explained it there.
No.
I know that's some kind of connection, but
you mean at the bar?
it didn't have.
No,
not the bar, like
With
his
the
puzzle
investors.
box. Yeah.
Oh.
him on
Investors
the-
and stuff.
I thought that was kind of explaining it, but there wasn't enough information to tell me what the company is.
Yeah.
Basically, they're kind of like Acme. They just do a bunch of shit. That's very
wonderful.
well. I mean, that's about it. Like that, it's not really important what they do. It's important of what they have stocks in. So
True,
they have
I just wish that was
stocks in
explained a little more of like how he got his money.
Oh.
I would agree. I find it
tech bro
funny.
billionaire shit.
Yeah, I find it funny that I mean, this is the way the film wrote it. Andy formed her friend group at the Glass Onion because she saw the potential in her friends and didn't help them. That was Miles who helped them.
Yeah.
Mm.
So no wonder they all turned on her.
Yeah, because they get rich from basically
Helping Miles.
Well, Miles helped them be successful first.
Andy and Miles become rich, and everybody else kind of stays on their own trajectory. Except Lionel gets part of the the Alpha company or whatever. But everybody else kind of But everybody else kind of just has whatever Miles has given them in the beginning, that they kind of grow a little bit. Now that you brought that up, though, we have to then come back to the what did Miles bring to the table that was quantifiable?
The film is very vague about that.
Yeah, I'll shrug and say ideas.
Yeah,
He had ideas, but he wasn't the one to make them realities.
No, obviously not. Yeah, obviously, not to the second part, but.
I mean, he helps, but he's the one who helped everybody in the friend group be successful. Like, well, I mean, granted, it's not help to quote unquote set up Twitch for somebody. That's
yeah.
But I mean, like, he helped Claire get elected. He helped Lionel get a job at a laboratory or something to that effect. But so like they all got relatively. He helped them all get like good, steady like income and stuff like that. But. It's so again, the film is so vague on like what Miles' skill actually is. Outside of maybe its ideas, we can probably infer it's that. But he clearly did some tactile things too. But we just don't get enough of it.
Child equals NFT.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, awesome.
NFT is automatically dated as well.
That's true.
That was a line in the movie at the beginning with Lionel. Yeah.
Say
Yeah.
Okay.
more to stack on of dated
Yeah.
movie
Yeah.
stuff.
No. Yeah. It's something where like I'm okay. Well, I'm not okay. I'm not okay with it, but it's fine if the caveat for the whole thing is, oh, he was stupid. You know, like, okay, but you don't. There's not a lot of people that like blunder into becoming a multi-billionaire like with an empire. Like he has to have some level of intelligence or know-how to get to there.
Well, I mean, he did, because I mean, Andy signed a contract that screwed her over. So
I guess that's enough. It's just kind of like, it just feels like it cheapens it so much that it doesn't matter. Like, okay, if he's an idiot, then it doesn't make any sense why he's even there.
yeah, Miles is unfortunately not the James Moriarty we want him to be.
And good thing, because I wouldn't want him to be that shitheaded. But it's just like it's fine in passing, but when you just start to think about it and like focus on it, you're like, yeah, that's just a kind of a stupid way to like fix a problem or something.
It's just very it's badly written.
Yeah, that's my problem with it. I'm like, it's fine if he's stupid, but he's like way too set up for that to be it. He's had success. He's had built. It's like
it's a shame Andy didn't just immediately go to lawyers. She bragged that she found it to people to Miles and her friends first instead of going to lawyers and stuff.
Yeah.
Different movie.
Different. There's an alternative universe where this is a masterpiece of whodunit
Truly
genre. Oh.
I'll jump to a question.
Mm-hmm.
The writers, I think, try a little bit to get Helen to be able to act exactly like Andy by explaining that they used to play a game when they were a kid and pretended to be pompous rich kid, which she hasn't done in years, mind you. And then obviously they have Andy's journals that are perfect and give the exact details of everything that she would need for to act a certain way, to be Andy on the island. And then we have the TED Talks to help her mimic the voice. Is that enough within that constrained time frame for her to get this performance as well as we actually see it play out?
For how little I would say for how little she interacts with everybody, it could be. That's hinging a lot. The other problem though, because she's like, my other problem with her like this act is that she, like, the clothes get mentioned. She's like, I can't wear, like that's that's somebody who's like working out or constantly worrying about their figure kind of thing, and she's a third grade teacher during COVID. Like, you let yourself go just a little bit. That part I feel a little like, I guess she could wear a girdle or something.
I think Blanc also excuses the hair part a bit away. It's funny, but I'll accept his like, I know a guy bit.
Yeah, I bet he does know a guy.
Yeah, that was a question open to the floor, by the way. So,
we can join in on the writer Sinister Hour. Awesome. Yeah, no, I think it was plenty. She grew up with Andy playing this game of like rich girl, so I think it's kind of ingrained in her memory and can play a lot. And of course, a little practice to it because hasn't done it since she was adolescent. But I think she can get it down in an amount of time.
That tone was joking.
Yeah.
Okay. Just wanted to be sure.
For me, I would say it's fine because a lot of her interactions with the people are just kind of her with a grumpy face. There's not a lot going on with her interactions with them, so I think it's passable.
Okay, I So he says, okay, so at this point, her sister's been dead for 4 days, right? That was what they decided on.
Roughly, yeah.
Yeah. So a real famous person's been dead for 4 days. News hasn't gone out yet already. That's very lucky. The additionally, the Blanc will be able to prevent it from going out for how long? A week?
A week, yeah, he can hold it for, he's like guessing a week, yeah.
Okay. So she had a week to do all that. I'm moved to 50-50, I think. It's not as bad as I thought.
She's very off-putting and silent, so I don't think she needs to go like full 100%.
Yeah, that plays into her
kind of thing,
role.
no.
Yeah, that plays into
Very
the role she's playing. Yeah.
Yeah, she's not close with these people. She doesn't like them, so her being standoffish or not talking to them very much, wouldn't be seen as weird.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they think she's acting weird because she's drunk on kombucha, and is talking at
Like
them
that,
later on. And okay, I just wanted to kind of run that by you guys. It's curious.
So, writer, I take it you think it's possible?
Like I said, I was kind of leaning towards it's very lucky that it all happened to work out this way. Like it's very lucky that she has detailed journals that she can go off of. It's very lucky that she played a game when she was a kid where to pretend to be some pompous rich girl that she can now mimic that voice using experience or whatever. I think it's very conveniently put together, but I think it functions.
I'm hearing a lot of cons here.
Yeah, like I said, I think it functions. It's pretty much at base level it functions. It doesn't get really many points from me beyond that.
Okay.
It's passable. From what we gather, from what they show us, I feel like it's possible, but there's a lot of luck involved. I'll put that in.
Yeah, again, like I said, he's able to hold it for a week. I couldn't tell if that was like just for the rest of that week or like a week on to wherever they are now, personally, with it. I have to go with the latter, because if it's just like for another 3 days, that ruins what I think is an okay thing that works for her to be able to do all that.
I think if we're going by the week, so when that night when it breaks, that would be the 7th day. So at least she had like 6 days to prepare. 6 full days.
Yeah.
On top of the 4 she already had.
Well, she wasn't practicing those 4 in theory, but
no. I'm just saying, along with the 4 that she had to like kind of gather the stuff or like go through things that her sister had left behind and kind of piece some aspects of like the last couple of days of her life. That's about what we got. So I think it's doable. It would be a lot of luck, but I think it's doable. We kind of touched on it just a little bit ago about Miles's ideas, and I know they do the whole Lionel meeting thing to illustrate like, oh yeah, he's a genius. But I always remember like hearing a lot of the stuff being listed when I was first, and this wasn't when I knew he was an idiot. When I was first watching it, I was like, that sounds insane. That's not genius. Just saying a question. Like the child equals NFTs doesn't make any sense unless you have the context of that he gives. Like, and we made a crypto app that paid for this whole building.
Oh, for what it means.
Yeah. Like, I don't really feel like it's not a very good convincing scene, even without context.
I can get behind that. I think it's still passable.
I mean, it's passable, but it's like Uber for biospheres.
Yeah.
AI and dogs equals discourse.
Uber for biospheres is something I deal with like in 4K strategy games. That's just weird to hear it here.
I like that it's very meta of the use of it, but how Blanc in Knives Out and a bit in this one says phrases or wordings that aren't like a real thing, and he just makes up kind of like a word or phrase into something, which he then pokes out as a fall onto Miles of how he says things that don't line up. Miles using the same kind of wording and Blanc to call that dumb, vice versa, puts Blanc into himself in a meta joke calling himself dumb, of doing the same slight mannerisms that Miles pulls off.
Does Blanc actually like do malapropisms?
Good word. I mean,
Because that's his thing with him is he has
He
malapropisms where
he does a lot of metaphor work. I don't know if he does malapropisms.
What do you think, Crimson?
I think he's more on metaphors, but you have an example, Sprinks, of him like just making up words and stuff, or
Of Blanc or of Miles?
Blanc.
Miles, I definitely know a couple.
Miles definitely.
No, I don't have any written down.
I mean,
I'm not disbelieving you.
Eccentric ways of speaking. They're unique in how they both speak. I just think that they're a little different. But I agree that LeBlanc is dumb. We've joked about the meme of it's dumb. It's dumb. It was bugging me what he was calling dumb though. Like it was dumb that he used someone's allergies to kill them. That's not dumb.
There's actually
there's a dead body right there.
Vainglorious a word?
What's
vainglorious? Is that a word?
Vainglorious?
Yeah. Nobody tried to kill you, you vainglorious buffoon.
Sounds like
that is a word.
Okay.
But yeah, so it was pretty annoying that he was calling stuff that aren't dumb just to. I don't really know what the point of it was.
Him wording things dumb is simple.
It might have.
If it's too simple, it's dumb to him.
It might be like it. This is a little bit of outside writing, but it might be he was like just saying it was dumb to kind of get a rise out of him, because he would imagine that somebody who who has a business of being a genius would hate to be called like stupid or dumb. So even maybe stuff that wasn't necessarily dumb, calling it that would be a tactic.
There are scenes where I think that he is trying to get a rise out of him, but because in this film Blanc missed the fact that the gun was missing. He didn't hear the phone going off, even though it was already taken from him. And so, like, it's already coming from Miles's pocket. We hear a different thing because we're the audience, but in world, he would have heard the phone coming from Miles.
This was something I found out doing my little bit of research, just because you mentioned the phone thing, and I kept forgetting to bring it up. So Apple has a specific rule in that if any of their products are used in a thing, they cannot be used by a villain.
I brought that up in Knives Out.
You did bring that up in Knives Out. So that's a really easy way to figure out the bad guy in this movie, is because Duke's the only one who has a Android. Everybody else has iPhones.
Oh.
That's funny meta knowledge. Cool. I like that.
Applause.
We had Birdie talking about. Does he have this weird, like, poison tooth thing? And then LeBlanc.
No, that wasn't Birdie.
Oh,
that
it's
was
dumber than that.
Like, no, that was
really?
Helen.
The allergy's dumber than that. No, it's too much.
Well, because the tooth actually takes. You'd have to plan. You have to have skill. You'd have. That's what he. I'm not defending it. I'm not defending it. The allergy thing is still smart enough. I'm just pointing out.
And more on LeBlanc not being great is
after
Duke's death, he's on the floor. He talks about getting the police and staying away from the body. And then there's the phone, and then he starts searching. And then, what's her name? Patty? Peg starts joining, touching the body, searching the phone. I'm like, LeBlanc, you just said everyone stay away, and she's all grabby with the body now. What's going on here? No acknowledgement at all. It just happens.
Yeah, I agree. It's a problem.
DNA doesn't exist. Fingerprints don't exist. That doesn't win you cases. Come on, people.
Peg wasn't wearing gloves.
No, she was not.
So I guess that was a moment where Miles was smarter than everybody else. He at least wore gloves in one scene.
There you go.
Yeah, in one scene.
Yeah, he took the gun barehanded, so he wasn't
you
wearing gloves
can-
for that.
Oops.
Oh,
This, when he stole the gun,
Well-
he was barehanded. So
At
And,
least with the gloves on, he won't have trace gunpowder on his hands.
that's true. But
yeah.
but his fingers are on the gun anyway.
but he's friends with the guy, so it
Yeah.
would make sense that the guy would show him his gun every now and again and ask him to hold it.
Yeah.
It would be cool if that happened once.
I don't think it would be cool.
I mean, just to explain the
Couldn't establish
fingerprint
it.
cover up, but
This movie's not smart enough to focus on any fingerprints or DNA evidence.
No, it's not really brought up other than LeBlanc saying, "Stay away from the body."
Yeah, just said, hey, stop doing that, but immediately do it right after.
I'm not going to comment on it when you do it.
Peg, you're all right.
Peg, I don't know who you are or why you're here, but you're all right.
She has to be smart so that Birdie looks dumber.
She needs to be smart enough. That's
Yeah,
yeah. Keep Birdie afloat.
yeah.
Keep her from walking into traffic.
Keep her from like holding her breath by accident, couldn't breathe.
I think I do like the Whiskey and Helen scene when they're walking to the pool. I guess I like
It's
the
nice.
intention behind it. It's kind of a nice calm before the storm, and it's something
'Cause-
new in this
they're
different
both,
perspective.
Yeah, they're both outsiders essentially to the goings on, even though Helen Helen is definitely an outsider, but Andy is kind of an ousted insider, I guess.
Yeah.
That's-
Obviously, Whiskey had nothing to do with the trial and stuff like that.
Yeah.
That was actually my favorite scene.
Yeah,
So two top.
I think for me too.
It's either that one for me, or when Birdie's being like honest, like she actually has a lucid moment. That's also a pretty nice scene, but it's also kind of short, so it's not really much to call that a scene. More of a monologue, I guess.
Franks, what's your favorite?
My favorite scene?
Since we're all kind of talking about it.
That's a good question. I don't know if I have a favorite scene. I know my favorite shot.
Okay, because we can go with that.
Yeah, my favorite shot is the second follow-up to Helen's shot. Not the first one, but the
When they
second one from
explain it?
the opposite
Yeah.
angle.
Yeah.
Well, kind of from the flashback going up to present day again, and the second angle of her falling, and as soon as the gunshot goes off, the harsh harpsichord kicks in, and the slow-mo as it's going forward of the crack of the glass with the bullet hole.
Mhm.
I thought that nice slow zoom in to kind of widen or raise the scale of Blanc and Helen in the scene, but still focused on the point of the attention, the action and intention. I thought that was just very shot very well with the depth and everything.
Yeah, I agree. That was a good shot.
Something I noticed that I didn't, because I hadn't yet seen Only Murders in the Building yet. So she's the ladies in two whodunit based things. Is Duke's mom is in that show.
Yeah,
Jackie
playing
something?
pretty much the same
Yeah.
character.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah,
Pretty much.
slapping around Dave Bautista.
Dave Bautista in Only Murders in the Building?
No,
No, but she verbally beats up a lot of people in that show.
At an hour 12:55, during the conversation of Helen and Blanc out on the patio having their little chat, the camera pans kind of to Helen, but doesn't like stop. It stops to like center her, and we can see the destroyed box still in the lower left of the frame. But then it zooms out on her putting focus on the box, and it just seemed very slightly redundant, but very goofy because we see it already in the shot.
Yeah, but it's not as focused though, right? If I'm remembering it correctly, it's kind of just
It's not
there.
blurred.
It's not blurred, but it's not focused either. It's kind of just it's there. If I like I said, if I'm remembering it correctly,
I guess so, but the pullout isn't
potentially
to
redundant. Yeah.
it's not to focus on the like it's not a pan, it's a pull-out zoom. So it just widens the shot angle to get the whole box in the shot versus like panning to the box of the discussion point. It just seemed goofy.
I can see what you're saying.
Though a detail, I guess that slight negative, a positive I like of the detail is the sound design of the conversation of Helen anytime she brings up like the trip to Greece, and when she says island, an alarm from like an emergency vehicle drives by in the background, and then also when Blanc says island at 1 hour 14:50, a very similar but another alarm sounds in the background of the streets. So giving like emergency or caution to it.
Yeah, I didn't pick up on that.
If that's true, that's cool.
Yeah.
I didn't hear it.
Oh,
Let's see. More LeBlanc for me. That's a great. Um, did Ryan Johnson, for instance, you did the research? He was expecting to do another film after this, right?
yes.
Like a Netflix deal he had.
Netflix taking up this one for Glass Onion, signed on the next one, I think immediately or like the one after.
There was a package deal, two films.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought. So to me, and this is subjective, it's such a wasted opportunity for Helen not to have been killed with that shot, because we would have had LeBlanc massively screw up. I mean, he kind of goaded her into doing this, and if he actually had consequences to carry on to the next movie, like he's more cautious or depressed. We get more on this character because this movie he's pretty much the same guy as the other one except dumber in this, I think.
I don't
So
know.
I
I
think
also feel like he's
that
not
would have been
as.
a good choice to do that.
It's weird because I can't tell if he's like more present or less present than Knives Out.
At the beginning of this
I
movie,
think
he didn't really want to be on the case. It just seems like the cases he doesn't go out, people bring him to.
well, that's kind of like a detective.
True, but
You
he's
don't
not
really go out looking.
from these two movies. He's not actively looking for work.
I mean, you don't really. When you're like a private detective, you really don't like source out stuff. People usually, you're kind of relying on people coming to you. You can advertise and stuff, but you don't really like go poking your nose and be like, "Hey, anybody murdered recently? Anybody, you know?" Usually
It's
people,
nothing tied directly to him or anything. It's not like
yeah.
a family member or something. It is an outsider thing. Um, so yes, with that. So what do you guys think? Do you think they should have killed her for Blanc?
Yeah, it would have been a good character moment, but they
I
wouldn't have.
Yeah, I mean, I would like them to. I don't think Ryan Johnson ever would have.
No,
It
it's like I
it's
said, it's objective, hypothetical. I would have preferred it, but I'm curious what you guys would have thought.
It would have
let
made
me
it
see.
far
Hold on.
more interesting going forward.
Going with if we're hold on, no, I'll let Sprinks give his opinion and then I'll go off on my tangent.
I think for the sake of the tone of the entire movie, the death survive thing is a little like tongue in cheek of the whole murder mystery that she lived. But to go with Blanc actually being a failure to consequences and then Helen's not invulnerable, which is somewhat like cheating death by playing Andy and then revived, that later on Helen dies somehow. Like she stayed in the fire, like kept Blanc in there, like some or like protected the Mona Lisa so it would burn down or something, so she would die with it. And but it still weighs the consequence onto Blanc while still having the payoff of what it goes for in the movie.
I think
Oh.
I'm not directly opposed to that, but I think her death would have to be directly correlated to the crimes. Like, if she died in the fire because she blew up the house,
That wouldn't
not
feel
really
the
his.
same.
It's not the same as if the killer killed her because she was initiated.
Yeah.
So I'm
True,
fine
but
with it
And he
not
would
being
probably still feel
consistent.
guilt because he brought her there, but at the end of the day,
yes, but
she
I
Brought
just
up on
chose
herself.
it.
I would find that more compelling in a follow up that Blanc
Wow.
balances between that guilt of that it's his fault for she was there even though it was her choice versus fully her just being shot kind of innocently put onto him of a guilt.
Well, it would already be on him because he goaded her into being there.
Yeah, no matter what, he'd be
True,
guilty.
but people telling like that was her choice to make versus just shot, which falls more to him. It would be far less 50-50 continuing if that's what occurred.
Yeah. Well, if we're gonna believe Ryan Johnson anyway, all these films are gonna be disconnected.
Yeah, so
Well, so far,
yeah.
LeBlanc's been connected.
Yeah, he's
We're
the only.
assuming
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the only thread, yeah.
so him having some emotional tie to this would have been nice. But
Following
probably not going to get any of that.
so far, it's the second film and it's followed pretty much the same pattern. Only one other person besides the main case murder victim dies.
Next one, half the cast dies.
Because in Knives Out, Harlan is the main victim, and the maid is the other one. Nobody else died.
Not in the
Yes.
suspect pool.
No, that's suspect pool. This one, Duke dies along with Andy, and that's it.
And Mona Lisa.
We're not counting.
Wow.
It's not alive. It's not a living thing.
I'll give you a 0.1 for that.
It's got soul.
You mean half a point?
No, not a 0.5. You get a 0.1.
Oh,
1/10 of a point.
Yeah.
Mandy, I kind of touched on the goading thing. I couldn't tell how manipulative LeBlanc was there because we have him in the bathtub earlier talking about how he has no interesting cases. He's going nowhere right now, and then what comes to his attention? An interesting case, and he knows it's dangerous. But he kind of did like the dangling, like, you could help your sister solve the killer, but it's too dangerous for you. I wouldn't recommend it. And then she's like, of course I'll do it. So I'm trying to figure out how much of it is him being selfish with the case. And I feel like it's larger than it should be, in my thoughts on it.
Oh, I don't think it's that huge. But he's certainly like leading.
it would have been interesting if it wasn't a standalone. It would have been interesting for them to kind of go into like kind of a similar thing with they do with Sherlock, where he has an addictive personality to mystery solving, and that this, there'd be a lot of red flags and things of like, I don't think this is where like a civilian should be involved, and him kind of just negating all of that by his desperate need to be on a case.
If
But
that was the angle, I feel like they should have made that more pointed.
no, I know. I mean, like, it obviously can't work that way because it's such a standalone that it really wouldn't. It would have to have like arcing, and be present from like the very beginning for it to really have the impact. They could have done it for this and just not done another one, but I feel like it wouldn't have meant the same thing, had the same impact.
I just realized something and thought, being that Miles doesn't have like any security or like sent all his staff away, and Ethan Hawke rides up just to give everyone the COVID antidote before driving away. There's not really a security line to get onto the boat. It's just kind of like anyone can get on the boat necessarily.
Well, it's his boat.
True, but he's not on the boat. Like he's not like saying, "Oh, I don't know who you are.
No.
Leave." The kind of how Blanc gets to the island, anyhow. But Blanc's proof to go on is saying, "I have an invitation," and having it, which
Well,
goes to the rest of distributors. Like, "Oh yeah,
also,
he was invited." Andy doesn't have that then, or I guess Helen. So she's so standoffish, no one asks to see her invitation.
the weird thing is that they would obviously only have as many bracelets as they would need for the guests, and they give one to Blanc.
Oh, I think that's fine with staff on the island, or worse staff on the island.
Sure, you can work around with that. But yeah, there would be a missing invitation unless they didn't check everyone's invitations.
Yeah, no one was checking.
I mean, it's
as
not
like
like
a ticket.
Tickets. Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
But one of them had it and the other one didn't. So I guess that's just luck into play that no one asked. Like Andy, you were invited. Kind of like they all know who Andy is, but
But I guess
invited and Andy can't pass it unless Blanc somehow like sleight of handed it into Andy's, and they played with it on the boat, so they're both using the same invitation kind of thing.
Well, no one asks for an invitation except when he gets to the island, right? And Miles like wants to see it.
True, but Blanc is the one who has it in his possession.
Yeah, but Miles wouldn't look for one that's sent to Andy because he knows he sent one. That's one of my issues with the start of the film. So he knows Andy got an invitation, whether or not, he committed the murder.
If Miles was smart, he would have asked everyone for their invitation.
Yes. Again, it's just the film relying on they conclude that someone remade the box and sent it to him as a joke. He never asked anybody. He never figures out and asks who sent the box to him, which is still dumb in itself.
It's also a
there's
character.
Still only one invitation in that box.
Yes, I agree.
So if Duke is like, "Oh, I left it at home," then that plays into Duke being the one who sent it to Blanc.
Yeah.
What we can assume is because he does this every year that the staff would be familiar with most of them, and the only reason Blanc, now I'm Crimson's got me doing it, is he's asked for it because he would be the most obvious one that probably wouldn't have an invitation because he wouldn't have sent one to him. So it's fine that the staff aren't asking for an invitation, and they're aware of who he is. Not like he's some stranger, like a massive stranger of like, who is this guy? They know who Blanc is.
I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Sprinks, you've now kind of shifted it to once why am I so bad with the names in this one so badly? Miles. Once Miles picks up that someone gave him an invite, then he would just ask everyone to provide their invites. Is that what you were going with?
Yeah.
By the end there? Yeah.
Yeah, it's an easy fix.
Unless, again, like a sleight of hand, because then, I mean, Miles already knows he sent out so many boxes to so many people. He knows that Helen in that moment is not Andy, unless it's real dumb that he's like, "Oh, she came back from the dead. I didn't kill her properly."
Well, he didn't stay to check the body, so that's why.
No.
Anyway, yeah.
But someone who didn't have an invitation, when he knows exactly who he sent it out to, would prove that's the one who sent it to Blanc, because Blanc has theirs.
They could also have made a copy of it.
A copy of the invitation?
Yeah.
They could have, but I think that would have been tougher with the front and back side.
It's possible.
I mean, they had a week.
Bit of work. Possible.
There's nothing saying it didn't happen. There's nothing saying it did happen.
That would throw in a wrench in the plans into Miles then. No, there's an extra one that he didn't prep, or the person who made the boxes sent out didn't have.
Well, I mean, it's a decent character moment because he didn't even assume that you could reset the box and send it to somebody else.
That's true. It plays into him not knowing it, but then again, it's not proven that's possible.
Yeah, but he doesn't know because he didn't make it. That's why he believes it.
So just a little, I don't know if it's a problem, but just like a little like thing that wasn't shown.
Yeah, a little thing to potentially add if we wanted it.
let's see. Let's go to writer.
All right. I will jump to, I guess, the I'll jump to the more of Helen snooping around. She drops a listening device in Birdie's bag, I think, and that's what carries
Yeah.
back to her room so they can listen in and hear that she confused sweatshops and what those are to making sweatpants and stuff like that. And also, I guess Peg's role in play more like extrapolation on Peg's role in Birdie's life to try and contain her insanity. I do kind of. It's terrible, if plot wise, but I do get a small bit of humor out of me when Blanc suggests she shouldn't drink, and then she goes and gives that speech to them and gets them all angry and gets them all following her, and she gets more information, and he's like, in the next scene, he's like, you should take up drinking, as a joke. I did enjoy that bit of setup as much as I don't like how much our detective is not doing anything in this film.
Yeah, I thought the recorder was going to come and play because at the end when he's like, "You have no evidence on me," and he just spouts on a bunch of incriminating evidence. I'm like, "Oh, okay, she's got the recorder on her from earlier."
Well, I don't know. Well, it's international. Well, it'd be Greece. I don't know if they have any rules of like you have to let somebody know you're recording them for it to be.
There's probably some kind of rules. Just don't know the
I
specifics.
I don't know international law. Do me. Or don't if you're international.
So yeah, I was like, "Oh, that didn't come back." I guess kind of a useful tool.
Yeah. Remember, this film punishes you for thinking about it.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, let's go to Sinister.
Let's see. What have I not touched on in my notes so far? Okay, the scene, or right before Birdie's whole lucid speech about where Miles used to be at and their hierarchy and everything. Peg somehow has like a butterfly knife for some reason, and is like flipping it around, and then it's immediately like put back in its thing, and I have no idea why he has that out or why she's using it.
That would go more into probably one of the red herrings.
I guess it's very strange.
I agree.
Yeah, that's where I'd label it.
Yeah, red herring. I agree. Can I go?
Yeah, sure.
No, my ball's still in my court, buddy. No, you.
How about the miraculous timing of the fax machine going off right when they're in front of it, giving them important information?
Very coincidental.
Yeah, coincidence.
I think it's egregious.
Oh, absolutely.
That's the evidence that they get that Miles would know about it. Would know about the envelope. That's huge.
This is kind of on the level of vomit for me. I kind of touched on it before. The way these fax machines are set up are so perfectly orchestrated that allow our characters to find out the information they need when they need to know it.
I don't even know why it got sent at that moment or printed out, because that was already something Miles would have had.
Well, fax machines are notoriously not very good.
Well, no. Okay, so here's the thing, Crimson. Every fax machine that he owns prints out the same thing at the exact same time.
Yes.
So every fax machine has that evidence that of the tweet that Lionel sent.
Yes, but who's printing it right now? At that time, he already had it.
Oh, you mean the whatever new information is coming out of the fax machine?
Yeah, it's got the screenshot of the email that.
FYI.
That's not the one that just printed though. That was in there in the pile.
Yeah, the one that was printed earlier was shown Miles in his office in like New York getting it.
I guess you're right. There was a stack, wasn't
Yeah. They dig for it though once they realize that he would have
Yeah.
to figure out the
I think
information
so.
through something.
That's why I said convenient that the fax went off when they're right there next to the fax, but they go through the files on the floor of all the stuff, and that's where they find it. It's not the one that gets printed out.
Yeah. It
there?
falls
No, it's
into a
not as bad
bucket.
as I thought.
Yeah.
A
It's
bucket.
still bad.
Oh yeah,
Not as
still
I
bad.
mean, yeah.
It's bad that they just don't look at it until it prints. Super world famous detective isn't curious about all the faxes that the billionaires made. One of their
Hey,
suspects.
it's not guaranteed to be evidence, okay? There's a lot of weird stuff that gets faxed.
I'm not saying it's guaranteed to be evidence, but I just expect a little more detective work from my detective.
Oh no, everything's important. Yeah, you can't get a piece through it all to find the real truth. Another thing to touch, character, we see a lot of like their characteristics, come out during the pool scene. I like that it's probably like 80, or it's probably like 90 to 100 degrees, tropical balmy weather, and Claire is wearing like a robe and still gets sunburned.
Oh, that could be from the pool scene.
Well, yeah, probably, but
You're right. She's in a pretty layered outfit.
yeah. And Birdie does talk on it. She's like, you know what? You try really hard, and
Yeah,
she flips her off.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, giving Birdie the bird.
Yeah, give
Clever.
Birdie the bird.
Larry
So
Bird?
clever. I wrote it down
But
in my notes. What? Don't have Magic Johnson around here.
I appreciate someone got the joke. We kind of touched on how like they edited in, or that they show Helen in sleuthing with LeBlanc outside of in the recontextualized like shots and stuff like that behind Duke as they learn about the Alpha News stuff. I'm gonna be honest. It's the Duke is standing like out in the open by the window. I'm surprised that they don't notice him. It's kind of definitely lucky that he's not noticed. From Whiskey and
Uh,
He's got all those
Miles.
years.
Miles.
Miles. Yeah, keeping hidden from Miles is fine. Whiskey would have known.
Yeah, I was gonna say Whiskey would know.
Well, I mean, they
And
could
that's
just see out the
fine.
window because he's just there. Like he's not trying to hide
Yeah.
or anything.
That's what I'm saying. Miles's attention is fully on Whiskey, and that's her goal of what to do. But Whiskey could have seen Duke, and that's still fine if he
Well,
did. Well,
Yeah, I was like, that's fine, isn't
in the
it?
first in the first context of it, no, because she'd have to play it off.
Yeah, but she
or-
wouldn't have reacted to it because she would have
No,
known he was there.
Actually, no, they could have played it off without a reaction. First part.
Yeah.
It's just risky that Miles doesn't turn around at any point of whatever.
Well, yeah.
Well, that's the thing, right? He's facing the window with Whiskey in the second scene while he's still there, and that's when he gets the rest of the Alpha News stuff. It's like I
I
can't,
don't think you guys have. I don't know how long it's been since you guys have been in a bed with a beautiful woman. You tend to not notice a couple things. No, I'm kidding. It's lucky and convenient that he doesn't see
Was he
anything
facing
at
the
all.
window
Oh
then,
yes, he does.
or-
There is a part where
Yeah,
both
they
he and
like,
Whiskey
flip
face the
over.
window.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, that's pretty bad then.
Oh yeah.
You told me there was a bad moment in this movie. What?
I thought the timing of that was shifted. I know the scene
It's-
writer's talking about. I don't think that's directly with Duke still outside.
No, he
I
hasn't
think it
even
is.
squished his like towel yet to be angry, like to show that he's angry and stuff like that. So he's still standing there out in the open.
Somehow hearing all of them.
Yeah, all
Through
three
the-
of them are hearing this conversation somehow.
Yeah. Goofy.
Got cuckolded.
Also, I don't know how he didn't hear Helen rustling through the grass. You had the one twig snap, but she went through the tall grass or whatever plants these are. She rustled through them.
Yeah, to go to the
Never-
opposite side of where Duke is standing.
Yeah. So that was just like an audio thing where they cut out audio that should have been present, but it would have revealed her position to him.
She's not an expert sleuther like LeBlanc.
Yeah, she's just a drunkard.
More on sound. The Mona Lisa didn't have the sound effect when the fire started on the table.
What sound effect?
The closing sound effect, or when he lit the napkin. There was no sound effects of the Mona Lisa reacting to anything.
I think I do remember one when he lit the napkin. I do remember the Mona Lisa closing. Or I think that's the only one though. I don't remember the big fire on the table. I didn't hear anything. Might just be me then. I could be imagining it. I remember a shot, but I just could be thinking the film is better than it is, which I'm willing to agree to. So yeah, sure.
More LeBlanc stuff. Him actively endorsing this crime kind of puts him on a different level now.
Oh.
Before he's just PI detective man, but he pretty much nudged her into arson and potential manslaughter because
It's lucky everybody
miraculously
survived.
no one
So
died in there. Yeah, but there's no way he could have predicted that. He got out of there. he was not there when that happened.
Yeah.
But him and Daryl had a nice time. Daryl smoked a doobie. He smoked a cigar. Fine.
Watch the fireworks. So yeah, I now see him as like this weird moral gray character that I don't think Ryan was intending.
Well, he wants justice, and I guess justice is breaking the law sometime.
Yeah, blowing up a house and highly likely killing people, but
Hey, that's none of his business.
none of his
unless
It's
the LeBlanc thinks they're all guilty somehow, then I do take an issue with it. More of an issue.
They kind of are.
They are
In different ways,
but
they're all culpable, I guess, in some weird way.
perjury. Yeah. They're all guilty of perjury.
That's true.
Put to death.
They all lied. Hey, liars never prosper. That's the rule.
What were your thoughts on that, Springs?
I apologize. I missed the point.
My point was LeBlanc kind of endorsing Helen for blowing up the house and not taking into account people could have been killed. And now
yes,
he's kind of been crafted into this morally gray character that wasn't really a thing before, and I don't think was Ryan's intention.
Yeah, that's what I call a character inconsistency.
Well, do you think Blanc's purpose of giving the clear to Helen is to blow up the house?
I mean, he and Dylan are
He
sat like
teased it
they're
up,
expecting it.
Yeah, they're sitting there waiting for it to happen. So yeah, I would say that's his intention. If not to blow up the house, to actually at least use it to ignite, catch a fire or something. I don't know what his full expectation was, but it was to use it.
Okay.
Also, where
'Cause
did
I
he
could
get
see
it? I don't remember. I don't remember.
That's the one that Mouse tossed him.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just never wanted it back, I guess. But I saw that as more as a reminder, because his statement of like, remember to leave, or like leave the situation or whatever, how Andy did it, kind of thing, is just a reminder of what to do. And I saw that as like a grasp of like, hey, remember this house is powered by clear, hydrogen's throughout, like set it up thing, not like use this as a tool to explode something.
Then what's the
Which
point of him
totally
bringing it up then?
of reminding Helen, it's onto the point of that reminding Helen that the house is powered by clear, that hydrogen's throughout and very flammable, to cause a ruckus and destroy the house and all the evidence and whatnot, but not so in a way to use what he gave her as a bomb. That's not what I don't see him as giving that to her to use that as like a loaded gun, but as like a reminder of like, this is a very flammable house kind of thing. So to destroy it,
Well, he could
possibly
just
put in
said-
more trust. He couldn't have just said
Like-
that everyone was in the room around him.
Well, no, I mean he could, but okay, you finish. Sorry.
I was saying, I thought of a way that he trusted Helen enough to find a way of like setting a fuse to it, get yourself to safety kind of thing to destroy the house, or
But-
possibly.
Get herself
you
to
think he
safety, but not
still-
nobody else.
You're saying he still was, his intention was still for the house to blow up. You're
I
just
think so.
questioning the
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Unless it was like later of like the explosion going off, and he was like kind of slack jawed and shocked, and then Helen coming up to him and he goes, "Why'd you do that?" kind of thing. And it's like a joke matter. He's like, "No, I meant to do this. Like, take the piece of clear and go like explain kind of thing," rather than like if that was like a jokey thing towards the end to play with.
Yeah, but instead he's just sitting there watching,
Yeah.
waiting for the show to happen.
So it does seem like that was his intention.
Yeah.
Which
Well,
again,
whoever
it just
got
kind of
there.
plays on to Helen then of like her choice of who dies or not.
Including
If
herself.
Blanc's
'cause
trying
she
to
was in there.
pass it off him. No, I apologize. I didn't hear your point earlier. I pulled up the film just in the background to double check the scene of looking out the window that Ryder brought up.
Mhm.
I think it's the second telling, because it's not in the first telling.
Yeah, it's not in the first one. It's the second one that kind of shows that Duke is in plain view of them both.
Yes.
All right, it's confirmed. Therefore, issue for me. But I
Yes,
remember
it is in
clearly
the
enough.
second telling. Also with the angle possibly of like how Duke's looking upon the window, Miles not only would have spotted Duke outside the window, but also Helen.
Oh yeah, they're elevated. They would have seen Helen. They would have. Well, LeBlanc maybe could have hid behind a tree fast enough, but Helen is not near a tree at that point to hide.
Into the grass.
Okay. Just checking. So yes.
I think I touched on it earlier. It's convenient that Whiskey. It's convenient that Helen searches Whiskey's and Duke's room last, in order for Whiskey to catch her in the act and they get a moment. But I do like that Helen is just assuming that Whiskey broke up with Duke as she suggested to her, and that's why Whiskey is sad.
Yes. Versus Duke's dead.
Yeah, versus Duke's dad. So that to me was a funny miscommunication that I think actually functions well for the film.
I agree. I guess since we've jumped all around everything, how's everyone's notes looking?
I think I'm tapped.
Ooh, Sinister's tapped.
I've got a few left.
Winning. Yeah, couple.
With that, then let's go to Crimson.
All right, I'll knock out two of them because they're pretty close to each other. So the cops are arriving by boat at the end of this. At which point we were told at the soonest they would be here at 6 in the morning at low tide. It seemed very dark for 6, and I know depending on where you are in the world, it could be different. I did not look up on when did this take place?
Was
I
that?
think he told him just come. I think he told him just
Yeah,
come.
was
though.
that the,
Not-
was
not-
that the
yeah.
Oh.
was that the original time when Lionel's told
Yeah,
they wouldn't come?
yeah.
Because I know they call
Yeah.
again to say just tell him to come. We have a body. You know?
The first time it was 6, and then the second time that he just told. I think Blanc told him to just come or something like
more
that.
on your morally gray bit, Crimson, for LeBlanc. He doesn't demand that they fucking beach their boats after the first body. He demands it after quote unquote Helen dies.
Yeah, the fake death.
Yeah,
The one he cared about.
yeah.
That's funny. That's kind of funny.
Crimson, my
Yeah.
best guess is it's May 20th, 2020.
Yeah. And I guess if it's like get here right away on the second one, we were established that it's 2 hours by boat, at least by the yacht, to get to the island. Now the police boat's probably a little bit faster, but that's about the time frame we've got.
Mhm.
And we don't really know where the police boats are docked, so it might be close to that 2 hour mark.
That is a good point. It's not a direct route straight across for the boat travel.
So there would still be a window. How big? Don't know. But there's that. And the second point being LeBlanc and Helen rendezvousing after everything. I was like, did they set up a meeting point? Because all that seemed like impromptu, off the cuff. And LeBlanc's just sitting there, and then she walks up and finds him. Like,
It's just what we call luck.
time to just wrap up this movie in a little bow. Let's get it over with.
Yeah, I was a little disappointed by the ending.
It was kind of a wet blanket.
And there's no,
especially compared to Knives Out.
yeah, there's no clever detective moment, you know.
No, they just look out at the sea and that's it.
I mean, there wasn't much mystery for LeBlanc to even solve in this one. To be
No,
fair,
he pretty much solved it in the first half.
he saw that Miles gave the cup.
Yeah,
And he's
but
like,
he
"Oh,
somehow
well,
missed that he
that's
stole
it."
the gun because he was willing to risk everyone's lives.
Oh yeah, he did miss that part. And that was like halfway in this movie. Half the movie was solved by the detective already. Half the movie is just us as the audience being told everything, which is a lot. There's a lot to be said.
A lot. It's just dumb luck.
Whatever happens, happens. I follow the case where it goes.
I got you the truth. That is where my jurisdiction ends.
Since that was
Okay,
Crimson,
yeah.
let's go to Ryder.
I like that Whiskey having an affair with Miles is kind of what is used as evidence against him, not for the affair, but rather for like he was actually the closest to Andy to get to kill her. Tiny little detail I guess I appreciated. On the
Yeah.
opposite end of that, during that the monologue of explaining how dumb everything is, probably my least favorite line in the film is, "Oh, she was clever enough not to fear Miles," and dies immediately to Miles afterwards, which was it's redraft,
Cool
please,
beans.
please redraft.
I'm like, it's too tongue-in-cheek for you.
She was clever enough not to fear Miles, even though she's dying to Miles. I don't take that as tongue-in-cheek because I take that as she's just... That's because Ryan has a history with this as a writer. That's just him trying to make the Andy sound not an idiot. Like, he's trying to make her out not to be an idiot, and that's clearly what she was in the scene
Naive.
to facilitate her death.
That would be the nice thing to say, but I think yours is a little bit more on point.
She knows that she's, like I said, she knows that she has all the leverage. She has the napkin in her mind. I'm not saying that's, strong enough in universe or whatever. I have a lot of issues with it, but in her mind, she has all the evidence, and she's gambling her life. She's like, oh, she knew to fear the lawyers and the courts, but she was clever enough not to fear Miles. And I'm like, this is just a dumb line. It's not tongue in cheek. It's just dumb.
Oh no, he did it again. No.
But he's already dead.
Listen, I can't wait to review a good Rian Johnson movie. It can happen, all right? I believe.
Hey,
well, we can do Poker Face.
Might be
Yeah.
something.
Well, when we get around to Star Wars, never know.
Yeah, get prepared for that.
A silence fell over the
Podcast.
podcast, knowing full well what had just transpired.
Never know.
Restraint is what's transpired.
I won't be there, but I know how it'll go down.
Yeah, so I guess that's my point. Those two connected together. Something I liked, something I didn't, with the whole going through, the quote unquote detective scene. We kind of touched the allergy stuff. I'm kind of on Crimson's book with that one, where it's like it's not dumb that he used pineapple juice because it's an allergy. It was just a weird line to come out of Blanc.
I think it was just
Yes.
riffing.
And that slightly connects to my last point of if the pineapple juice was like so simple, and of course now that she knows of like Duke's allergy onto it, what was the poison he used to kill Andy? Because that seems far more
So
Well, it's probably actually poison.
yeah. So what happened
true,
was
but that
Oh no, it
seems
wasn't. No, sorry.
yeah,
It wasn't poison.
yeah,
He
it
didn't
wasn't
poison her.
poison. Yeah,
It was
he
sleeping pills.
he
yeah.
tried to OD her on sleeping pills.
No, what had
Not
happened?
well.
What had happened
No.
was he knocked her out with sleeping pills, put her in the car, turned the car on, closed the garage up, so she killed herself with like the fumes of their car.
Oh,
Poisoning.
got it.
Yeah, I guess it's lucky that she didn't have a hybrid.
Yes.
Yes.
There was it's lucky that nobody knows Helen exists. For it facilitates a lot of the film. In Springs' book, he would you're I'm assuming Springs you're still on the page of Miles knows it's Helen the second he sees her.
Yes.
For everyone else, I take issue with the fact that his sister Helen, her twin sister, is not mentioned at all at any point in the film until like it's unveiled or revealed to us.
To me, I'm
I just
cool with
don't
that
know
with
how
the
people-
scene of Claire yelling at her. Where Duke says, "Here's the truth, you're the loser," and Claire being angry at Andy and everyone being angry at Andy, that to me showed no one gives a rat's ass about Andy enough to ask how your sister's doing.
No. You misunderstand. It's just
What?
everyone looks so dumbfounded when it's revealed to be
You
her
haven't
twin
told that.
sister, but they would know that she has a twin sister theoretically because they were friends for over a decade. Whether or not they care is
Yes.
an entirely different subject.
Okay, I thought the reveal was more so that like she's alive and survived the bullet.
There's no that happens a little that is first, like what is reality, Birdie screaming, and then they see the
Sort out
news
confusion.
and also see her, I guess. Like so it's kind of, it happens right afterwards if I remember correctly.
If I recall correctly.
Yeah, I think the reactions are more that there was a switch and not who the switch was.
Possibly.
That's kind of how I read it.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I have a slight nitpick then onto the means of how Miles killed Andy when Duke, Claire, and Lionel show up to the house like immediately after Miles drove away. How come they don't hear a car being revved in the garage?
That is a good point. I'm happy someone brought that up. So Miles is an idiot, and that is the reason that this happens. And it's like I said, the plot's just literally just broken.
The car battery died.
Because it could be played off fine that, you know, they're all covering for Miles kind of thing. It's like they all knew, but they're not bringing it up, which then plays a little more into showing that scene of those three, but Birdie not being apparent, even though hearsayed that she was present later.
Yeah.
But
Also,
just another instance of sound not being present when it should be.
yeah. And I think they would be able to hear the car anyway, which is a problem. A different kind of problem.
A different kind of problem for a different kind of day.
Crimson and Ryder, do you have any other points?
I have two more.
I got two quick ones, and I'll skim the rest.
Yeah, mine's fairly quick. So I kind of touched on the Mona Lisa being inaccurate with what it was made on, and I didn't really specify anything about it because we see it burning, and it looks like it's just on paper, not even like canvas, but just paper. But Mona Lisa isn't even on canvas; it's on a wood. It was put on a wood panel, so just not well depicted. So just not good on that. And the other thing, pretty much right before that, was we know Miles is an idiot, but come on, man, you can't tackle somebody.
Oh.
That was also filmed so poorly because it looked like he let her go. is what it
He
looked like.
grabbed her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He had her. That was terrible. I liked the visual of him crying on the ground and the slow-mo. I think that looked nice visually.
I think, as
But
we all
just
would
him
if
failing
we
to
were
tackle.
responsible for the Mona Lisa burning. But
Yeah. And I guess I didn't really talk about that either, was his reaction to the house blowing up. I liked it. Do you guys think he would have reached the level to actually like attack her or anything? Because to him, the friends are still on his side, so he could have potentially gotten away with more.
I mean, he already committed to murder. I have,
Yeah.
I mean, so yes, I think he absolutely would have done something because LeBlanc isn't there anymore. Why not get the gun and shoot her again? Like,
Don't know. I think I'm 50-50 on that.
I guess for you, Springs, what's
It's extreme to kill someone in front of others, but still, he's been established to kill, and he just lost a lot.
Yeah, I guess. What's stopping him from just
Witnesses.
yeah? Well, he thinks the friends
But
are
he's
still on
already-
his side, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Blanc's still there, unless he plans to kill Blanc as too.
Well, Blanc left. He's on the.
Yeah,
place.
so
Yeah,
he
but
wouldn't.
when gunshot
yeah.
rings out,
Well, it doesn't have to be a gunshot, but just anything. Right now, he's
She's
just
putting a lot of faith
the-
in these
an
people
actor.
that she
yes,
called
You're so
shitheads.
proud of
So
yourself.
yeah, it is certainly a tipping point to lead into destruction of Mona Lisa and the whole house. But Miles's attitude and how he goes about the whole breaking of the glass part, just like very unwondered or unbothered by it, kind of leans into my 50-50 of like he's not like demanding them to stop or like they're priceless,
Yeah. Well, I
which
mean,
also could go into his idiocracy of not knowing their value.
yeah. One of my quicker points is kind of on that scene. I'll piggyback. I actually do like that once. Obviously, they don't go as far as Helen does, but they all get in on it because they're all frustrated with Miles. I did appreciate a little bit of that kind of release of tension on their part, because that is something that the film has been building towards. Is that kind of feeling towards Miles?
Yeah.
Once
And-
Helen crumbles his empire, they're all jumping ship.
And everyone turning their backs onto Miles does give a different ending to the antagonist than a Knives Out situation. It's like trying to kill the character and failing or something.
Yeah. I guess my last few points are. I'll do one of them right now, and they're both kind of related, but I'll do one. The LeBlanc again, just letting a known murderer suspect get close to the person he's trying to protect. She walks up to him with the napkin, and LeBlanc does nothing to stop it because he learned nothing, I guess, from Knives Out. So he's just going to be an idiot in each one. But again, they're disconnected. So
I don't appreciate all this LeBlanc slander. He is the world's greatest detective.
oh, shut up.
I'll see it when when I see it. I'll see it.
I've probably given the most LeBlanc slander myself.
Yeah, you even the first one when he's better, you still hated him.
No, it's because he's not a good detective.
I feel like Blanc is kind of like the Booster Gold type character.
That is wow.
He's well known and he's popular, but just because of that, it doesn't make him the best.
I would love to see Daniel Craig play Booster Gold. That would be phenomenal.
I'm gonna say I don't think so.
I highly doubt we're gonna get any Booster Gold material for a while, especially after the allegations.
Yeah.
Oh, the show got canceled?
I didn't care. It's Booster Gold. Who cares?
Booster
Booster
Gold
Gold fans.
They appreciate a liar and a thief. Well, shows where the country's at right now, doesn't it?
Now the film.
Allegedly.
Okay, I'll jump to another. I'll jump to another one of my points.
Uh.
The film thinks it's clever showing Miles's hand reach for like in his pocket to get a lighter. So we don't see like his hand going to the pocket, but we see his arm move, indicating he's obviously reaching for something to take out the napkin with. But again, LeBlanc just does nothing.
Yeah, he
Because
set the scene. He's seeing what's gonna happen.
yeah, he's world famous detective.
I'm trying to think.
Benoit Blanc.
Trying to think, is he smart enough to know that he's setting Helen up to get it burned, so that the only instance to like
No,
clear,
do not
like,
do
no.
not jump through these hoops, please. Do
No,
not go that
No,
far.
I'm denying it. I'm just bringing it
Yeah.
up that some people could probably view it that way.
They
yeah, the
probably could.
reinforcement here is more not necessarily that it's Miles setting her up. It's more that LeBlanc does nothing throughout the whole scene.
I'm
That was my
happier with her
pitch,
just.
that LeBlanc.
I'm happy.
Now I'm doing it. LeBlanc was
Yeah,
setting
don't-
her up
You
Why
think
would he set her-
LeBlanc? You think LeBlanc wanted the note to get burned?
in order to get the clear to Helen to blow up the building, and then it wouldn't matter of the napkin because even the fake napkin's going to be destroyed in the building fire.
But then, why would he destroy the napkin if the napkin was just going to get destroyed anyways?
Well, Miles destroys it. He doesn't know the house is going to be destroyed.
He's
with the other
arguing that LeBlanc wants the napkin to be burned in order to facilitate the house being destroyed, right?
Yeah.
I take issue with that because LeBlanc looks distraught when it's burned.
He looks like he's out of options.
Yeah, he's playing into the truth that that's it, but he still
Oh,
gives.
he's acting. He's acting. I see.
I think so because he still plays into like do what Andy did and walk away while giving proof to Helen. Like here's the clear, keep going kind of thing as he walks away. Like he's acting amongst the group while still giving motive and understanding to Helen on what to do. Now, does she do it exactly the way he's like kind of hinting her to do it? I don't know. But does also Blanc have this all set up to the events of what's going to happen? Of like with the napkin, can Helen make this work? Is Blanc actually like not doing anything because he actually wants the napkin get it burned? So Miles gets like an upper hand power move onto Helen and thinks he's in control or something. That I don't know, and I'm on the fence that I don't think that's what it is. I'm against that, but I can totally vouch and see that people could see it that way.
It's a good theory. It just lacks any evidence inside the film. Like that's my problem with it. But I think I'm out. I no, actually, I have one logistical question left.
Oh, Gibber.
Yeah. Baby, the baby blue car or whatever he calls it.
Yes.
That
Porsche.
yeah, that appears on like a side building to the glass onion itself. So, and it falls through the roof after the explosion. My question is that are they under? I assume they would have to be underneath the car, but I thought they were underneath the glass onion itself.
Goes into the layout of the building.
Yeah.
Yes,
This
and
finally
also
came up.
the angle of the car falling.
Well, the
Huh?
angle wouldn't really matter,
I
would
guess
it?
was under the car.
Oh yeah. Well, to not show the actual not blueprints, but the layout of the building. The car falling, like the explosion or whatnot of the fire could be pressurized or a weakness onto the left side or something, so the car actually rolled from its position to get into the room, kind of
To
thing, rather
roll
than a
into the
straight
car.
shot down.
Yeah. Oh, I kind of assume that. The problem is that like I don't have anything logistical to work with, and I just because for people viewing the film, they could assume the room they're in is directly under like the big glass onion office.
Because of the staircase.
Because of the staircase. And we know from an earlier scene in that film that the car is not in that glass onion, it's adjacent. So the fact that the car ends up in the room as a bit of a gag is there's some logistical questions that I have, I guess, pertaining to that. It could
Okay, I
roll,
can see that.
but
Yeah, I think by not showing like an upper shot and just a room shot of it falling, I think it works.
Okay. Crimson Sinister?
I find it kind of a stretch. I don't know how much force is required to move a car that far because I forgot about the staircase thing, and Helen did come from the onion with the envelope. So it does make sense this room would be under the onion. So it would have to be that the car gets flung across. I just don't know how possible that is.
And Sinister?
I mean, I could see there being a possibility of it going in, but it seems very miraculous if it could happen.
Okay.
Well, I have it in a gray because I'm not knowledgeable enough for the
Yeah.
car.
Well, I have it in the gray because I don't know where it's at in relation to anything else other than just the upper office area.
All right. Yeah, I have it in the gray as well. I was just asking a question because it as much as I thought the gag was funny,
No, yeah.
it caused some obvious like
Oh, it's
logistical questions for me.
right. We've all been there before.
Yeah, I know.
Something can be funny, but also wreck the structure of the movie.
What's the percentage of gray?
For me,
Like you all
like a
said
ship
gray.
gray?
What is that percentage?
like a ship gray.
like it, I when you're asking percentage, I'm assuming you mean like how much are we leaning that this is a problem?
Yeah, is like right on the cusp of the 50, or like because your no is that like 30 and less? Is that
Yeah, I think I'm on 50-50. So I do see it as a bit of a problem, but it's okay that it's there. Like I don't think it breaks the film that the car is rolled in because obviously they want to make a point. I think it would have been stronger if we knew the logistical layout. But because all we have to go on is that we know the Porsche's in a separate part of the building. So we have to we have to assume that it rolled all the way there to land in the roof or come through the roof of that particular part of the building. Is it possible? Maybe, but I don't really know.
okay? Crimson is your definition of gray 50-50.
No, I would say there's like a bracket of maybe 5 to 10% on each side of 50, maybe 5% on each side.
So 40 to 60 is gray.
Potentially.
Okay, yeah, that's sorry, I misunderstood your question, Springs.
Okay, it's just the three of you all said gray. I'm trying to make sure you're all on the same page of what that means.
If I was forced to pick a side, I would say it's not likely. But since I don't know the knowledge of the force required to move a car like that, I'm leaving it within that 5, I guess 10 bracket range.
I mean, you better be careful, Crimson. This is really serious stuff here. Car fell through a roof. You have to be sure about this.
Yeah, I mean the car could have killed anybody.
I think you need to make sure.
I'll go ask.
I would also like to I just need to facilitate that I'm making fun of Crimson and not the question being asked of him. I think that could be a little bit vague.
Yes.
I'm at like a fossil, maybe a flint. My percentage.
Okay.
Fossil, it's kind of separate.
I'm with the car like the bullet. I think it's feasible and like fine until proven guilty kind of thing.
The old cops adage.
Okay. Crimson, did you have any last point? Or you get yours out?
I did, but I did come up with something else quick, hopefully. Just the convenience of Helen finding the red letter because of the square on the frame. Why is that see-through?
Oh,
why is there a hole there?
I forgot about
Being
that.
see-through is fine. Picking up red is the.
I don't know. That one for me just ties into why does he even have it? Doesn't make any sense.
It's convenient that he has it in the first place. Yeah, but it's lucky that she found it so quickly, quote unquote.
Yeah.
She didn't have to rip apart the glass onion office.
Not like not like Blanc's been in there like 2 or 3 times so far and hasn't seen anything.
It was right in front of me.
Hey, he's the world famous detective.
World's best, not just world famous.
Best.
He's not just.
Don't misconstrue the two. You could be famous and not be very good.
So okay, that would be my point. That is it. I'm done.
All right. Well, then that's the whole
Wow.
coverage of class. Oh,
That's,
Sinister
I was
again.
doing-
What, miss something?
I was doing a reference and you were too fast.
Oh, okay. So that's coverage of Glass Onion. Now in summaries and ratings. You know what? It's very exciting. Who goes first? Who goes last? Let's start with writer.
Wonderbar. All right, subjective. What do I even say? This is worse than the first film. I tend to prefer my murder mysteries not being so. I prefer like my murder mysteries not lying to me all the way through because I like playing along, and that's a big thing for me. To see if I can figure it out. This film spends a lot of its time blatantly lying to the audience, even though it can be very obvious where like it's correct that where you can find out where you could solve the murder mystery almost instantly, pretty much. And as the meme says, it's just very dumb how all this is constructed, and that really bothers me because I don't find anything from one thing to the next as far as like the connectivity for characters that I would typically find enjoyment in. LeBlanc is funny and charming, and that's pretty much why this isn't a 1. I'm at a 2.5 subjectively. I way prefer the first one in terms of just enjoyment and things of that nature. Objectively, again, where do we even start? The plot is a mess. The pacing of not only is the pacing of the film bad because they need to recontextualize everything at the middle, it's nothing connects well. So the shots that are supposed to be clever are not. This clever recreations are literally just making characters appear and disappear. Kind of touched on a couple of them. The main ones being outside of the bedroom with Duke in the garden. The other one being on the staircase with Helen and Claire and Duke again. The time I've said at the beginning, the main thing is that you're watching a film. You're watching two different films when going through this. The first half and the second half can essentially be divided into two. Obviously the change is when we learned who Andy quote unquote is supposed to be, and it's her twin sister. The world building is unfortunately equally awful. The world building as it connects to the characters were reinforced that LeBlanc is some great detective, which does not show up at all when he's demonstrating his detectiveness, his detective ability. The one time where he does like that is supposed to demonstrate his ability before the murder begins and the murder mystery starts. I have issues with that scene. None of the clues line up well enough for me to fully buy into the scene. I think it's weak sauce is kind of the meme that goes around now for it. I think it's lucky that the death of her sister doesn't get out, even though she was too quote unquote didn't know whether she was supposed to file a report. That's a lot to rely on as far as world building is concerned to keep the plot constrained enough to go in this very specific direction. It's lucky in a way that LeBlanc keeps things or just collects things that are going to be extremely useful, like a bottle of hot sauce that for me he didn't appear to like. That's subjective, but I recognize that it's kind of what they're going for. It's convenient that whiskey came across Helen while she was searching, and that's a lot of what this film is. It's just very lucky and convenient that things just happen to work out in a hyper specific way. And as for the characters, they're definitely flushed out archetypes is what I'll call them. I think Miles sending a box to Andy breaks the film at the start, since this is only shortly after the trial. And that for me is kind of already where the character inconsistency with Miles. A lot of it relies on him being dumb, which is unfortunately tied directly into the plot. In order for this film to facilitate, there's no good reason to keep Blanc on the island outside of quote unquote the game. I don't think they justify that enough if that's the case. So that's, from as far as I'm concerned, he's already a broken character, and he's the antagonist for the film. Birdie is dumb to facilitate jokes. I think some of those jokes are okay, but they really stretch the believability of it for this particular character. It's convenient and lucky. Helen gets all these things from Andy while she's searching the house, and it's lucky that she gets the box to even bring to the detective, because she read it about it in a newspaper, whatever that excuse was, which is fine, but it's convenient just for how that turned out. And I think Helen, as far as a character is concerned, we only get to spend half a movie with her, and because she's playing Andy the other half, so she's kind of balancing this kind of nervous but determined person. I don't know if I can call it inconsistent with how she is, acts with the shitheads at the end, or the disruptors. I think it works because she clearly didn't like them when her sister was friends with them. So that can fuel into it. LeBlanc, again, it's convenient that he doesn't notice things, and it's convenient when he's a great detective. His skills just rise and fall as the film decides. It's lucky he didn't notice that the phone was stolen. It's lucky he didn't notice the gun was missing. It had to be pointed out at him. These were all, and it's lucky that Miles pointing out the glass was his. The detective didn't notice that. So it feels like a lot of his work was done for him and it was given to Helen. And I think that's a problem as far as an inconsistency with his character, because in the first film, even though he was doing basic police work, he was still doing police work. So yeah, I'm gonna match my subjective. I'm at a 2.5. It's not there's very little that functions in this film very well. It has its bright moments, or it has its little nuggets of things that can be okay and passable. And I do like one or two things, and that's pretty much why these are not ones.
Alrighty. Let's go to Crimson next.
Crimson is next. Here I am. And I will start with my subjective, as I tend to do with these things. And naturally, I compare this to Knives Out, because it is connected, even if slightly. And I did not find this as enjoyable as Knives Out. As mentioned in Knives Out, my first viewing wasn't great, but I did find improvement watching it for the podcast. Glass Onion, obviously, like I said, was my first time watching it, and odds are it's not going to be seen again. I was tackling between two numbers, and I really wish I compared it to my other podcast stuff. So this number might change on the recap once I do that. But currently I have it at a 3. I was between a 3 and a 3.5, so that might change later. But I'm sticking with a 3 right now. As I kind of slightly talked about in the beginning, was Ryan Johnson's like heavily political messaging. I tend not to like that in movies, and there's quite a bit of it here. I am. It's just I liked the visuals. That was a compliment on Knives Out too. Just the camera work and the lighting is visually appealing. Looks nice. And that's the bulk of my enjoyment, is just the visual aspect of it being a movie. The concept of a murder mystery on an island is good. I've seen it before in other stuff. So fine. Everything else though, didn't like any of the characters. LeBlanc has gotten worse for me. I didn't hate him in Knives Out, but I'm getting close to it in this. So hopefully by the third I don't flat out hate him. Hopefully he bounces back. Objectively, I kind of agree with most of what Ryder said. So there's going to be some retreading, but Miles is very inconsistent. He's supposed to be the biggest moron we've ever seen, and yet he's a billionaire and is successful as a billionaire. He didn't steal everything. He's still running a company. You can't be an idiot and do that at the same time. Those two things don't exist at the same time. If he's always getting someone else to do his work for him, as they said, then it would be very feasible for him to get a killer, assassin, what have you, hitman, to clean this up, a fixer, somebody. But no, he in person goes up to her house and kills her. And then obviously Duke and Helen he kind of does on the fly, and using the uh, pineapple I think was a good option. And I think they built up enough reason to why there was pineapple there, so it's not completely lucky that it's there. It makes sense to be there. But there's a lot of conveniences, coincidences, and luck involved, as we talked about heavily throughout this, and the writer reiterated some. And why did Andy get a box? Lots of that stuff. I think this is one of the only movies where I actually was getting annoyed by some of the audio stuff. Usually that doesn't bother me all that much, but I kept finding issues with it. Like the grass. Sprinks brought up the car not making a noise in the garage for the people to hear. That would have made a sound. The Mona Lisa door not closing with the final two fires. At least the table one, I would need to double check the napkin fire, but I know for sure the second one didn't. So that, and I already complimented the cinematography and the lighting. I think they did good on all that, and the acting was good, not great but good. So with all of that, I do think this is objectively worse than Knives Out, and I'm having it at a 4. Writing being the weakest, just like in Knives Out.
Alrighty. With that, let's then go to Sinister.
All right. Well, Crimson and Ryder, I think, hit on most of the points I'm gonna hit on. But we'll get it out of the way. I did not like this movie upon my first watch. I like it slightly more upon rewatching it, but then the more I thought about it, the more it kept causing problems and kept irritating me. Because in kind of a similar way to how Knives Out really hinged on Marta's lying vomit or truth vomit, this movie really hinges on Miles being an idiot, which can be fine, but it also creates a lot of problems because he has to always have been an idiot. Even when he does something correct, he has to be an idiot, which if he hadn't if Helen hadn't have missed filing a police report and hadn't done this and that, he probably would have gotten away like scot free, and nobody would have. It would have been old news. He would have been gotten away with it. So most of the other people around are also idiots. But we're just gonna focus on Miles. I'm happy that they gave characters more room to work with. I wish it was better characters. I wish the characters from Knives Out had the same treatment, but here we are. I don't really like the mystery. I don't think it's very good. And I know that's somewhat the point, that the mystery is really simple and dumb, but it also makes it less enjoyable to figure out what it is. So that's out. That doesn't work. If there's anything else? I mean, Daniel Craig as Blanc is still pretty good, but his character is worth. He does most of the heavy lifting, I feel like. I will give credit to Janelle Monáe. We didn't really ever talk about her, but I think she does a pretty good job of playing kind of two separate but, similar roles throughout. I enjoyed her Alabama accent and being able to switch pretty cleanly throughout. I can't remember a moment that really faulty. There probably was, but she was good. And Edward Norton as Miles was pretty well done. I think he played it up as best as he could of being kind of a vapid idiot tech bro kind of guy. I think that's it for the positives. It was shot pretty well. We didn't really come across any really egregious poor shots. So yeah, I guess everything else was just kind of bad. I was flip-flopping around because I had Knives Out at, I believe, a 7, and I was trying to see if how much this had risen like I thought it had, but then I think talking about it made it falter more. So I think I feel good at a 3.
Okay. That leaves me. I'm going to start with my objective here. Let's see. I think all the acting's very good. I think all the acting's portrayed pretty well. Some little bit, I wish Catherine Hahn had a little more, but I think her kind of yelling at Helen was a good main point for her. So I think she was fine. Lionel didn't seem to have much, but the actor portraying him, his name escapes me, but I think overall was consistent with his part. Everyone else I think was very good. Edward Norton, Daniel Craig, Dave Bautista, Janelle Monáe, good. Lighting overall was very good. I do like the usage of the power going out of the building, but the lighthouse is still functional. So the lighthouse uses the lighting so everything's not in pitch black. And I think the lighting of the lighthouse going across, illuminating things of like the shadows running or like who's causing the shadow, a good mystery to play into that whole scene. I think that was my favorite lighting bit. The one shot of whiskey coming out of the water, artificial lighting, that is not real. It's just to make her look gorgeous or like all eyes on the beauty kind of thing. Other than that, I think everything else played off fine with lighting. I like the costume department, which kind of goes into Knives Out more a bit because Knives Out definitely had that older time period set feel with the manor, and this one didn't exactly have that. This was very new age manor with the glass onion look and everything. So to go with that, I think the costume design gave a little more into that old look through Daniel Craig. Kind of the outfits Edward Norton had, the eccentric, colorful looks Birdie had, like very like kind of 70s, not retro, but blanking on the name of the fashion choice, but it's not new line, whatever. It's of the time of like eccentric kind of look.
Can I?
So I think they.
Sorry,
Oh,
I just
yes.
want to add. I forgot to mention. I thought LeBlanc in his like blue white shirt with the bandana reminded me of Fred Jones.
Oh, a little. Yeah, but the costume design I think was very fitting to go with that homage of the look without being like fully out of place with making everyone look weird or too off in the COVID time period. Let's see, a ton of cameos which are fine. The Serena Williams one was kind of a shock. I'm like, oh, that's cool. Let's see, the camera work, a lot of camera work I think was really good. A lot of zoom in shots, tracking shots, panning shots, just all these shot usages. But between Knives Out and here, I did watch a little thing of Ryan Johnson breaking down one scene from Knives Out of the Ransom doing the eat shit scene. and how he goes with cinematography or usage for a cinematographer to do depth in shots. And with that knowledge from watching that now going into Glass Onion, I was able to pick up a lot that Rian Johnson really likes not having a matte image of a shot or like someone just against a wall, but a lot of depth of someone foreground, background, um, midground, like a lot of that. And he does that very well, giving a lot of space to a room using um, without making something feel unnatural, like someone standing someplace just for that shot to come across, and then they like teleport or move unnaturally or something like that. So I think he plays that off very well. The one shot was weird was that goofy zoom I pointed out about the box already being in frame to focus the point on the box where it's not the center of the frame, so it was just weird. Um, Sound design, I'm going to go 50-50 on because some sound design I think was really good, but then but it's contradicts the parts where it's not used or doesn't bring up, which Crimson brought up. I think the emergency vehicles to Island was very neat. I do like the dawn noise going off, which gives a element of time passage, um, and I like that. So it's not like how much time has passed or something. You can actually kind of go by hours, but it is a bit goofy to play with that silliness factor, which is the comedy of this movie, the silliness factor in like a serious whodunit kind of case kind of thing. Um, the real tarnish is the writing, very goofy lines, very kind of like purpose where things go, and the pacing isn't perfect, but it does go down a little because of the writing that way, especially with the whole flip of explaining Helen and Andy. But I do like the whole, especially first time watch for me, of not knowing who Andy is going until the Helen swap, which then on a rewatch now you know it's Helen, see where that goes kind of thing, um, and how that lines up and matches. So I'd like the cleverness of the writing aspect of that, and then how that whole like flashback, I guess, kind of parallel scene to the present point of like how Duke's situation with whiskey isn't what it appears to be, um, how the connection of Birdie and Peg works out, um, Claire and Lionel's conversation in the pool, like all these like little connections that weren't shown prior, but recontextualized with someone actually being the perspective of a character, either Blanc or Helen, to be the ears to the audience. I thought that was very cleverly done, but it is very messy, um, constructed overall in the final layout, I guess, edit of the movie. I guess the edit is probably the point I'm going that's um, harshest. Yes, I think that's everything. I always forget something. So right now I do have it sitting at 6.5. It's not perfect. I wish it could. It's definitely a movie that could be strengthened in parts to really push it up. But I could, even with those things fixing it, I can't see it being unless fully overhauled, but nothing higher than an 8 for like the tweaks kind of thing. So 6.5 seems fine with the overall average. The big shock and the reason I went last is because my subjective currently is at a 7. I thought this movie was fun. I enjoyed it. I like the twists. I like the things aren't as they appear to be. How simple something is, and how that's really sought after of like a real breakdown of something when really it's so small, and it plays into the detective genre of like the simplest details are the most crucial, and that's exactly what this plays off. Um, and just Blanc being like that's so dumb because that's not what a full detective like break everything down, and it's really just so simple. Um, and Blanc again, I think Blanc is the character of like he sees things and can play off of what he sees, but the things that he can't see, he can't try to fabricate or make without finding a connection to. Um, so like the gun on Duke, because he doesn't see the gun, he goes, okay, the gun's gone, but he's not making a connection to something like Sherlock would of like gunpowder here, or like your fingers have this mark on it or something like that of that level. Um, so I think that's very kind of interesting of a character, and it does seem slightly off though of Knives Out, even though they're trying to be um, distant from each other or not connected necessarily. So it does feel a little different in his character from that, but it's still very fun. I do feel, however, now knowing the whole first half of how what things actually mean and are, that on a second watch my subjective rating would be going down, possibly lower than my Knives Out rating, because it does take all of that mystery away, which is what it plays with, opposed to Knives Out that even though you know the thing, I still believe with Knives Out that Marta did it, so that plays differently than with Glass Onion of Helen being Andy. So yes, right now it is rested at a 7, which is higher than what I gave Knives Out. I think I have everyone in shock.
No. I actually
no, I actually expected that.
No, I absolutely expected it too, actually. The reason being, Springs, is over conversations with far as mysteries go, you tend to prefer the ride of the mystery rather than the construction of the mystery itself. So like I knew that I guess the thriller aspect of the film, but with the twists and turns, that I knew that would entertain you.
Yeah, a movie to be entertaining. It's like, I guess, the sense of the genre of like a comedy movie, and you don't laugh at one joke, but you understand it's a comedy movie.
Yeah.
Kind of got that aspect.
Yeah, that's fair. Well then, shall I read us out, gentlemen?
You're good for me.
All right. Thank you, audience, for listening, whether it be Spotify, Amazon, Castbox, Good Pods, iHeartRadio, Pocket Casts, and Samsung. And you have to be on our visual side of things, be it YouTube or Rumble. Thank you for watching there. Please, and seeing our opinion to your slideshows. Please feel free to like, comment, and subscribe everywhere. Tell us how much you hate our opinions or how much you love them. And as always, I've been a geeky writer.
I'm from Maroon.
And I'm Sprinks, and a special guest.
I've been a guest character called Sinister Boy.
There we go.
And we will catch you next time. Later, everybody.
Bye.
Toodaloo.